Section 22 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 22, Chapter 18, Part 1. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was writing letters. He had no friends, and the letters were all to inquirers about his prosperity classes at a small oak desk in the lobby of the O'Hearn House in Zenith. His Zenith classes here had gone not badly, not brilliantly. He had made enough to consider paying the $100 back to Frank Shallard, though certainly not enough to do so. He was tired of this slippery job. He was almost willing to return to farm implements, but he looked anything but discouraged in his morning coat, his wing collar, and his dotted blue bow tie. Writing at the other half of the lobby desk was a little man with an enormous hooked nose, receding chin, and Byzantine bald head. He was in a brown business suit with a lively green tie, and he wore horn-rimmed spectacles. Vice president of a bank, but started as a school teacher, Elmer decided. He was conscious that the man was watching him. A possible student? No, too old. Elmer leaned back, folded his hands, looked as pontifical as possible, cleared his throat with a learned sound, and beamed. The little man kept glancing up, rat-like, but did not speak. "Beautiful morning," said Elmer. "Yes, lovely. On mornings like this, all nature exemplifies the divine joy." "Oh, my goodness. No business for me here. He's a preacher or an osteopath," Elmer lamented within. This is Dr. Gantry, I believe." "Why, yes. I'm sorry. I'm Bishop Toomas of the Zenith area of the Methodist Church. I had the great pleasure of hearing one of your exordiums the other evening, Dr. Gantry." Elmer was hysterically thrilled. Bishop Wesley R. Toomas? For years he had heard of the bishop as one of the giants, one of the pulpit orators, one of the profound thinkers, exalted speakers, and inspired executives of the Methodist Church North. He had addressed 10,000 at Ocean Grove. He had spoken in Yale Chapel. He had been a success in London. Elmer rose, and with a handshake, which must have been most painful to the bishop, he glowed. "Well, well, well, sir. This certainly is a mighty great pleasure, sir. It sure is. So you came and listened to me? Well, wish I'd known that. I'd have asked you to come up, sit on the platform." Bishop Toomas had risen also. He waved Elmer back into his chair, himself perched like a keen little hawk, and trilled, "No, no, not at all, not at all. I came only as a humble listener. I dare say I have, by chance and circumstance of age, had more experience of Christian life and doctrine than you, and I can't pretend I exactly, in every way, agreed with you, you might say. But at the same time, that was a very impressive thought about the need of riches to carry on the work of the busy workaday world, as we have it at present, and the value of concentration in the silence as well as in those happy moments of more articulate prayer. Yes, yes, I firmly believe that we ought to add to our Methodist practice some of the great truths about the, alas, too often occulted and obstructed inner divine powers possessed in unconsciousness by each of us, as new thought has revealed them to us, and that we ought, most certainly, not to confine the Church to already perceived dogmas, but encourage it to grow. It stands to reason that really devout prayer and concentration should most materially affect both bodily health and financial welfare. Yes, yes. I was interested in what you had to say about it, and the fact that I am going to address the Chamber of Commerce luncheon this noon along much of these same lines, and if you happen to be free, I should be very glad if... They went, Elmer and Bishop Toomas, and Elmer added to the bishop's observations a few thoughts and the most caressing compliments about bishops in general, Bishop Wesley R. Toomas in particular, pulpit oratory, and the beauties of prosperity. Everybody had a radiant time, except possibly the members of the Chamber of Commerce. And after the luncheon, Elmer and the bishop walked off together. My, I feel flattered that you should know so much about me. I am, after all, a very humble servant of the Methodist Church, of the Lord, that is, and I should not have imagined that any slight local reputation I might have would have penetrated into the New Thought world, breathed the bishop. Oh, I'm not a New Thoughter. I'm temporarily conducting these courses as a sort of psychological experiment, you might say. Fact is, I'm an ordained Baptist preacher, and of course, in seminary, your sermons were always held up to us as models. I'm afraid you flatter me, Doctor. Not at all. In fact, they attracted me so that, despite my great reverence for the Baptist Church, I felt after reading your sermons there was more breadth and vigor in the Methodist Church, and I've sometimes considered asking some Methodist leader, like yourself, about my joining your ministry. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? We could use you. Oh, I wonder if you couldn't come out to the house tomorrow night for supper, just a potluck with us. I should be most honored, Bishop. Alone in his room, Elmer exulted. That's the stunt. I'm sick of playing this lone game. Get in with a real big machine like Methodists. Maybe have to start low down, but climb fast, be a bishop myself in 10 years, with all their spondulics and big churches and big membership and everything to back me up. Me for it. Oh, Lord, thou hast guided me. No, honest, I mean it. No more hell-raising, real religion from now on. Hooray! Oh, Bish, you watch me hand you the old flattery. Part 2. The Episcopal Palace. Beyond the sombre length of the drawing-room, an alcove with growing arches and fan tracery, remains of the Carthusian chapel, a dolorous crucifixion by a pupil of El Greco, the sky menacing and wind-driven behind the gaunt figure of the dying god, mullioned windows that still sparkled with the bearings of hard-riding bishops long since ignoble dust. The refectory table, a stony expanse of ancient oak, set round with grudging monkish chairs, and the library, on either side of the lofty fireplace, austerely shining rows of calf-bound wisdom, now dead, as were the bishops. The picture must be held in mind, because it is so beautifully opposite to the residence of the Reverend Dr. Wesley R. Toomas, Bishop of the Methodist area of Zenith. Bishop Toomas's abode was out in the section of Zenith called Devon Woods, near the junction of the Chaloosa and Appleseed rivers. That development, quite new in 1913 when Elmer Gantry first saw it, much favored by the next to the best surgeons, lawyers, real estate dealers, and hardware salesmen. It was a chubby, modern house, mostly in tapestry bricks, with vari-colored imitation tiles, a good deal of imitation half-timbering in the gables, and a screened porch with rocking chairs, much favored on summer evening by the Episcopal but democratic person of Dr. Toomas. The living room had built-in bookshelves with leaded glass, built-in seats with thin brown cushions, and a huge electrolier with shades of wrinkled glass in ruby, emerald, and watery blue. There were a great many chairs, club chairs, Morris chairs, straight wooden chairs with burnt work backs, and a great many tables, so that progress through the room was apologetic. But the features of the room were the fireplace, the books, and the foreign curios. The fireplace was an ingenious thing. Basically, it was composed of rough-hewn blocks of green stone. Set in between the larger boulders were pebbles, pink and brown and earth-colored, which the good bishop had picked up all over the world. This pebble, the bishop would chirp, guiding you about the room, was from the shore of the Jordan, and this was a fragment from the Great Wall of China, and this he had stolen from a garden in Florence. They were by no means all the attractions of the fireplace. The mantel was of cedar of Lebanon, genuine, bound with brass strips from a shipwreck in the Black Sea in 1902. The bishop himself had bought the brass in Russia in 1904. The andirons were made from plowshares as used by the bishop himself when but an untutored farm lad, all unaware of coming glory in the cornfields of Illinois. The poker was, he assured you, a real whaling harpoon picked up, surprisingly cheap, at Nantucket. Its rude shaft was decorated with a pink bow. This was not the doing of the bishop, but of his lady. Himself, he said, he preferred the frank, crude, heroic strength of the bare wood. But Mrs. Toomis felt it needed a touch, a brightening. Set in the rugged chimney of the fireplace was a plaque of smooth marble, on which was carved in artistic and curly gilded letters, "The virtue of the home is peace. The glory of the home is reverence." The books were, as the bishop said, worth browsing over. There were, naturally, the Methodist Discipline and the Methodist Hymnal, both handsomely bound, Roycroftian limp blue calfskin with leather ties. There was an impressive collection of Bibles, including a very ancient one, dated 1740, and one extra illustrated with all the Hoffman pictures and 160 other biblical scenes. And there were the necessary works of theological scholarship benefiting a bishop, Moody's sermons, Farrer's Life of Christ, Flowers and Beasties of the Holy Land, and In His Steps by Charles Sheldon. The more workaday ministerial books were kept in the study. But the bishop was a man of the world, and his books fairly represented his tastes. He had a complete Dickens, a complete Walter Scott, Tennyson in the red line edition bound in polished tree calf with polished gilt edges, many of the better works of Macaulay and Ruskin, and for lighter moments, novels by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Winston Churchill, and Elizabeth of the German Garden. It was in travel and nature study that he really triumphed. These were represented by not less than 50 volumes with such titles as How to Study the Birds, Through Madagascar with Camp and Camera, My Summer in the Rockies, My Mission in Darkest Africa, Pansies for Thoughts, and London from a Bus. Nor had the bishop neglected history and economics. He possessed the Reverend Dr. Hockett's Complete History of the World, illustrated in 11 handsome volumes, a second-hand copy of Hadley's Economics, and The Solution of Capitalism versus Labor, Brotherly Love. Yet not the fireplace, not the library, so much as the souvenirs of foreign travel gave to the bishop's residence a flair beyond that of most houses in Devon Woods. The bishop and his lady were fond of travel. They had made 6 months' inspection of missions in Japan, Korea, China, India, Borneo, Java, and the Philippines, which gave the bishop an authoritative knowledge of all Oriental governments, religions, psychology, commerce, and hotels. But besides that, 6 several summers they had gone to Europe, and usually on the more refined and exclusive tours. Once they had spent 3 solid weeks, seen nothing but London, with side trips to Oxford, Canterbury, and Stratford. Once they had taken a 4-day walking trip in the Tyrol, and once on a Channel steamer they had met a man who, a steward said, was a lord. The living room reeked with these adventures. There weren't exactly so many curios. The bishop said he didn't believe in getting a lot of foreign furniture and stuff when we made the best in the world right here at home. But as to pictures, the Thomases were devotees of photography, and they had brought back the whole world in shadow. Here was the Temple of Heaven at Peking, with the bishop standing in front of it. Here was the Great Pyramid, with Mrs. Thomas in front of it. Here was the cathedral in Milan, with both of them in front of it. This had been snapped for them by an Italian guide, an obliging gentleman who had assured the bishop that he believed in prohibition. Part 3. Into this room Elmer Gantry came with overpowering politeness. He bent almost as though he were going to kiss it over the hand of Mrs. Thomas, who was a large lady with eyeglasses and modest sprightliness, and he murmured, "If you could only know what a privilege this is." She blushed and looked at the bishop as if to say, "This, my beloved, is a good egg." He shook hands reverently with the bishop and boomed, "How good it is of you to take in a homeless wanderer." "Nonsense, nonsense, brother. It is a pleasure to make you at home. Before supper is served, perhaps you'd like to glance at 1 or 2 of the books and pictures and things that Mother and I have picked up in the many wanderings to which we have been driven in carrying on the work. Now, this may interest you. This is a photograph of the House of Parliament, or Westminster, as it is also called in London, England, corresponding to our capital in Washington. Well, well, is that a fact? And here's another photo that might have some slight interest. This is a scene very rarely photographed. In fact, it is so interesting that I sent it to the National Geographic magazine, and while they were unable to use it because of an overload of material, one of the editors wrote to me, I have the letter someplace, and he agreed with me that it was a very unusual and interesting picture. It is taken right in front of the Sacré-Cœur, the famous church in Paris, up on the hill of Montmartre, and if you examine it closely, you will see by the curious light that it was taken just before sunrise, and yet you see how bully it came out. The lady to the right there is Mrs. Thomas. Yes, sir, a real breath right out of Paris. Well, say, that certainly is interesting. Paris, eh? But, oh, Dr. Gantry, a sadly wicked city. I do not speak of the vices of the French themselves. That is for them to settle with, their own consciousness, though I certainly do advocate the most active and widespread extension of our American Protestant missions there, as in all other European countries which suffer under the blight and darkness of Catholicism. But what saddens me is the thought, and I know whereof I speak, I myself have seen the regrettable spectacle, that what sadden you, Dr. Gantry, is the sight of fine young Americans going over there and not profiting by the sermons in stones, the history to be read in those historical structures, but letting themselves be drawn into a life of heedless and hectic gaiety, if not indeed actual immorality. Oh, it gives one to think, Dr. Gantry. Yes, it certainly must. By the way, Bishop, it isn't Dr. Gantry, it's Mr. Gantry, just plain reverend. But I thought in your circulars... Oh, that was a mistake on the part of the man who wrote them for me. I've talked to him good. Well, well, I admire you for speaking about it. It is none too easy for us poor, weak mortals to deny honors and titles, whether they are rightly or wrongly conferred upon us. Well, I'm sure that it is but a question of time when you will wear the honor of a Doctor of Divinity degree, if I may, without immodesty, so refer to a handle which I myself happen to possess. Yes, indeed, a man who combines strength with eloquence, charm of presence, and a fine, high-grade vocabulary as you do, it is but a question of time when, Wesley, dear, supper is served. Oh, very well, my dear. The ladies, Dr. Gantry, Mr. Gantry, as you have already observed, they seem to have this strange notion that a household must be run on routine lines, and they don't hesitate, bless 'em, to interrupt even an abstract discussion to bid us to come to the festal board when they feel it's time. And I, for one, make haste to obey, and... After supper there's a couple of other photographs that might interest you, and I do want you to take a peep at my books. I know a poor bishop has no right to yield to the lust for material possessions, but I plead guilty to one vice, my inordinate love for owning fine items of literature. Yes, dear, we're coming at once. Toujours la femme, Mr. Gantry, always the ladies. Are you, by the way, married? Not yet, sir. Well, you must take care of that. I tell you, in the ministry there is always a vast, though often coarse, unfair amount of criticism of the unmarried preacher, which seriously cramps him. Yes, my dear, we are coming. There were rolls hidden in a cornucopia of folded napkins, and supper began with a fruit cocktail of orange, apple, and canned pineapple. Well, said Elmer with a courtly bow to Mrs. Toomas, I see I'm in high society, beginning with a cocktail. I tell you, I just have to have my cocktail before the eats. It went over immensely. The bishop repeated it, choking. Part 4. Elmer managed, during supper, to let them know that not only was he a theological seminary man, not only had he mastered psychology, oriental occultism, and the methods of making millions, but also he had been general manager for the famous Miss Sharon Falconer. Whether Bishop Toomas was considering, I want this man, he's a comer, he'll be useful to me, is not known. But certainly he listened with zeal to Elmer, and cooed at him, and after supper, with not more than an hour of showing him the library and the mementos of far-off roamings, he took him off to the study, away from Mrs. Toomas, who had been interrupting every quarter of an hour with her own recollections of roast beef at Simpson's, prices of rooms on Bloomsbury Square, meals on the French wagon restaurant, the speed of French taxicabs, and the view of the Eiffel Tower at sunset. The study was less ornate than the living room. There was a business-like desk, a phonograph for dictation, a card catalogue of possible contributors to funds, a steel filing cabinet, and the bishop's own typewriter. The books were strictly practical. Cruden's Concordance, Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, an Atlas of Palestine, and the 3 published volumes of the bishop's own sermons. By glancing at these for not more than 10 minutes, he could have an address ready for any occasion. The bishop sank into his golden oak revolving desk chair, pointed at his typewriter, and sighed, From this horrid room you can get a hint of how pressed I am by practical affairs. What I should like to do is to sit down quietly there at my beloved machine and produce some work of pure beauty that would last forever, where even the most urgent temporal affairs tend, perhaps, to pass away. Of course, I have editorials in the Advocate, and my sermons have been published. He looked sharply at Elmer. Oh, yes, of course, Bishop, I've read them. That's very kind of you, but what I've longed for all these years is sinfully worldly literary work. I've always fancied, perhaps vainly, that I have a talent. I've longed to do a book, in fact a novel. I have rather an interesting plot. You see, this farm boy, brought up in circumstances of want, with very little opportunity for education, he struggles hard for what book learning he attains, but there, in the green fields, in God's own pure meadows, surrounded by the leafy trees and the stars overhead at night, breathing the sweet open air of the pastures, he grows up a strong, pure, and reverent young man, and of course he goes up to the city. I had thought of having him enter the ministry, but I don't want to make it autobiographical, so I shall have him enter a commercial line, but one of the more constructive branches of the great realm of business, say like banking. Well, he meets the daughter of his boss. She is a lovely young woman, but tempted by the manifold temptations of gaieties of the city, and I want to show how his influence guides her away from the broad paths that lead to destruction, and what a splendid effect he has, not only on her, but on both sides of the mart of affairs. Yes, I long to do that, but sitting here, just us two, one almost feels as though it would be pleasant to smoke. Do you smoke? No, thanks be to God, Bishop. I can honestly say that for years I have never known the taste of nicotine or alcohol. God be praised. When I was younger, being kind of, you might say, a vigorous fellow, I was led now and then into temptation. But the influence of Sister Falconer, oh, there was a sanctified soul, like a nun, only strictly Protestant, of course. They so uplifted me that now I am free of all such desires. I am glad to hear that, brother, so glad to hear it. Now, Gantry, the other day you said something about having thought of coming into the Methodist fold. How seriously have you thought about it? Oh, very. I wish you would. I mean, of course, neither you nor I is necessary to the progress of that great Methodist Church, which day by day is more destined to instruct and guide our beloved nation. But I mean, when I meet a fine young man like you, I like to think of what spiritual satisfaction he could have in this institution. Now, the work you're doing at present is inspiring to many fine young men, but it is single-handed. It has no permanence. When you go, much of the good you have done dies because there is no institution like the living church to carry it on. You ought to be in one of the large denominations, and of these I feel, for all my admiration of the Baptist, that the Methodist Church is in some ways the great exemplar. It is so broad-spirited and democratic, yet very powerful. It is the real church of the people. Yes, I rather believe you're right, Bishop. Since I talked with you, I've been thinking, if the Methodist Church would want to accept me, what would I have to do? Would there be much red tape? Oh, it would be a very simple matter. As you're already ordained, I could have the district conference, which meets next month at Sparta, recommend you to the annual conference for membership. I am sure when the annual conference meets in spring of next year, a little less than a year from now, with your credits from Terwillinger and Mizpah, I could get you accepted by the conference and your orders recognized. Till then, I can have you accepted as a preacher on trial. And I have a church right now at Banjo Crossing that is in need of just such leadership as you could furnish. Banjo has only 900 people, but you understand it would be necessary for you to begin at the bottom. The brethren would be very properly jealous if I gave you a first-class appointment right at the first. But I am sure I could advance you rapidly. Yes, we must have you in the church. Great is the work for consecrated hands, and I'll bet a cookie I live to see you a bishop yourself. Part 5. He couldn't, Elmer complained, back in the refuge of his hotel, sink to a crossroads of 900 people with a salary of perhaps $1,100. Not after the big tent and Sharon's throngs, not after sweets and morning coats and being Dr. Gantry to brokers' wives in ballrooms. But also he couldn't go on. He would never get to the top in the New Thought business. He admitted that he hadn't quite the creative mind. He could never rise to such originality as, say, Mrs. Riddle's humorous oracle, "Don't be scared of upsetting folks, 'cause most of 'em are topsy-turvy anyway, and you'll only be putting 'em back on their feet." Fortunately, except in a few fashionable churches, it wasn't necessary to say anything original to succeed among the Baptist or Methodist. He would be happy in a regular pastorate. He was a professional. As an actor enjoyed grease paint and call boards and stacks of scenery, so Elmer had the affection of familiarity for the details of his profession: hymn books, communion service, training the choir, watching the ladies' aid grow, the drama of coming from the mysteries backstage, so unknown and fascinating to the audience, to the limelight of the waiting congregation. And his mother. He had not seen her for 2 years, but he retained the longing to solace her, and he knew that she was only bewildered over his New Thought harlequinade. But 900 population? He held out for a fortnight, demanded a bigger church from Bishop Toomas, brought in all his little clippings about eloquence in company with Sharon. Then the Zenith lectures closed, and he had ahead only the most speculative opportunities. Bishop Toomas grieved. "I am disappointed, brother, that you should think more of the size of the flock than of the great, great opportunities for good ahead of you." Elmer looked his most flushing, gallant boy's self. "Oh, no, Bishop, you don't get me, honest. I just wanted to be able to use my training where it might be of the most value. But I'm eager to be guided by you." 2 months later, Elmer was on the train to Banjo Crossing as pastor of the Methodist Church in that amiable village under the sycamores. End of section 22, chapter 18. Section 23 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 23, Chapter 18, Part 1. A Thursday in June, 1913. The train wandered through orchard land and cornfields, 2 seedy day coaches and a baggage car. Hurry and efficiency had not yet been discovered on this branch line, and it took 5 hours to travel the 120 miles from Zenith to Banjo Crossing. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was in a state of grace, having resolved henceforth to be pure and humble and humanitarian. He was benevolent to all his traveling companions. He was mothering the world, whether the world liked it or not. But he did not insist on any outward distinction as a parson, a professional good man. He wore a quietly modest gray sack suit, a modestly rich maroon tie. Not just as a minister, but as a citizen, he told himself. It was his duty to make life breezier and brighter for his fellow wayfarers. The aged conductor knew most of his passengers by their first names, and they hailed him as Uncle Ben. but he resented strangers on their home train. When Elmer shouted, "Lovely day, brother," Uncle Ben looked at him as if to say, "Well, 'tain't my fault." But Elmer continued his Philadelphian violences till the old man sent in the brakeman to collect the tickets the rest of the way. As a traveling salesman who tried to borrow a match, Elmer roared, "I don't smoke, brother, and I don't believe George Washington did either." His benignancies were received with so little gratitude that he almost wearied of good works. But when he carried an old woman's suitcase off the train, she fluttered at him with the admiration he deserved, and he was moved to pat children upon the head, to their terror, and to explain crop rotation to an ancient who had been farming for 47 years. Anyway, he satisfied the day's lust for humanitarianism, and he turned back the seat in front of his, stretched out his legs, looked sleepy so that no one would crowd in beside him, and rejoiced in having taken up a life of holiness and authority. He glanced out at the patchy country with satisfaction. Rustic? Yes, but simple, and the simple, honest hearts of his congregation would yearn toward him as the bookkeepers could not be depended upon to do in prosperity classes. He pictured his hearty reception at Banjo Crossing. He knew that his district superintendent — a district superintendent is a lieutenant bishop in the Methodist Church, formerly called a presiding elder — had written the hour of his coming to Mr. Nathaniel Benham of Banjo Crossing, and he knew that Mr. Benham, the leading trustee of the local church, was the chief general merchant in the Banjo Valley. Yes, he would shake hands with all of his flock, even the humblest, at the station. He would look into their clear and trusting eyes and rejoice to be their shepherd, leading them on and upward for at least a year. Banjo Crossing seemed very small as the train staggered into it. There were back porches and with wash tubs and broken-down chairs. There were wooden sidewalks. As Elmer pontifically descended at the red frame station, as he looked for the reception and the holy glee, there wasn't any reception, and the only glee visible was on the puffy face of the station agent as he observed a city fella trying to show off. "He, he, he, there ain't no bus," giggled the agent. "Guess you'll have to carry your own valises over to the hotel." "Where," demanded Elmer, "is Mr. Benham, Mr. Nathaniel Benham?" "Oh, Nat? Ain't seen him today. Guess you'll find him at the store, about as usual, seeing if he can't do some farmer out of 2 cents on a batch of eggs. Traveling man?" "I am the new Methodist preacher." "Oh, well, say, that a fact. Pleased to meet you. Wouldn't have thought of you were a preacher. You look too well fed. You're going to room at Mr. Pete Clark's, the widow Clark's. Leave your valises here, and I'll have my boy fetch 'em over. Well, good luck, brother. Hope you won't have much trouble with your church. The last fellow did, but then he was kind of pernickety. Wasn't just plain folks." "Oh, I'm just plain folks, and mighty happy, after the great cities, to be among them," was Elmer's amiable greeting. But what he observed as he walked away was, "I am like hell." Altogether depressed now, he expected to find the establishment of Brother Benham a littered and squalid crossroads store, but he came to a 2-story brick structure with plate-glass windows, and in the alley the half-dozen trucks with which Mr. Benham supplied the farmers for 20 miles up and down the Banjo Valley. Respectful, Elmer walked through the broad aisles, past the counters trim as a small department store, and found Mr. Benham dictating letters. If in a small way Nathaniel Benham had commercial genius, it did not show in his aspect. He wore a beard like a bath sponge, and in his voice was a righteous twang. "Yes," he quacked, "I'm Reverend Elmer Gantry, the new pastor." Benham rose, not too nimbly, and shook hands dryly. "Oh, yes, the presiding elder said you were coming today. Glad you've come, brother, and I hope the blessings of the Lord will attend your labors. You're to board at the widow Clark's. Anybody'll show you where it is." Apparently he had nothing else to say. A little bitterly, Elmer demanded, "I'd like to look over the church. Have you a key?" "Now let's see. Brother James might have one. He's got the paint and carpenter shop right up here on Front Street." "No, I guess he hasn't either. We got a young fella, just a boy you might say, who's doing the janitorial work now, and I guess he'd have a key. But this being vacation, he's off fishing more'n likely. Tell you, you might try Brother Fitzer, the shoemaker. He might have a key. You married?" "No, I've been engaged in evangelist work, so I've been denied the joys and solaces of domestic life." "Where are you born?" "Kansas." "Folks Christians?" "They certainly were. My mother she is, a real consecrated soul." "Smoke or drink?" "Certainly not." "Do any monkeying with this higher criticism?" "No, indeed." "Ever go hunting?" Well, yes." "That's fine. Well, glad you're with us, brother. Sorry I'm busy. Say, Mother and I expect you for supper tonight, 6:30. Good luck." Benham's smile, his handshake were cordial enough, but he was definitely giving dismissal, and Elmer went out in a fury alternating with despair. To the condensation of a rustic storekeeper after the mounting glory with Sharon? He walked toward the house of the widow Clark, to which a loafer had directed him. He hated the shabby village, hated the chicken coops in the yards, the frowsy lawns, the old buggies staggering by, the women with plump aprons and wet red arms, women who made his delights of amorous adventures seem revolting, and all the plodding yokels with their dead eyes and sagging jaws and sudden guffawing. Fallen to this, and at 32, a failure. As he waited on the stoop of the square, white, characterless house of the widow Clark, he wanted to dash back to the station and take the first train anywhere. In that moment he decided to return to farm implements and the bleak, lonely freedom of the traveling man. Then the screen door was opened by a jolly, ring-lifted girl of 14 or 15 who caroled, "Oh, is it Reverend Gantry? My, and I kept you waiting? I'm terribly sorry. Ma's just sick and she can't be here to welcome you, but she had to go over to Cousin Eda's. Cousin Eda busted her leg. Oh, please come in. My, I didn't guess we'd have a young preacher this time." She was charming in her excited innocence. After a faded provincial fashion, the square hall was stately with its Civil War chromos. Elmer followed the child, Jane Clark she was, up to his room. As she frisked before him, she displayed 6 inches of ankle above her clumsy shoes, and Elmer was clutched by that familiar feeling, swifter than thought, more elaborate than the strategy of a whole war, which signified that here was the girl he was going to pursue. But as suddenly, almost wistfully, in his weary desire for peace and integrity, he begged himself, "No, don't, not any more. Let the kid alone. Please be decent. Lord, give me decency and goodness." The struggle was finished in the half-minute of ascending the stairs, and he could shake hands casually, say carelessly, "Well, I'm mighty glad you were here to welcome me, sister, and I hope I may bring a blessing on this house." He felt at home now, warmed, restored. His chamber was agreeable, turkey red carpet, stove a perfect shrine of polished nickel, and in the bow window a deep armchair. On the four-poster bed was a crazy quilt, and pillow shams embroidered with lambs and rabbits, and the motto, "God bless our slumbers." This was going to be all right. Kind of like home, after those doggone hotels, he meditated. He was again ready to conquer Banjo Crossing, to conquer Methodism, and when his bags and trunk had come, he set out, before unpacking, to view his kingdom. Part 2. Banjo Crossing was not extensive, but to find the key to the First Methodist Church was a Scotland Yard melodrama. Brother Fitzgerald, the shoemaker, had lent it to Sister Anderson of the Ladies' Aid, who had lent it to Mrs. Przetsky, the scrub woman, who had lent it to Pussy Burns, president of the Epworth League, who had lent it to Sister Fisher, consort of Brother Fisher, so that Elmer captured it next door to the shoemaker's shop from which he had irritably set out. Each of them, Brother Fisher and Sister Fisher, Sister Przetsky and Sister Burns, Sister Anderson, and most of the people from whom he had inquired directions along the way, asked him the same questions. "You the new Methodist preacher?" And "Not married, are you?" And "Just come to town?" And "Here you come from the city. Guess you're pretty glad to get away, aren't you?" He hadn't much hope for his church building. He had not seen it yet. It was hidden behind the school building. But he expected a hideous brown hulk with plank buttresses. He was delighted then, proud as a worthy citizen elected mayor, when he came to an agreeable little church covered with gray shingles, crowned with a modest spire, rimmed with cropped lawn and flower beds. Excitedly he let himself in, greeted by the stale tomb-like odor of all empty churches. The interior was pleasant. It would hold 290, perhaps. The pews were of a light yellow, too glaring, but the walls were of soft cream, and in the chancel, with a white arch graceful above it, was a seemly white pulpit and a modest curtained choir loft. He explored. There was a goodish Sunday school room, a basement with tables, and a small kitchen. It was all cheerful, alive. It suggested a chance of growth. As he returned to the auditorium, he noted one good-colored memorial window, and through the clear glass of the others the friendly maples looked at him. He walked around the building. Suddenly he was overwhelmed and exalted with the mystic pride of ownership. It was all his own, and as such it was all beautiful. What beautiful soft gray shingles! What an exquisite spire! What a glorious maple tree! Yes, and what a fine cement walk! What a fine new ash can! What a handsome announcement board, soon to be starred with his own name. His! To do with as he pleased, and oh, he would do fine things, aspiring things, very important things. Never again, with this new reason for going on living, would he care for lower desires, for pride, for the adventure of women. Part 3. He entered the church again. He sat proudly in each of the 3 chairs on the platform, which, as a boy, he had believed to be reserved for the 3 persons of the Trinity. He stood up, leaned his arms on the pulpit, and to a worshipping throng, many standing, he boomed, "My brethren!" He was in an ecstasy such as he had not known since his hours with Sharon. He would start again. Sad started again. He vowed, never lie or cheat or boast, This town, it might be dull, but he would enliven it, make it his own creation, lift it to his own present glory. He would. Life opened before him, clean, joyous, full of the superb chances of a Christian knighthood. Some day he would be a bishop. Yes, but even that was nothing compared with the fact that he had won a victory over his lower nature. He knelt, and with his arms wide in supplication, he prayed, Lord, thou hast stooped to my great unworthiness, and taken even me to thy kingdom, who this moment hast shown me the abiding joy of righteousness. Make me whole, and keep me pure in all things, our Father. Thy will be done. Amen. He stood by the pulpit, tears in his eyes, his meaty hands clutching the cover of the great leather Bible till it cracked. The door at the other end of the aisle was opening, and he saw a vision standing on the threshold in the June sun. He remembered afterward, from some forgotten literary adventure in college, a couplet which signified to him the young woman who was looking at him from the door. Pale beyond porch and portal, crowned with calm leaves, she stands. She was younger than himself, yet she suggested a serene maturity, a gracious pride. She was slender, but her bosom was full, and some day she might be portly. Her face was lovely, her forehead wide, her brown eyes trusting, and smooth her chestnut hair. She had taken off her rose-trimmed straw hat, and was swinging it in her large, graceful hands. Virginal, stately, kind, most generous. She came passively down the aisle, a hand out, crying, It's Reverend Gantry, isn't it? I'm so proud to be the first to welcome you here in the church. I'm Cleo Benham. I lead the choir. Perhaps you've seen Papa? He's a trustee. He has the store. You sure are the first to welcome me, Sister Benham, and it's a mighty great pleasure to meet you. Yes, your father was so nice as to invite me for supper tonight. They shook hands with ceremony and sat beaming at each other in the front pew. He informed her that he was certain there was going to be a great spiritual awakening here. And she told him what lovely people there were in the congregation in the village, in the entire surrounding country. And her panting breast told him that she, the daughter of the village magnate, had instantly fallen in love with him. Part 4. Cleo Benham had spent 3 years in the Sparta Women's College, specializing in piano, organ, French, English literature, strictly expurgated, and study of the Bible. Returned to Banjo Crossing, she was a fervent church worker. She played the organ and rehearsed the choir. She was the superintendent of the juvenile departments in the Sunday school. She decorated the church for Easter, for funerals, for the Halloween supper. She was 27, 5 years younger than Elmer. Though she was not very lively in summer evening front porch chatter, though on the few occasions when she sinned against the discipline and danced, she seemed a little heavy on her feet, though she had a corseted purity which was dismaying to the earthy young men of Banjo Crossing. Yet she was handsome, she was kind, and her father was reputed to be worth not a cent less than $75,000. So almost no eligible male in the vicinity had hinted at proposing to her. Gently and compassionately, she had rejected them one by one. Marriage must, she felt, be a sacrament. She must be the helpmeet of someone who was doing a tremendous amount of good in the world. This good she identified with medicine or preaching. Her friends assured her, My, with your Bible training and your music and all, you'd make a perfect pastor's wife, just dandy. You'd be such a help to him. But no detached preacher or doctor had happened along, and she had remained insulated, a little puzzled, hungry over the children of her friends, each year more passionately given to hymnody and agonized solitary prayer. Now, with innocent boldness, she was exclaiming to Elmer, "We were so afraid the bishop would send us some pastor that was old and worn out. The people here are lovely, but they're kind of slow-going. They need somebody to wake them up. I'm so glad that he sent somebody that was young and attractive. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I was just thinking of the church, you understand." Her eyes said that she had not been just thinking of the church. She looked at her wristwatch, the first in Banjo Crossing, and chanted, "Why, my gracious, it's 6 o'clock. Would you like to walk home with me instead of going to Mrs. Clark's? You could wash up at Papa's." "You can't lose me," exulted Elmer, hastily amending, as the slangy youngsters say. "Yes, indeed, I should be very pleased to have the pleasure of walking home with you." Under the elms, past the rose bushes, through dust emblazoned by the declining sun, he walked with his stately abbess. He knew that she was the sort of wife who would help him to capture a bishopric. He persuaded himself that, with all her virtue, she would eventually be interesting to kiss. He noted that they made a fine couple. He told himself that she was the first woman he had ever found who was worthy of him. Then he remembered Sharon. But the pang lasted only for a moment. In the secure village peace, in the gentle flow of Cleo's voice. Part 4. Once he was out of the sacred briskness of his store, Mr. Nathaniel Benham forgot discounts and became an affable host. He said, "Well, well, brother," ever so many times, and shook hands profusely. Mrs. Benham, she was a large woman, rather handsome. She wore figured foulard and an apron over it. She had been helping in the kitchen. Mrs. Benham was equally cordial. "I'll just bet you're hungry, brother," cried she. And he was, after a lunch of ham sandwich and coffee at a station room on the way down. The Benham house was the proudest mansion in town. It was of yellow clapboards with white trim. It had a huge green porch and a little turret, a staircase window with a border of colored glass, and there was a real fireplace, though it was never used. In front of the house, to Elmer's admiration, was one of the 3 automobiles, which were all that were to be found in 1913 in Banjo Crossing. It was a bright red Buick with brass trimming. The Benham supper was as replete with fried chicken and theological questions as Elmer's first supper with Deacon Baines in Schernheim. But here was wealth, for which Elmer had a touching reverence. And here was Cleo. Lulu Baines had been a tempting mouthful. Cleo Benham was of the race of queens. To possess her, Elmer gloated, would in itself be an empire worth any battling. And yet he did not itch to get her in the corner and bust her, as he had Lulu. The slope of her proud shoulders did not make his fingers taut. After supper, on the screened porch, pleasant by dusk, Mr. Benham demanded, "What charges have you been holding, Brother Gantry?" Elmer modestly let him know how important he had been in the work of Sister Falconer. He admitted his scholarly research at Mizpah Seminary. He made quite enough of his success at Schernheim, and he let it be known that he had been practically assistant sales manager of the Pequot Farm Implement Company. Mr. Benham grunted with surprised admiration. Mrs. Benham gurgled, "My, we're lucky to have a real high-class preacher for once." And Cleo? She leaned toward Elmer in a deep willow chair, and her nearness was a charm. He walked back happily in the June darkness. He felt neighborly when an unknown muttered, "Evening, Reverend," and all the way he saw Cleo, proud as Athena, yet pliant as gold-skinned Aphrodite. He had found his work, his mate, his future. Virtue, he pointed out, certainly did pay. End of section 23, chapter 19. Section 24 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 24, Chapter 20, Parts 1 through 6. Part 1. He had 2 days to prepare his first sermon and unpack his trunk, his bags, and the books which he had purchased in Zenith. His possessions were not very consistent. He had a beautiful new morning coat, 3 excellent lounge suits, patent leather shoes, a noble derby, a flourishing top hat, but he had only 2 suits of underclothes, both ragged. His socks were of black silk, out at the toes. For breast pocket display, he had silk handkerchiefs, but for use, only cotton rags torn at the hem. He owned perfume, hair oil, talcum powder. His cufflinks were of solid gold, but for dressing gown he used his overcoat. His slippers were a frowsy pope, and the watch which he carried on a gold and platinum chain was a $1 alarm clock. He had laid in a fruitful theological library. He had bought the 50 volumes of the Expositor's Bible Source of Ready-Made Sermons, second-hand, for $13.75. He had the sermons of Spurgeon, Jefferson, Brooks, and J. Wilbur Chapman. He was willing to be guided by these masters and not insist on forcing his own ideas on the world. He had a very useful book by Bishop Aberman, The Very Appearance of Evil, advising young preachers to avoid sin. Elmer felt that this would be unusually useful in his new life. He had a dictionary. He liked to look at the colored plates depicting jewels, flags, plants, and aquatic birds. He had a Bible dictionary, a concordance, a history of the Methodist Church, a history of Protestant missions, commentaries on individual books of the Bible, an outline of theology, and Dr. Argyle's The Pastor and His Flock, which told how to increase church collections, train choirs, take exercise, placate deacons, and make pasteboard models of Solomon's temple to lead the little ones to holiness in the Sunday school. In fact, he had had a sufficient library, God's artillery in black and white, as Bishop Toomas wittily dubbed it, to inform himself of any detail in the practice of a professional good man. He would be able to produce sermons which would be highly informative about the geography of Palestine, yet useful to such of his fold as might have a sneaking desire to read magazines on the Sabbath. Thus guided, he could increase the church membership. He could give advice to errant youth. He could raise missionary funds so that the heathen in Calcutta and Peking might have the opportunity to become like the Reverend Elmer Gantry. Part 2. Though Cleo took him for a drive through the country, most of the time before Sunday he dedicated to refurbishing a sermon which he had often and successfully used with Sharon. The text was from Romans 1:16, quote, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to every one that believeth." Close quote. When he came up to the church on Sunday morning, tall and ample, grave and magnificent, his face fixed in a smile of friendliness, his morning coat bright in the sun, a Bible under his arm, Elmer was exhilarated by the crowd filtering into the church. The street was filled with country buggies and a Ford or two. As he went round to the back of the church, passing a knot at the door, they shouted cordially, "Good morning, brother, and fine day, Reverend." Cleo was waiting for him with the church choir, Miss Kloof, school teacher, Mrs. Deeble, wife of the implement dealer, Ed Perkins, delivery man for Mr. Benham, and Ray Fawcett, butter maker at the creamery. Cleo held his hand and rejoiced. "What a wonderful crowd there is this morning. I'm so glad." Together they peeped through the parlor door into the auditorium, and he almost put his arm around her firm waist. It would have seemed natural, very pleasant, and right and sweet. When he marched out to the chancel, the church was full, a dozen standing. They all breathed with admiration. He learned later that the last pastor had had trouble with his false teeth and a fondness for whining. He led the singing. "Come on now," he laughed. "You've got to welcome your new preacher. The best way is to put a lot of lung power into it and sing like the dickens. You can all make some kind of noise. Make a lot." Himself he gave example, his deep voice rolling out in hymns of which he had always been fond. "I love to tell the story," and "My faith looks up to thee." He prayed briefly. He was weary of prayers in which the priest ramblingly explained to God that God really was God. This was, he said, his first day with the new flock. Let the Lord give him ways of showing them his love and his desire to serve them. Before his sermon he looked from brother to brother. He loved them all that moment. They were his regiment, and he the colonel, his ship's crew, and he the skipper, his patients, and he the loyal physician. He began slowly, his great voice swelling to triumphant certainty as he talked. Voice, sureness, presence, training, power, he had them all. Never had he so well liked his role. Never had he acted so well. Never had he known such sincerity of histrionic instinct. He had solid doctrine for the older stalwarts. With comforting positiveness, he preached that the atonement was the one supreme fact in the world. It rendered the most sickly and threadbare the equals of kings and millionaires. It demanded of the successful that they make every act a recognition of the atonement. For the young people, he had plenty of anecdotes, and he was not afraid to make 'em laugh. While he did tell the gloomy incident of the boy who was drowned while fishing on Sunday, he also gave them the humorous story of the lad who declared he wouldn't go to school, "because it said in the 23rd Psalm that the Lord made him lie down in green pastures, and he sure did prefer that to school." For all of them, but particularly for Cleo, sitting at the organ, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes loyal, he winged into poetry. To preach the good news of the gospel, that was not, as the wicked pretended, a weak, sniveling, sanctimonious thing. It was a job for strong men and resolute women. For this the Methodist missionaries had faced the ferocious lion and the treacherous fever of the jungle, the poisonous cold of the Arctic, the parching desert, and the fields of battle. Were we to be less heroic than they? Here, now, in Banjo Crossing, there was no triumph of business so stirring, no despairing need of a sick friend so urgent as the call to tell blinded and perishing sinners of the necessity of repentance. Repentance, 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 in the name of the Lord God. His superb voice trumpeted it, and in Cleo's eyes were inspired tears. Beyond controversy, it was the best sermon ever heard in Banjo Crossing, and they told him so as he cheerily shook hands with them at the door. "Enjoy your discord a lot, Reverend." And Cleo came to him, her 2 hands out, and he almost kissed her. Part 3. Sunday school was held after morning services. Elmer determined that he was not going to attend Sunday school every week. Not on your life. Sneak in a nap before dinner. But this morning he was affable and expansively there, encouraging the little ones by a bright, short talk in which he advised them to speak the truth, obey their fathers and mothers, and give heed to the revelations of their teachers, such as Miss Mittie Lamb, the milliner, and Oscar Schultz, manager of the potato warehouse. Banjo Crossing had not yet touched the modern Sunday school methods, which in the larger churches in another 10 years were to divide the pupils as elaborately as public schools and to provide training classes for the teachers. But at least they had separated the children up to 10 years from the older students, and of this juvenile department Cleo Benham was superintendent. Elmer watched her going from class to class. He saw how naturally and affectionately the children talked to her. She'd make a great wife and mother, a great wife for a preacher, a great wife for a bishop, he noted. Section 4. Evening services at the Banjo Crossing Methodist Church had normally drawn less than 40 people, but there were 100 tonight, when fumblingly Elmer broke away from the old-fashioned church practice and began what was later to become his famous lively Sunday evenings. He chose the brighter hymns, Onward Christian Soldiers, Wonderful Worlds of Life, Brighten the Corners Where You Are, and the triumphant paean of When the Roll is Called Up Yonder, I'll Be There. Instead of making them drone through many stanzas, he had them sing one from each hymn. Then he startled them by shouting, "Now I don't want any of you old fellows to be shocked or say it isn't proper in church, because I'm going to get the spirit wakened and maybe get the old devil on the run. Remember, the Lord who made sunshine and the rejoicing hills must have been behind the fellows that wrote the glad songs. So I want you all to pipe up good and lively with Dixie. Yes, sir. Then for the old fellows like me, we'll have a stanza of that magnificent old reassurance of righteousness, how firm a foundation." Well, they did look shocked, some of them, but the youngsters, the boys and girls, keeping an aseptic tryst in the back of the pews, were delighted. He made them sing the chorus of Dixie over and over, till all but 1 or 2 of the rheumatic saints looked cheerful. His text was from Galatians, "But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, and peace." "Don't you ever listen for 1 second, he commanded, "to those wishy-washy fellows that carry water on both shoulders, that love to straddle the fence, that are scared of the sternness of the good old-time Methodist doctrine, and tell you that details don't mean anything, that dogmas and the discipline don't mean anything. They do. Justification means something. Baptism means something. It means something that the wicked and worldly stand for this horrible stinking tobacco and this insane alcohol, which makes a man like a murderer. But we Methodists keep ourselves pure and unspotted and undefiled. But tonight, on this first day of getting acquainted with you, brothers and sisters, I don't want to go into these details. I want to go down to the fundamental thing which details merely carry out. And that fundamental thing, what is it? What is it? What is it but Jesus Christ and his love for each and every one of us? Love, love, love. How beauteous the very word. Not carnal love, but the divine presence. What is love? Listen, it is the rainbow that stands out in all its glorious many-colored hues, illuminating and making glad again the dark clouds of life. It is the morning and evening star that in glad refulgence there on the odd horizon call nature's hearts to an uplifted rejoicing in God's marvelous firmament. Round about the cradle of the babe, sleeping so quietly while o'er him hangs in almost agonized adoration his loving mother, shines the miracle of love. And at the last sad end, comforting the hearts that bear its immortal permanence, round even the quiet tomb shines love. What is great art? And I am not speaking of ordinary pictures, but of those celebrated old masters with their great moral lessons. What is the mother of art? The inspiration of the poet, the patriot, the philosopher, and the great man of affairs, be he businessman or statesman. Yes, what inspires their every effort save love? Oh, do you not sometimes hear, stealing o'er the plains at dawn, coming as it were from some far distant secret place, a sound of melody? When our dear sister here plays the offertory, do you not seem sometimes to catch the distant rustle of the wings of cherubim? And what is music? Lovely, lovely music. What is fair melody? Ah, music, 'tis the voice of love. Ah, 'tis the magician that makes royal kings out of plain folks like us. 'Tis the perfume of the wondrous flower. 'Tis the strength of the athlete, strong and mighty to endure mid the heat and the dust of the valorous conquest. Ah, love, love, love. Without it we are less than beasts. With it earth is heaven, and we are the gods. Yes, that is what love, created by Christ Jesus and conveyed through all the generations by his church, particularly, it seems to me, by the great, broad, democratic, liberal brotherhood of the Methodist Church, that is what it means to us. I am reminded of an incident in my early youth while I was in the university. There was a young man in my class, I will not give you his name, except to say we called him Jim, a young man pleasing to the eye, filled with every possibility for true, deep Christian service, but alas, so beset with the boyish pride of mere intellect, of mere smart aleck egotism, that he was unwilling to humble himself before the source of all intellect and accept Jesus as his Savior. I was very fond of Jim. In fact, I had been willing to go and room with him in the hope of bringing him to his senses and getting him to embrace salvation. But he was a man who had read books by folks like Ingersoll and Thomas Paine, fool, swell-headed folks that thought they knew more than Almighty God. He would quote their polluted and devil-inspired ravings instead of listening to the cool, healing stream that gushes blessedly forth from the Holy Bible. Well, I argued and argued and argued. I guess that shows I was pretty young and foolish myself, but one day I was inspired to something bigger and better than any arguments. I just said to Jim, all of a sudden, "Jim," I said, "do you love your father?" A fine old Christian gentleman his father was, too, a country doctor with that heroism, that self-sacrifice, that wide experience which the country doctor has. "Do you love your old dad?" I asked him. Naturally, Jim was awful fond of his father, and he was kind of hurt that I should have asked him. "Sure, of course I do," he says. "Well, Jim," I says, "does your father love you?" "Why, of course he does," said Jim. "Then look here, Jim," I said, "if your earthly father can love you, how much more must your Father in heaven, who created all love, how much more must he care and yearn for you?" Well, sir, that knocked him right over. He forgot all the smart aleck things he had been reading. He just looked at me, and I could see a tear quivering in the lad's eyes as he said, "I see what you mean now, and I want to say, friend, that I'm going to accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Master." Oh, yes, 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 how beautiful it is, the golden glory of God's love. Do you not feel it? I mean that. I don't mean just a snuffling, lazy, mechanical acceptance, but a passionate. He had 'em. It had been fun to watch the old fanatics who had objected to the singing of Dixie come under his spell and admit his power. He had preached straight at one of them after another. He had conquered them all. At the end, they all shook hands even more warmly than in the morning. Cleo stood back, hypnotized. When he came to her, she intoned, her eyes unseeing, "Oh, Reverend Gantry, this is the greatest day our old church has ever known." Did you like what I said of love? Oh, yes, yes. She spoke as one asleep. She seemed not to know that he was holding her hand softly. She walked out of the church beside him, unspeaking, and of her tranced holiness he felt a little awe. Part 6. In his attention to business, Elmer had not given special heed to the collections. It had not been carelessness, for he knew his technique as a professional good man. But the first day he felt he ought to establish himself as a spiritual leader. And when they all understood that, he would see to it that they paid suitably for the spiritual leadership. Was not the laborer worthy of his hire? End of section 24 of Elmer Gantry. Section 25 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 25, Chapter 20, Parts 7 through 12. Part 7. The reception to welcome Elmer was held the next Tuesday evening in the basement of the church. From 7:30, when they met, till 7:45, he was busy with prodigious amount of handshaking. They told him he was very eloquent, very spiritual. He could see Cleo's pride at their welcome. She had the chance to whisper, "Do you realize how much it means? Mostly they aren't anything like so welcoming to a new preacher. Oh, I am so glad." Brother Benham called them to order in the basement, and Sister Kilween sang "The Holy City" as a solo. It was pretty bad. Brother Benham, in a short, hesitating talk, said they had been delighted by Brother Gantry's sermons. Brother Gantry, in a long and gushing talk, said that he was delighted by Brother Benham, the other Benhams, the rest of the congregation, Banjo Crossing, Banjo County, the United States of America, Bishop Toomas, and the Methodist Episcopal Church North in all its departments. Cleo concluded the celebration with a piano solo, and there was a great deal more of handshaking. It seemed to be the rule that whoever came or was pushed within reach of the pastor, no matter how many times during the evening, should attack his hand each time. And they had cake and homemade ice cream. It was very dull, and to Elmer, very grateful. He felt accepted, secure, and ready to begin his work. Part 8. He had plans for the Wednesday evening prayer meeting. He knew what a prayer meeting in Banjo Crossing would be like. They would drone a couple of hymns, and the faithful, half a dozen of them, always using the same words, would pop up and mumble, "Oh, I thank the Lord that he has revealed himself to me and has shown me the error of my ways, and oh, that those who have not seen his light and whose hearts are heavy with sin may turn to him this evening while they still have life and breath," which they never did. And the sullenly unhappy woman in the faded jacket at the back would demand, "I want the prayers of the congregation to save my husband from the sins of smoking and drinking." I may not, Elmer meditated, be as swell a scholar as old Toomas, but I can invent a lot of stunts and everything to wake the church up and attract the crowds, and that's worth a whole lot more than all this yowling about the prophets and theology. He began his stunts with that first prayer meeting. He suggested, "I know that a lot of us want to give testimony, but sometimes it's hard to think of new ways of saying things, and let me suggest something new. Let's give our testimony by picking out hymns that express just how we feel about the dear Savior and his help. Then we can all join together in the gladsome testimony." It went over. "That's a fine fellow, that new Methodist preacher," said the villagers that week. They were shy enough and awkward and apparently indifferent, but in a friendly way they were spying on him, equally ready to praise him as a neighbor or snicker at him as a fool. "Yes," they said, "a fine fellow, and smart's a whip, and mighty eloquent, and a real husky man. Looks you right straight in the eye. Only thing that bothers me, he's too good to stay here with us, and if he is so good, why'd they ever send him here in the first place? What's wrong with him? Boozer, do you think?" Elmer, who knew his Paris, Kansas, his Gritzmacher Springs, had guessed that precisely these would be the opinions, and he took care, as he hand-shook his way from store to store, house to house, to explain that for years he had been out in the evangelistic field, and that by advice of his old and true friend, Bishop Toomas, he was taking this year in a small garden patch to set up for his labors to come. He was assiduous, but careful, in his pastoral calls on the women. He praised their gingerbread Morris chairs and souvenirs of Niagara, and their children's school exercise books. He became friendly as he could be to any male, with the village doctor, the village homeopath, the lawyer, the station agent, and all the staff at Benham's store. But he saw that if he was to take the position suitable to him in the realm of religion, he must study. He must gather several more ideas and ever so many new words to be put together for the enlightenment of the generation. Part 9. His duties at Banjo Crossing were not violent, and hour after hour in his quiet chamber at the residence of the widow Clark, he gave himself trustingly to scholarship. He continued his theological studies. He read all the sermons by Beecher, Brooks, and Chapman. He read 3 chapters of the Bible daily, and he got clear through the letter G in the Bible dictionary. Especially, he studied the Methodist discipline in preparation for his appearance before the annual conference board of examiners as a candidate for full conference membership, full ministerhood. The discipline, which is a combination of Methodist prayer book and bylaws, was not always exciting. Elmer felt a lack of sermon material and spiritual quickening in the paragraph, "The concurrent recommendation of 2/3 of all the members of the several annual conferences present and voting, and of 2/3 of all the members of the lay electoral conferences present and voting, shall suffice to authorize the next ensuing general conference by a 2/3 vote to alter or amend any of the provisions of this Constitution, excepting Article 10, Paragraph 1. And also, whenever such alteration or amendment shall have been first recommended by a general conference by 2/3 vote, then so soon as 2/3 of all the members of the several annual conferences present and voting, and 2/3 of all the members of the lay electoral conferences present and voting shall have concurred therein, such alteration or amendment shall take effect, and the result of the vote shall be announced by the general superintendents." He liked better, from the articles of religion in the discipline, the offering of Christ, once made, is that perfect redemption, propitiation, and satisfaction for all the sins of the whole world, both original and actual. And there is none other satisfaction for sin but that alone. Wherefore, the sacrifice of masses, in which it is commonly said that the priest doth offer Christ for the quick and the dead, to have remission of pain or guilt, is a blasphemous fable and dangerous deceit. He wasn't altogether certain what it meant, but it had such a fine, uplifting roll. Blasphemous fable and dangerous deceit. Fine. He informed his edified congregation the next Sunday that the infallibility of the Pope was a blasphemous fable and a dangerous deceit, and they almost jumped. He had much edification from these rules for a preacher's conduct in the discipline. Be serious. Let your motto be, holiness to the Lord. Avoid all lightness, jesting, and foolish talking. Converse sparingly, and conduct yourself prudently with women. Tell everyone under your care what you think wrong in his conduct and temper, and that lovingly and plainly, as soon as may be, else it will fester in your heart. As a general method of employing our time, we advise you, 1, as often as possible, to rise at 4, 2, from 4 to 5 in the morning, and from 5 to 6 in the evening to meditate, pray, and read the Scriptures with notes. Extirpate out of our church buying or selling goods which have not paid the duty laid upon them by government. Extirpate bribery receiving anything, directly or indirectly, for voting at any election. Elmer became a model in all these departments, except perhaps avoiding lightness and jesting, conducting himself in complete prudence with women, telling everyone under his care what he thought wrong with them. That would have taken all his spare time, rising at 4 and extirpating sellers of smuggled goods. For his grades, to be examined by the annual conference, he wrote to Dean Prosper at Mizpah. He explained to the dean that he had seen a great new light, that he had worked with Sister Falconer, but that it had been the early influences of Dean Prosper which, working somewhat slowly, had led him to his present perfection. He received the grades with a letter in which the dean observed, quote, I hope you will not overwork your new zeal for righteousness. It might be hard on folks. I seem to recall a tendency in you to overdo a lot of things. As a Baptist, let me congratulate the Methodists on having you. If you really do mean all you say about your present state of grace, well, don't let that keep you from going right on praying. There may still be virtues for you to acquire. Close quote. Well, by God, raged the misjudged saint, and oh, rats, that's the odds. Got the credentials anyway, and he says I can get my BD by passing an examination. Trouble with old Trosper is he's one of those smart alecks. To hell with him. Part 10. Along with his theological and ecclesiastical researches, Elmer applied himself to more worldly literature. He borrowed books from Clio and from the tiny village library, housed in the public school, and on his occasional trips to Sparta, the nearest sizable city, he even bought a volume or two when he could find good editions second-hand. He began with Browning. He had heard a lot about Browning. He had heard that he was a stylish poet and an inspiring thinker. But personally, he did not find that he cared so much for Browning. There were so many lines that he had to read 3 or 4 times before they made sense, and there was so much stuff about Italy and all those WAP countries. But Browning did give him a number of new words for the notebook of polysyllables and phrases which he was to keep for years, and which was to secrete material for some of his most rotund public utterances. There has been preserved a page from it. Incinerate, burn up. Merovingian French tribe about A.D. 500. Remark, Golgotha was scene of crucifixion. Leigh Hunt, poet, 1840. No good. Lapin blue, a flower. Defeasance, making nicks. Chanson, pronounced chanson, French kind of song. Remark, man worthwhile is a man who can smile when everything goes dead wrong. Sermon on Man says that other planets inhabit it. Nix, 'cause Bible says 0 of Christ trying to save them. Tennyson. Elmer found more elevating than Browning. He liked Maud. She resembled Cleo, only not so friendly, and he delighted in the homicides and morality of Idols of the King. He tried Fitzgerald's Omar, which had been recommended by his literary set at Terwillinger, and he made a discovery which he thought of communicating through the press. He had heard it said that Omar was non-religious, but when he read, myself when young did eagerly frequent doctor and saint, and heard great argument about it and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went. He perceived that in this quatrain Omar obviously meant that though teachers might do a whole lot of arguing, Omar himself stuck to his beliefs in Jesus. In Dickens, Elmer had a revelation. He had not known that any literature published previous to the Saturday Evening Post could be so thrilling. He did not care so much for the humor. It seemed to him that Mr. Dickens was vulgar and almost immoral. When he got Pickwick drunk and calls Mantalini to contemplate suicide, but he loved the sentiment. When Paul Dombey died, Elmer could have wept. When Miss Nickleby protected her virtue against Sir Mulberry Hawk, Elmer would have liked to have been there, both as a parson and as an athlete, to save her from that accursed society man so typical of his class in debauching youth and innocence? Yes, sir, you bet. That's great stuff, exulted Elmer. There is a writer that goes right down to the depths of human nature. Great stuff. I'll preach on him when I get these hicks educated up to literary sermons. But his artistic pursuits could not be all play. He had to master philosophy as well. And he plunged into Carlyle and Elbert Hubbard. He terminated the first plunge very icy with haste. But in the biographies by Mr. Hubbard, at that time dominating America, Elmer found inspiration. He learned that Rockefeller had not come to be head of Standard Oil by chance, but by labor, genius, and early Baptist training. He learned that there are sermons in stones, edification in farmers, beatitude in bankers, and style in adjectives. Elmer, who had always lived as publicly as a sparrow, could not endure keeping his literary treasures to himself. But for once, Cleo Benham was not an adequate mate. He felt that she had read more of such belles lettres as the Message to Garcia than even himself. So his companion in artistic adventure was Clyde Tippie, the Reverend Clyde Tippie, pastor of the United Brethren Church of Banjo Crossing. Clyde was not, like Elmer, educated. He had left high school after his second year, and since then he had only had 1 year in a United Brethren seminary. Elmer didn't think much, he decided, of all this associating with fellowshipping with a lot of rival preachers. It was his job, wasn't it, to get their parishioners away from them? But it was an ecstasy to have for once a cleric to whom he could talk down. He called frequently on the Reverend Mr. Tippie, which, at the age of 26, Clyde occupied with his fat wife and 4 children. Mr. Tippie had pale blue eyes, and he wore a 14.5 collar encircling a 13 neck. "Clyde," crowed Elmer, "if you're going to reach the greatest number and not merely satisfy their spiritual needs, but give 'em a rich, full, joyous life, you gotta explain great literature to 'em." "Yes, maybe that's right. Haven't had time to read much, but I guess there's a lot of fine lessons to be learned out of literature," said the Reverend Mr. Tippie. "Is there? Say, listen to this from Longfellow, the poet. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal." And this, just get the dandy swing to it. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. I read that way back in school, reader, but I never had anybody to show me what it meant, like I'm going to do with my congregation. Just think, the grave is not its goal. Why, say, Longfellow is just as much of a preacher as you or I are, eh? Yes, I guess so. I'll have to read some of his poetry. Could you lend me the book? You bet I will, Clyde. Be a fine thing for you. A young preacher like you has got to remember, if you'll allow an older hand to say so, that our education isn't finished when we start preaching. We got to go on enlarging our mental horizons. See how I mean? Now I'm going to start you off reading David Copperfield. Say, that's full of fine passages. There's this scene where this David, he had an aunt that everybody thought she was simply an old crab. But the poor little fellow, his father-in-law, I hope it won't shock you to hear a preacher say it, but he was an old son of a gun. That's what he was. And he treated David horribly, simply horribly. And David ran away and found his aunt's house. And then it proved she was fine and dandy to him. Say, it'll just make the tears come to your eyes. The place where he finds her house, and she don't recognize him, and he tells her who he is, and then she kneels right down beside him and shows him how none of us are justified in thinking other folks are mean just because we don't understand them. You bet. Yes, sir, David Copperfield, you sure can't go wrong reading that book. David Copperfield? I've heard the name. It's mighty nice of you to come and tell me about it, brother. Oh, that's nothing at all. Mighty glad to help you in any way I can, Clyde. Elmer's success as a literary and moral evangel to Mr. Clyde Tippie sent him back to his excavations with new fervor. He would lead the world not only to virtue, but to beauty. Considering everything, Longfellow seemed the best news to carry to the surprised and waiting world, and Elmer managed to get through many pages, solemnly marking the passages which he was willing to sanction, and in which did not mention wine. Ah, nothing is too late till the tired world shall cease to palpitate. Cato learned Greek at 80. Sophocles wrote his grand Oedipus, and Simonides bore off the prize of verse from his compeers when each had numbered more than 80 years. Elmer did not, perhaps, know very much about Simonides, but with these instructive lines he was able to decorate a sermon in each of the pulpits he was henceforth to hold. He worked his way with equal triumph through James Russell Lowell, Whittier, and Ella Wheeler Wilcox. He gave up Kipling because he found that he really enjoyed reading Kipling and concluded that he could not be a good poet. But he was magnificent in discovering Robert Burns. Then he collided with Josiah Royce. Part 11. Bishop Wesley R. Toomas had suggested to Elmer that he ought to read philosophy, and he had recommended Royce. He himself, he said, hadn't been able to give so much time to Royce as he would have liked, but he knew that here was a splendid field for any intellectual adventurer. So Elmer came back from Sparta with the 2 volumes of Royce's The World and the Individual, and 2 new detective stories. He would skip pleasantly but beneficially through Royce, then pick up whatever ideas he might find in all these other philosophers he had heard mentioned, James Contin Bergson, and who was that fellow with a funny name? Spinoza. He opened the first volume of Royce confidently and drew back in horror. He had a nice, long, free afternoon in which to become wise. He labored on. He read each sentence 6 times. His mouth drooped pathetically. It did not seem fair that a Christian knight who was willing to give his time to listening to people's ideas should be treated like this. He sighed and read the first paragraph again. He sighed, and the book dropped into his lap. He looked around. On the stand beside him was one of the detective stories. He reached for it. It began as all proper detective stories should begin, with the tap room of the Cat and Fiddle Inn, on a stormy night, when gusts of rain beat against the small ancient casement, but within all was bright and warm. The turkey-red curtains shone in the firelight, and the burnished candles of the beer pump. An hour later, Elmer had reached the place where the Scotland Yard inspector was attacked from the furze bush by the maniac. He excitedly crossed his legs, and Royce fell to the floor and lay there. But he kept at it. In less than 3 months, he had reached page 51 of the first volume of Royce. Then he bogged down in a footnote. Start of footnote. The scholastic textbooks, namely, as for instance the Disputations of Suarez, employ our terms much as follows. Being, ends, taken quite in the abstract, such writers said, is a word that will equally apply both to the what and to the that. Thus, if I speak of the being of a man, I may, according to this usage, mean either the ideal nature of a man, apart from man's existence, or the existence of a man. The term being is so far indifferent to both of the sharply sundered senses. In this sense, being may be viewed as of two sorts. As the what, it means the essence of things, or the esse essentia. In this sense, by the being of a man, you mean simply the definition of what a man as an idea means. As the that, being means the existent being, or esse existentia. The esse existentia of a man, or its existent being, would be what it would possess only if it existed. And so the scholastic writers in question always have to point out whether by the term ens, or being, they in any particular passage are referring to the what or to the that, to the esse existentia or to the existentia. End of footnote. The Reverend Elmer Gantry drew his breath, quietly closed the book, and shouted, "Oh, shut up!" He never again read any philosophy more abstruse than that of Wallace D. Wattles or Edward Bach. Part 12. He did not neglect his not very arduous duties. He went fishing, which gained him credit among the males. He procured a dog, also a sound, manly thing to do, and though he occasionally kicked the dog in the country, he was clamorously affectionate with it in the town. He went up to Sparta now and then to buy books, attend the movies, and sneak into theaters. And though he was tempted by other diversions even less approved by the Methodist discipline, he really did make an effort to keep from falling. By enthusiasm and brass, he raised most of the church debt, and made agitation for a new carpet. He risked condemnation by having a cornet solo right in the church one Sunday evening. He kept himself from paying too much attention, except for rollickingly kissing her once or twice, to the 14-year-old daughter of his landlady. He was, in fact, full of good works and clerical exemplariness. But the focus of his life now was Cleo Benham. End of section 25, chapter 20. Section 26 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 26, Chapter 21, Part 1. With women, Elmer had always considered himself what he called a quick worker. But the properties of the ministry, the delighted suspicion with which the gossips watched a preacher who went courting, hindered his progress with Cleo. He could not, like the young blades in town, walk with Cleo up the railroad tracks or through the willow-shaded pasture by Banjo River. He could hear 10,000 Methodist elders croaking, "Avoid the very appearance of evil." He knew that she was in love with him, had been, ever since she had first seen him, a devout yet manly leader, standing by the pulpit in the late light of summer afternoon. He was certain that she would surrender to him whenever he should demand it. He was certain that she had every desirable quality, and yet, somehow she did not stir him. Was he afraid of being married and settled with monogamic? Was it simply that she needed awakening? How could he awaken her when her father was always in the way? Whenever he called on her, old Benham insisted on staying in the parlor. He was, strictly outside of business hours, an amateur of religion, fond of talking about it, just as Elmer, shielded by the piano, was always ready to press Cleo's hand. Benham would lumber up and twang. "What do you think, brother? Do you believe salvation comes by faith or works?" Elmer made it all clear, muttering to himself, "Well, you old devil, with that cutthroat store of yours, you better get into heaven on faith, for God knows you'll never do it on works." And when Elmer was about to slip out to the kitchen with her to make lemonade, Benham held him by demanding, "What do you think of John Wesley's doctrine of perfection?" "Oh, it's absolutely sound and proven," admitted Elmer, wondering what the devil Mr. Wesley's doctrine of perfection might be. It is possible that the presence of the elder Benhams, preventing too close a communication with Cleo, kept Elmer from understanding what it meant that he should not greatly have longed to embrace her. He translated his lack of urgency into virtue, and went about assuring himself that he was indeed a reformed and perfected character, and so went home and hung about the kitchen, chattering with little Jane Clark in pastoral jokiness. Even when he was alone with Cleo, when she drove him in the proud Benham motor for calls in the country, even while he was volubly telling himself how handsome she was, he was never quite natural with her. Part 2. He called on an evening of late November, and both her parents were out attending Eastern Star. She looked dreary and red-eyed. He crowed benevolently while they stood at the parlor door. "Why, Sister Cleo, what's the matter? You look kind of sad." "Oh, it's nothing." "Come on now, tell me. I'll pray for you or beat somebody up, whichever you prefer." "Oh, I don't think you ought to joke about. Anyway, it's really nothing." She was staring at the floor. He felt buoyant and dominating, so delightfully stronger than she. He lifted her chin with his forefinger, demanding, "Look up at me now." In her naked eyes there was such a shameful, shameless longing for him that he was drawn. He could not but slip his arm around her, and she dropped her head on his shoulder, weeping, all her pride gone from her now. He was so exalted by the realization of his own power that he took it for passion, and suddenly he was kissing her, unconscious of the pale fineness of her skin, her flattering yielding to him. Suddenly he was blurting, "I've loved you, oh, terrible, ever since the first second I saw you." As she sat on his knee, as she drooped against him unresisting, he was certain that she was very beautiful, altogether desirable. The Benhams came home, Mrs. Benham to cry happily over the engagement, and Mr. Benham to indulge in a deal of cordial backslapping, and such jests as, "Well, my golly, now I'm going to have a real live preacher in the family. I guess I'll have to be so doggone honest that the store won't hardly pay." Part 3. His mother came on from Kansas for the wedding in January. Her happiness in seeing him in his pulpit, in seeing the beauty and purity of Cleo, and the prosperity of Cleo's father, was such that she forgot her long dragging sorrow in his many disloyalties to the God she had given him, in his having deserted the Baptist sanctuary for the dubious, the almost agnostic liberalisms of the Methodists. With his mother present, with Cleo going about roused to a rosy excitement, with Mrs. Benham mothering everybody and frantically cooking, with Mr. Benham taking him out to the back porch and presenting him with a check for $5,000, Elmer had the feeling of possessing a family, of being rooted and solid and secure. For the wedding, there were scores of coconut cakes and hundreds of orange blossoms, roses from a real city florist in Sparta, new photographs for the family album, a tub of strictly temperance punch, and beautiful but modest lingerie for Cleo. It was tremendous. But Elmer was a little saddened by the fact that there was no one whom he wanted for best man, no one who had been his friend since Jim Lefferts. He asked Ray Fawcett, butter maker at the creamery and choir singer in the church, and the village was flattered that out of the hundreds of intimates Elmer must have had in the great world outside, he should have chosen one of their own boys. They were married during a half-blizzard by the district superintendent. They took the train for Zenith to stop overnight on their way to Chicago. Not till he was on the train, the shouting and the rice showers over, did Elmer gasp to himself, looking at Cleo's rather unchanging smile, "Oh, good God, I've gone and tied myself up, and I never can have any fun again." But he was very manly, gentlemanly, in fact. He concealed his distaste for her and entertained her with an account of the beauties of Longfellow. Part 4. Cleo looked tired, and toward the end of the journey, in the winter evening, with the gale desolate, scarce to be listening to his observations on graded Sunday school lessons, the treatment of corns, his triumphs at Sister Falconer's meetings, and the inferiority of the Reverend Clyde Tipperary. "Well, you might pay a little attention to me anyway," he snarled. "Oh, I'm sorry. I really was paying attention. I'm just tired. All the preparations for the wedding and everything." She looked at him beseechingly. "Oh, Elmer, you must take care of me. I'm giving myself to you entirely. Oh, completely." "Huh? So you look at it as a sacrifice to marry me, do you?" "Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way." "And I suppose you think I don't intend to take care of you?" "Sure. Probably I'll stay out late at night and play cards and gamble and drink and run around after women. Of course." "I'm not a minister of the gospel. I'm a saloon keeper." "Oh, dear, 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 oh, my dearest, I didn't mean to hurt you. I just meant you're so strong and big, and oh, of course, I'm not a tiny little thing, but I haven't got your strength." He enjoyed feeling injured, but he was warning himself, "Shut up, you chump. You'll never educate her to make love if you go bawling her out." He magnanimously comforted her. "Oh, I know, of course, you poor dear. Fool thing anyway, your mother having this big wedding, and all the eats and the relatives coming in and everything." And with all this, she still seemed distressed. But he patted her hand and talked about the cottage they were going to furnish in Banjo Crossing, and as he thought of the approaching zenith of their room at the O'Hearn house, there was no necessity for a full suite as formerly, when he had had to impress the prosperity pupils. He became more ardent, whispered to her that she was beautiful, stroked her arm till she trembled. Part 5. The bellboy had scarcely closed the door of their room with its double bed when he had seized her, torn off her overcoat with its snow-wet collar, and hurled it on the floor. He kissed her throat. When he had loosened his clasp, she retreated, the back of her hand fearfully at her lips, her voice terrified as she begged, "Oh, don't! Not now! I'm afraid!" "That's damned nonsense!" he raged, stalking her as she backed away. "Oh, no! Please!" "Say, what the devil do you think marriage is?" "Oh, I've never heard you curse before." "My God, I wouldn't, if you didn't act so's it'd try the patience of a saint on a monument." He controlled himself. No, I'm sorry. Guess I'm kind of tired, too." There, little girl. Didn't mean to scare you. Excuse me. Just showed I was crazy in love with you, don't you see?" To his broad and apostolic smirk she responded with a weak smile, and he seized her again, laid his thick hand on her breast. Between his long embraces, though his anger at her limpness was growing, he sought to encourage her by shouting, "Come on now, Clee, show some spunk." She did not forbid him again. She was merely a pale acquiescent, pale save when she flushed happily as he made fun of the old-fashioned long-sleeved nightgown which she timidly put on in the indifferent privacy of the bathroom. "Gee, you might as well wear a gunny sack," he roared, holding out his arms. She tried to look confident as she slowly moved toward him, and she did not succeed. Fella ought to be brutal for her own sake, he told himself, and seized her shoulders. When he awoke beside her and found her crying, he really did have to speak up to her. "You look here now. The fact you're a preacher's wife doesn't keep you from being human. You're a fine one to teach brats in Sunday school," he said, and many other strong-spirited things, while she wept, her hair disordered around her meek face, which he hated. Part 6. The discovery that Cleo would never be a lively lover threw him the more into ambition when they had returned to Banjo Crossing. Cleo, though she was unceasingly bewildered by his furies, found something of happiness in furnishing their small house, arranging his books, admiring his pulpit eloquence, and in receiving, as the pastor's wife, homage even from her old friends. He was able to forget her, and all his thought went to his holy climbing. He was eager for the annual conference in the spring. He had to get on to a larger town, a larger church. He was bored by Banjo Crossing. The life of a small-town preacher, prevented from engaging even in the bucolic pleasures, is rather duller than that of a watchman at a railroad crossing. Elmer hadn't actually enough to do. Though later in institutional churches he was to be as hustling as any other businessman, now he had not over 20 hours a week of real activity. There were 4 meetings every Sunday, if he attended Sunday school and Epworth League as well as church. There was church meeting on Wednesday evening, choir practice on Friday, and the Ladies' Aid and the Missionary Society every fortnight or so, and perhaps once a fortnight a wedding, a funeral. Pastoral calls took not over 6 hours a week. With the aid of his reference books he could prepare his 2 sermons in 5 hours, and on weeks when he felt lazy or the fishing was good, that was 3 hours more than he actually took. In the austerities of the library, Elmer was indolent, but he did like to rush about, meet people, make a show of accomplishment. It wasn't possible to accomplish much in Banjo. The good villagers were content with his Sunday and Wednesday meeting piety. But he did begin to write advertisements for his weekly services, the inception of that salesmanship of salvation which was to make him known and respected in every advertising club and forward-looking church in the country. The readers of notices to the effect that services would be held as usual in the Banjo Valley Pioneer were startled to find among the Presbyterian Church the Disciples' Church, the United Brethren Church, the Baptist Church, this advertisement. Wake up, Mr. Devil. If old Satan were as lazy as some would-be Christians in this burg, we'd all be safe. But he isn't. Come out next Sunday, 10:30 a.m., and hear a red-blooded sermon by Reverend Gantry on Would Jesus Play Poker? At the M.E. Church. He improved his typewriting, and that was a fine thing to do. The Reverend Elmer Gantry's powerful nature had been cramped by the slow use of a pen. It needed the gallop of the keys, and from his typewriter were increasingly to come floods of new moral and social gospels. In February, he held 2 weeks of intensive evangelistic meetings. He had in a traveling missioner who wept, and his wife who sang. Neither of them, Elmer chuckled privately, could compare with himself, who had worked with the Sharon Falconer. But they were now new to Banjo Crossing, and he saw to it that it was himself who, at the climax of hysteria, charged down into the frightened mob and warned them that unless they came up and knelt in subjection, they might be snatched to hell before breakfast. There were 12 additions to the church, and 5 renewals of faith on the part of backsliders, and Elmer was able to have published in the Western Christian Advocate a note which carried his credit through all the circles of the saints. The church at Banjo Crossing has had a remarkable and stirring revival under Brother T.R. Feasels and Sister Feasels. The singing evangelist, assisted by the local pastor, Reverend Gantry, who was himself formerly in evangelistic work as assistant to the late Sharon Falconer. A great outpouring of the Spirit and far-reaching results were announced, with many united with the church. He also, after letting his town know how much it added to his burdens, revived and every week for 2 weeks personally supervised a junior Epworth League, the juvenile department of that admirable association of young people whose purpose is, it has itself announced, to take the wreck out of recreation and make it recreation. He had a note from Bishop Toomas, hinting that the bishop had most gratifying reports from the district superintendent about Elmer's diligent and genuinely creative efforts, and hinting that at the coming annual conference, Elmer would be shifted to a considerably larger church. Fine, glowed Elmer. Gosh, I'll be glad to get away. These rubes here get as much out of high-class religion, like I give them, as a fleet of mules. Part 7. Ishua Rogers was dead, and they were holding his funeral at the Methodist Church. As farmer, as storekeeper, as postmaster, he had lived all his 79 years in Banjo Crossing. Old J.F. Whittlesey was shaken by Ishua's death. They had been boys together, young men together, neighbors on the farm, and in his last years, when Ishua was nearly blind and living with his daughter Jenny, J.F. Whittlesey had come into town every day to spend hours sitting with him on the porch, wrangling over Blaine and Grover Cleveland. Whittlesey hadn't another friend left alive. To drive past Jenny's now and not see old friend Ishua made the world empty. He was in the front row at the church. He could see his friend's face in the open coffin. All of Ishua's meanness and fussiness and care was wiped out. There was only the dumb nobility with which he had faced blizzard and August heat, labor and sorrow. Only the heroic thing Whittlesey had loved in him. And he would not see Ishua again ever. He listened to Elmer, who, his eyes almost filled at the drama of a church full of people mourning their old friend, lulled them with Revelation's triumphant song. These are they that come out of the great tribulation, and they washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and they serve him day and night in his temple. and he that sitteth on the throne shall spread his tabernacle over them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun strike upon them, nor any heat. For the Lamb that is in the midst of the throne shall be their shepherd, and shall guide them unto fountains of waters of life, and God shall wipe away every tear from their eyes. They sang, O God, our help in ages past, and Elmer led the singing, while old Whittlesey tried to pipe up with them. They filed past the coffin. When Whittlesey had his last moment's glimpse of Issua's sunken face, his dry eyes were blind, and he staggered. Elmer caught him with his great arms and whispered, He has gone to his salvation, to his great reward. Don't let's sorrow for him. In Elmer's confident strength, old Whittlesey found reassurance. He clung to him, muttering, God bless you, brother, before he hobbled out. Part 8. You were wonderful at the funeral today. I've never seen you so sure of immortality, worshipped Cleo as they walked home. Yeah, but they didn't appreciate it, not even when I said about how this old fella was a sure enough hero. We got to get on to some burg where I'll have a chance. Don't you think God's in Banjo Crossing as much as in a city? Oh, now, Cleo, don't go and get religious on me. You simply can't understand how it takes it out of a fella to do a funeral rite and send them all home solaced. You may find God here, but you don't find the salaries. He was not angry with Cleo now, nor bullying. In these 2 months he had become indifferent to her, indifferent enough to stop hating her and to admire her conduct of the Sunday school, her tactful handling of the good sisters of the church when they came snooping to the parsonage. I think I'll take a little walk, he muttered when they reached home. He came to the widow Clark's house, where he had lived as bachelor. Jane was out in the yard, the March breeze molding her shirt about her, rosy face darker and eyes more soft as she saw the pastor hailing her, magnificently raising his head. She fluttered toward him. You folks ever miss me? I guess you're glad to get rid of the old preacher that was always cluttering up the house. Well, we miss you awfully. He felt his whole body yearning toward her. Hurriedly he left her, and wished he hadn't left her, and hastened to get himself far from the danger to his respectability. He hated Cleo again now, in an injured, puzzled way. I think I'll sneak up to Sparta this week, he fumed. Then, no, conference coming in 10 days, can't take any chances till after that. Part 9. The annual conference, held in Sparta late in March, the high time of the year when the Methodist preachers of half a dozen districts were together for prayer and rejoicing, to hear the progress of the kingdom, and incidentally to learn whether they were to have better jobs this coming year. The bishop presiding, Wesley R. Toomis, himself, with his district superintendents grave and bustling, the preachers trying to look as though prospective higher salaries were unworthy of their attention. Between meetings they milled about in the large auditorium of the Preston Memorial Methodist Church, visiting laymen and nearly 300 ministers. Veteran county parsons, whiskered and bespectacled, rusty-coated and stooped, still serving 2 county churches, or 3 or 4, driving their 50 miles a week, content for reading with the Scriptures and the Weekly Advocate. New-fledged country preachers, their large hands still calloused from plow handle and reins, content for learning with 2 years of high school, content with the Old Testament for history and geology. The preachers of the larger towns, most of them hard to recognize as clerics in their neat business suits and modest foreign hands, frightfully cordial one to another, perhaps a quarter of them known as modernists and given to reading popular manuals of biology and psychology. The other three-quarters still devoted to banging the pulpit apropos of Genesis. But moving through these masses, easily noticeable, the inevitable successes, the district superintendents, the pastors of large city congregations, the conceivable candidates for college presidencies, mission boards, boards of publication, bishoprics. They were not all of them leonine and actor-like, these staff officers. No, few were gaunt or small, wiry, spectacled, and earnest, but they were all admirable politicians, long in memory of names, quick to find flattering answers. They believed that the Lord rules everything, but that it was only friendly to help him out, and that the enrollment of political allies helped almost as much as prayer in becoming known as suitable material for lucrative pastorates. Among these leaders were the Savonarolas, gloomy fellows viewing the progress of machine civilization with biliousness, capable of drawing thousands of auditors by their spicy but chaste denunciations of burglary, dancing, and show windows filled with lingerie. Then the renowned liberals, preachers who filled city tabernacles or churches in university towns by showing that skipping whatever seemed to be unreasonable in the Bible did not interfere with considering it all divinely inspired, and that there are large moral lessons in the paintings of Landseer and Rosa Bonheur. Most notable among the aristocrats were a certain number of large, suave, deep-voiced, inescapably cordial clerical gentlemen who would have looked well in Shakespearean productions or as floor walkers, and with them was presently to be found the Reverend Elmer Gantry. He was a newcomer. He was merely hoping to have the conference recognize his credentials and accept him as a member, and he had only a tiny church. Yet from somewhere crept the rumor that he was a man to be watched, to be enrolled in one's own political machine, and he was called brother by a pastor whose sacred rating was said to be not less than 10,000 a year. They observed him. They conversed with him, not only on the sacraments but on automobiles and the use of pledge envelopes, and as they felt the warmth of his handshake, as they heard the amiable bim-bum of his voice, saw his manly eyes, untroubled by doubts or scruples, and noted that he wore his morning clothes as well as any spiritual magnate among them, they greeted him and sought him out and recognized him as a future captain of the hosts of the Almighty. Cleo's graciousness added to his prestige. For 3 full days before bringing her up to the conference, Elmer had gone out of his way to soothe her, flatter her, and assure her that whatever misunderstandings they might have had, all was now a warm snugness of domestic bliss, so that she was eager, gently deferential to the wives of older pastors as she met them at receptions at hotels. Her obvious admiration of Elmer convinced the better clerical politicians of his domestic safeness, and they knew that he had been sent for by the bishop. Oh, they knew it. Nothing that the bishop did in these critical days was not known. There were many among the middle-aged ministers who had become worried over prolonged stays in small towns, and who wanted to whisper to the bishop how well they would suit larger opportunities. The list of appointments had already been made out by the bishop and his council, yet surely it could be changed a little, just at least a little bit. But they could not get near him. Most of the time the bishop was hidden away from them at the house of the president of the Winnemac Wesleyan University. But he sent for Elmer, and even called him by his first name. "You see, Elmer, I was right The Methodist Church just suits you. And said the bishop, his eyes bright under his formidable brows, and I am to give you a larger church already. It wouldn't be cricket, as the English say. Ha ha, England! How you will enjoy going there sometime. You will find such a fruitful source of the broadest type of sermons in travel. I know that you and your lovely bride, I've had the pleasure of having her pointed out to me, you will both know the joy and romance of travel one of these days. But as I was saying, I can give you a rather larger town this time, though it wouldn't be proper to tell you which one till I read out the list of appointments to the conference. And in the near future, if you continue as you have in your studies and attention to the needs of your flock, and in your excellence of daily living, which the district superintendent has noted, why, you'll be due for a much larger field of service. God bless you. Part 10. Elmer was examined by the conference and readily admitted to membership. Among the questions from the discipline, which he was able to answer with a hearty yes, were these: Are you going on to perfection? Do you expect to be made perfect in love in this life? Are you earnestly striving after it? Are you resolved to devote yourself wholly to God and His work? Have you considered the rules for a preacher, especially those relating to diligence, to punctuality, and to doing the work to which you are assigned? Will you recommend fasting or diligence, both by precept and example? It was, the conference members said one to another, a pleasure to examine a candidate who could answer the questions with such ringing certainty. Celebrating his renunciations of all fleshy devices and pleasures by wolfing a steak, fried onions, fried potatoes, corn, 3 cups of coffee, and 2 slices of apple pie with ice cream, Elmer condescended to Cleo. I went through a whooping. Like to see any of the other boobs I was with in the seminary answer up like I did. Part 11. They listened to reports on collections for missions, on the creation of new schools and churches. They heard ever so many prayers. They were polite during what were known as inspirational addresses by the bishop and the Reverend Dr. S. Palmer Schutz, but they were waiting for the moment when the bishop would read the list of appointments. They looked as blank as they could, but their nails creased their palms as the bishop rose. They tried to be loyal to their army, but this lean parson thought of the boy who was going to college. This worried-filled youngster thought of the operation for his wife. This aged campaigner, whose voice had been failing, wondered whether he would be kept on in his well-padded church. The bishop's snappy voice popped. Sparta District, Albee Center, W.A. Vance, Ardmore, Abraham Mundon. And Elmer listened with them, suddenly terrified. What did the bishop mean by a rather larger town? Some horrible hole with 1,200 people? Then he startled and glowed, and his fellow priests nodded to him in congratulation as the bishop read out Rudd Center, Elmer Gantry. For there were 4,900 people in Rudd Center. It was noted for good works and a large pop factory, and he was on his way to greatness, to inspiring the world and becoming a bishop. End of section 26, chapter 21. Section 27 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 27, Chapter 22, Part 1. A year he spent in Rudd Center, 3 years in Vulcan, and 2 years in Sparta, as there were 4,100 people in Rudd Center, 47,000 in Vulcan, and 129,000 in Sparta, it may seem that the Reverend Elmer Gantry was climbing swiftly in Christian influence and character. In Rudd Center, he passed his mitzvah final examination and received his Bachelor of Divinity degree from the seminary. In Rudd Center, he discovered the art of joining, which was later to enable him to meet the more enterprising and solid men of affairs, oculists and editors and manufacturers of bathtubs, and enlist their practical genius in his crusades for spirituality. He joined the Masons, the Oddfellows, and the Maccabees. He made the Memorial Day address to the GAR, and he made the speech welcoming the local representative home from Congress after having won the poker championship at the House. Vulcan was marked, aside from his labor for perfection, by the birth of his 2 children, Nat, in 1916, and Bernice, whom they called Bunny, in 1917, and by his ceasing to educate his wife in his ideals of amour. It all blew up a month after the birth of Bunny. Elmer had, that evening, been addressing the Rod and Gun Club dinner. He had pointed out that our Lord must have been in favor of rods and guns, for, he said, I want you boys to notice that the Master, when he picked out his first disciples, didn't select a couple of stoop-shouldered, pigeon-toed mollycoddles, but a pair of first-class fishermen. He was excited to intoxication by their laughter. Since Bunny's birth, he had been sleeping in the guest room. But now, walking airily, he tiptoed into Cleo's room at 11 with that look of self-conscious innocence which passionless wives instantly catch and dread. Well, you sweet thing, it sure went off great. They all liked my spiel. Why, you poor lonely girl, shame you have to sleep all alone here, poor baby, he said, stroking her shoulder as she sat propped against the pillows. Guess I'll have to come sleep here tonight. She breathed hard, tried to look resolute. Oh, please, not yet. Part 1. What do you mean? Please, I'm tired tonight. Just kiss me good night and let me pop off to sleep. Meaning my attentions aren't welcome to your majesty? He paced the floor. Young woman, it's about time for a showdown. I've hinted at this before, but I've been as charitable and long-suffering as I could. But by God, you've gotten away with too much. And then you try to pretend, just kiss me good night. Sure. I'm going to be a monk. I'm going to be one of these milk and water husbands that's perfectly content to hang around the house and not give one little yip if his wife don't care for his method of hugging. Well, believe me, young woman, you got another guess coming. And if you think that just because I'm a preacher, I'm a willy boy, you don't even make the slightest, smallest effort to learn some passion, but just act like you had hard work putting up with me. Believe me, there's other women a lot better and prettier yet, and more religious, that haven't thought I was such a damn pest to have around. I'm not going to stand, never even making the slightest effort. Oh, Elmer, I have, honestly I have. If you'd only been more tender and patient with me at the very first, I might have learned. Rats! All damned nonsense. Trouble with you is you always were afraid to face hard facts. Well, I'm sick of it, young woman. You can go to the devil. This is the last time, believe me. He banged the door. He had satisfaction in hearing her sob that night, and he kept his vow about staying away from her for almost a month. Presently he was keeping it all together. It was a settled thing that they had separate bedrooms, and all the while he was almost as confused, as wistful as she was, and whenever he found a woman parishioner who was willing to comfort him, or whenever he was called on important but never explained affairs to Sparta, he had no bold swagger of satisfaction, but a guilt, an uneasiness of sin, which displayed itself in increasingly furious condemnation of the same sin from his pulpit. "Oh God, if I could only have gone with Sharon, I might have been a decent fellow," he mourned, in his sorrow sympathetic with the world. But the day after, in the sanctuary, he would be salving that sorrow by raging, "And these dance-hall proprietors, these tempters of lovely innocent girls whose doors open to the pit of death and horror, they shall have reward. They shall burn in uttermost hell, burn, literally, burn. And for their suffering we shall have but joy that the Lord's justice has been resolutely done." Part 2. Something like statewide fame began to cling about the Reverend Elmer Gantry during his 2 years in Sparta, 1918 to 1920. In the spring of 18, he was one of the most courageous defenders of the Midwest against the imminent invasions of the Germans. He was a 4-minute man. He said violent things about atrocities and sold liberty bonds hugely. He threatened to leave Sparta to its wickedness while he went out to take care of our poor boys as a chaplain, and he might have done so had the war lasted another year. In Sparta, too, he crept from timidly sensational church advertisements to such blasts as might have shaken the devil himself. Anyway, they brought 600 delightful sinners to church every Sunday evening, and after one sermon on the horrors of booze, a saloon keeper, slightly intoxicated, remarked, "Whoop," and put a $50 bill on the plate. To this day, with all the advance in intellectual advertising, has there been seen a more arousing effort to sell salvation than Elmer's prose poem in the Sparta World Chronicle on a Saturday in December 1919? "Would you like your mother to go bathing without stockings? Do you believe in old-fashioned womanhood that can love and laugh and still be the symbols of God's own righteousness, bringing a tear to the eye as one remembers the brooding tenderness? Would you like to see your own dear mammy indulging in mixed bathing, or dancing what the hell's own fool monkey shine, the one-step?" Reverend Elmer Gantry will answer these questions and others next Sunday morning. Gantry shoots straight from the shoulder. Poplar Avenue Methodist Church. Follow the crowd to the beautiful times at the beautiful church with the beautiful chimes. Part 3. While he was in Sparta, national prohibition arrived with its high-colored opportunities for pulpit orators, and in Sparta he was inspired to his greatest political campaign. The obviously respectable candidate for mayor of Sparta was a Christian businessman, a Presbyterian who was a manufacturer of rubber overshoes. It is true that he was accused of owning the buildings in which were several of the worst brothels and blind tigers in the city, but it had amply been explained that the unfortunate gentleman had not been able to kick out his tenants, and that he gave practically all his receipts from the property to missionary work in China. His opponent was a man in every way objectionable to Elmer's principles, a Jew, a radical who criticized the churches for not paying taxes, a sensational and publicity-seeking lawyer who took the cases of labor unions and Negroes without fee. When he consulted them, Elmer's official board agreed that the Presbyterian was the only man to support. They pointed out that the trouble with the radical Jew was that he was not only a radical, but a Jew. Yet Elmer was not satisfied. He had possibly less objection to the houses of ill fame than one would have judged from his pulpit utterances, and he certainly approved the Presbyterian's position that we must not try dangerous experiments in government, but adhere courageously to the proven merits and economies of the present administration. But talking with members of his congregation, Elmer found that the plain people, and the very plain people, did make up much of a large percentage of his flock, hated the Presbyterian, and had a surprised admiration for the Jew. "He's awful kind to poor folks," said they. Elmer had what he called a hunch. All the swells are going to support this guy McGarry, but darned if I don't think the Yid'll win, and anybody that roots for him will stand ace high after the election, he reasoned. He came out boisterously for the Jew. The newspapers squealed, and the Presbyterians bellowed, and the rabbis softly chuckled. Not only from his pulpit, but in scattered halls, Elmer campaigned and thundered. He was smeared once with rotten eggs in a hall near the red light district, and once an illicit booze dealer tried to punch his nose. But that was a very happy time for Elmer. The booze dealer. A bulbous, angry man climbed up on the stage of the hall and swayed toward Elmer, waving with his fists, rumbling, "You damn lying gospel shark, I'll show you." The forgotten star of the Terwillinger team leaped into life. He was calm as in a scrimmage. He strode over, calculatingly regarded the point of the bootlegger's jaw, and caught him on it exact. He saw the man slumping down, but he did not stand looking. He swung back to the reading stand and went on speaking. The whole audience rose, clamorous with applause, and Elmer Gantry had for a second time become the most famous man in town. The newspapers admitted that he was affecting the campaign, and one of them swung to his support. He was so strong on virtue and the purity of womanhood and the evils of liquor that to oppose him was to admit one's self a debauchee. At the business meeting of his church, there was a stirring squabble over his activities. When the leading trustee, a friend of the Presbyterian candidate, declared that he was going to resign unless Elmer stopped, and an aged janitor shrieked, "And all the rest of us will resign unless the Reverend keeps it up." There was gleeful and unseemly applause, and Elmer beamed. The campaign grew so bellicose that reporters came up from the Zenith newspapers, one of them the renowned Bill Kingdom of the Zenith Advocate-Times. Elmer loved reporters. They quoted him on everything from the Bible in the schools to the Armenian Mandate. He was careful not to call them boys, but gentlemen, not to slap them too often on the back. He kept excellent cigars for them, and he always said, "I'm afraid I can't talk to you as a preacher. I get too much of that on Sunday. I'm just speaking as an ordinary citizen who longs to have a clean city in which to bring up his kiddies." Bill Kingdom almost liked him, and the story about the crusading parson, which he sent up to the Zenith Advocate-Times, the thunder of the whole state of Winnemac, was run on the third page with a photograph of Elmer thrusting out his fist as if to crush all the sensualists and malefactors in the world. Sparta papers reprinted the story and spoke of it with reverence. The Jew won the campaign, and immediately after this, 6 months before the annual conference of 1920, Bishop Toomas sent for Elmer. Part 4. At first I was afraid, said the bishop. You were making a great mistake in soiling yourself in this Sparta campaign. After all, it's our mission to preach the pure gospel and the saving blood of Jesus, and not to monkey with politics. But you've been so successful that I can forgive you, and the time has come. At the next conference, I shall be able to offer you at least a church here in Zenith, and a very large one, but with problems that call for heroic energy. It's the old Wellspring Church down here on Stanley Avenue, corner of Dodsworth, in what we call Old Town. It used to be the most fashionable and useful Methodist church in town, but the section has run down, and the membership has declined from something like 1,400 to about 800, and under the present pastor, you know him, old Serrier, fine noble Christian gentleman, a great soul, but a pretty rotten speaker. I don't guess they have more than 100 or so at morning service. Shame, Elmer, wicked shame to see this great institution, meant for the quickening of such vast multitudes of souls, declining, and by thunder, not hardly giving a cent for missions. I wonder if you could revive it. Go look it over and the neighborhood, and let me know what you think, or whether you'd rather stay in Sparta. You'll get less salary at Wellspring than you're getting in Sparta. 4,000, isn't it? But if you would build up the church, guess the official board will properly remunerate your labors. A church in Zenith. Elmer would almost have taken it with no salary whatsoever. He could see his Doctor of Divinity degree in hand, his bishopric or college presidency or fabulous pulpit in New York. He found the Wellspring M.E. Church, a hideous gray-stone hulk with gravy-colored windows, and a tall spire ornamented with 10 gargoyles and alternate layers of tiles in distressing red and green. The neighborhood had been smart, but the brick mansions, once leisurely among lawns and gardens, were scabrous and slovenly, turned into boarding houses with delicatessen shops in the basements. Gosh, this section never will come back. Too many of the doggone hoi polloi. Bunch of wops. Nobody for 10 blocks that would put more than 10 cents in the collection. Nothing doing. I'm not going to run a soup kitchen and tell a bunch of dirty bums to come to Jesus. Not on your life. But he saw, a block from the church, a new apartment house, and near it an excavation. Might come back in apartments at that. Mustn't jump too quick. Besides, these folks need a gospel just as much as the swell-headed plutes out on Royal Ridge, reflected the Reverend Mr. Gantry. Through his old acquaintance, Gil O'Hearn, of the O'Hearn House, Elmer met a responsible contractor and inquired into the fruitlessness of the Wellspring vineyard. Yes, they're dead certain to build a bunch of apartment houses, and pretty good ones, in that neighborhood these next few years. Be a big residential boom in Old Town. It's near enough in to be handy to the business section, and far enough from the Union Station so they haven't got any warehouses or wholesalers. Goodbye, Reverend. Oh, I'm not buying. I'm just selling the gospel, said the Reverend, and he went to inform Bishop Toomas that after prayer and meditation he had been led to accept the pastorate of the Wellspring Church. So, At 39, Caesar had come to Rome, and Rome heard about it immediately. End of section 27, chapter 22. Section 28 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 28, Chapter 23, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. He did not stand by the altar now, uplifted in a vow that he would be good and reverent. He was like the new general manager of a factory as he bustled for the first time through the Wellspring Methodist Church, Zenith, and his first comment was, "The plant's run down, have to buck it up." He was accompanied on his inspection by his staff, Miss Bundle, church secretary and personal secretary to himself, a decayed and plaintive lady, distressingly free of seductiveness, Miss Wiesiger, the deaconess, given to fat and good works, and A. F. Cherry, organist and musical director, engaged only on part-time. He was disappointed that the church could not give him a pastoral assistant or a director of religious education. He'd have them soon enough and boss them. Great. He found an auditorium which would hold 1,600 people, but which was offensively gloomy in its streaky windows, its brown plaster walls, its cast-iron pillars. The rear wall of the chancel was painted a lugubrious blue, scattered with stars which had ceased to twinkle, and the pulpit was of dark oak, crowned with a foolish, tasseled, faded green velvet cushion. The whole auditorium was heavy and forbidding. The stretch of empty, brown-grained pews stared at him dolorously. "Certainly must have been a swell church of cheerful Christians that made this layout. I'll have a new church here in 5 years, with some pep to it, and Gothic fixings and an up-to-date educational and entertainment plant," reflected the new priest. The Sunday school rooms were spacious enough, but dingy, scattered with torn hymn books. The kitchen in the basement for church suppers had a rusty, ancient stove and piles of chipped dishes. Elmer's own study and office was airless and looked out on the flivvered, colored yard of a garage, and Mrs. Cherry said the organ was rather more than wheezy. "Oh, well," Elmer conferred with himself afterward, "what do I care? Anyway, there's plenty of room for the crowds, and believe me, I'm the boy can drag 'em in. God, what a frump that Bundle woman is. One of these days I'll have a smart girl secretary, a good looker. Well, hooray, ready for the big work. I'll show this town what high-class preaching is." Not for 3 days did he chance to think that Cleo might also like to see the church. Part 2. Though there were nearly 400,000 people in Zenith and only 900 in Banjo Crossing, Elmer's reception in the Zenith church basement was remarkably like his reception in the Banjo basement. There were the same rugged, hard-handed brothers, the same ample sisters renowned for making doughnuts, the same brisk little men given to giggling and pious jests. There were the same homemade ice cream and homemade oratory. But there were 5 times as many people as at the Banjo reception, and Elmer was ever a lover of quantity. And among the transplanted rustics were several prosperous professional men, several well-gowned women, and some pretty girls who looked as though they went to a dancing school, discipline or not. He felt cheerful and loving toward them, his, as he pointed out to them, fellow crusaders marching on resolutely to the achievement of the kingdom of God on earth. It was easy to discover which of the members present from the official board of the church were most worth his attentions. Mr. Ernest Ophthalmus, one of the stewards, was the owner of the Gem of the Ocean Pie and Cake Corporation. He looked like a puffy and bewildered urchin suddenly blown up to vast size. He was very rich, Miss Bundle whispered, and he did not know how to spend his money except on his wife's diamonds and the cause of the Lord. Elmer paid court to Mr. Ophthalmus and his wife, who spoke quite a little English. Not so rich, but even more important, Elmer guessed, was T.J. Rigg, the famous criminal lawyer, a trustee of Wellspring Church. Mr. Rigg was small, deep-wrinkled, with amused and knowing eyes. He would be, Elmer felt instantly, a good man with whom to drink. His wife's face was that of a girl, round and smooth and blue-eyed, though she was 50 and more, and her laughter was lively. "Those are the folks I can shoot straight with," decided Elmer, and he kept near them. Rigg hinted, "Say, Reverend, why don't you and your good lady come up to my house after this, and we can loosen up and have a good laugh and get over this sewing circle business?" "I'd certainly like to." As he spoke, Elmer was considering that if he was really to loosen up, he could not have Cleo about. "Only I'm afraid my wife has a headache, poor girl. We'll just send her along home, and I'll come with you." "After you shake hands a few thousand more times." "Exactly." Elmer was edified to find that Mr. Rigg had a limousine with a chauffeur, one of the few in which Elmer had yet ridden. He did not like to have his Christian brethren well heeled, but the sight of the limousine made him less chummy with the Riggses and more respectful and unctuous. And when they had dropped Cleo at the hotel, Elmer leaned gracefully back on the velvet seat, waved his large hand poetically, and breathed, "Such a welcome the dear people gave me. I am so grateful. What a real outpouring of the Spirit." "Look here," sniffed Rigg, "you don't have to be pious with us. Ma and I are a couple of old dragoons. We like religion, like the good old hymns, takes us back to the hick town we came from, and we believe religion is a fine thing to keep people in order. They think of higher things instead of all these strikes and big wages and the kind of hell-raising that's thrown the industrial system all out of kilter. And I like a fine, upstanding preacher that can give a good show. So I'm willing to be a trustee, but we ain't pious, and any time you want to let down, and I reckon there must be times when a big cuss like you must get pretty sick of listening to the sniveling sisterhood, you just come to us, and if you want to smoke or even throw in a little jolt of liquor, as I've been known to do, why, we'll understand. How about it, Ma?" "You bet," said Mrs. Rigg, "and I'll go down to the kitchen if cook isn't there, and I'll fry you up a couple of eggs, and if you don't tell the rest of the brethren, there's always a couple of bottles of beer on the ice. Like one?" "Would I?" cheered Elmer. "You bet I would. Only I cut out drinking and smoking quite a few years ago. Oh, I had my share before that, but I stopped, absolute, and I'd hate to break my record. But you go right ahead, and I want to say that it'll be a mighty big relief to have some folks in the church that I can talk to without shocking 'em half to death. Some of these holier-than-thou birds, Lord, they won't let a preacher be a human being." The Riggs' house was large, rather faded, full of books which had been read, history, biography, travels. The smaller sitting room with its log fire and large padded chairs looked comfortable, but Mrs. Riggs shouted, "Oh, let's do go out to the kitchen and shake up a Welsh rabbit. I love to cook, and I don't dast till after the servants go to bed." So his first conference with T.J. Rigg, who became the only authentic friend Elmer had known since Jim Lefferts, was held at the shiny white enamel-topped table in the huge kitchen, with Mrs. Rigg stalking about, bringing them Welsh rabbit with celery, cold chicken, whatever she found in the icebox. "I want your advice, Brother Rigg," said Elmer. "I want to make my first sermon here something something that'll make 'em sit up and listen. I don't have to get the subject in for the church ads till tomorrow. Now, what do you think of some pacifism?" "Eh?" "I know what you think. Of course, during the war I was just as patriotic as anybody. 4-minute men, and in another month I'd have been in uniform. But honest, some of the churches are getting a lot of kick out of hollering pacifism now the war is all safely over. Some of the biggest preachers in the country. But far as I've heard, nobody started it here in Zenith yet, and it might make a big sensation." "Well, yes, that's so, and of course it's perfectly all right to adopt pacifism as long as there's no chance for another war." "Or do you think, the congregation here, do you think a more dignified and a kind of, you might say, poetic expository sermon would impress him more? Or what about a good, vigorous, right out from the shoulder attack on vice? Booze and immorality like short skirts, by golly, girl skirts getting shorter every year." "Now that's what I'd vote for," said Rigg. "That's what gets 'em. Nothing like a good, juicy vice sermon to bring in the crowds. Yes, sir. Fearless attack on all this drinking and this awful sex immorality that's getting so prevalent." Mr. Rigg meditatively mixed a highball, keeping it light because next morning in court he had to defend a lady accused of running a badger game. "You bet. Some folks say sermons like that are just sensational, but I always tell 'em, once the preacher gets the folks into the church that way, and mighty few appreciate how hard it is to do a good vice sermon. Jolt 'em enough, and yet not make it too dirty. Once you get in the folks, then you can give 'em some good, solid, old-time religion, and show 'em salvation, and teach 'em to observe the laws, and do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, instead of clock-watching, like my doggone clerks do. Yep, if you ask me, try the vice. Oh, say, Ma, do you think the Reverend would be shocked by that story about the chambermaid and the traveling man that Mark was telling us?" Elmer was not shocked. In fact, he had another droll tale to tell himself. He went home at 1. "I'll have to have a good time with those folks," he reflected, in the luxury of a taxicab. "Only better be careful with old Rigg. He's a shrewd bird, and he's on to me." "Now, what do you mean?" indignantly. "What do you mean by on to me? There's nothing to be on to. I refused to drink and a cigar, didn't I? I never cuss except when I lose my temper, do I? I'm leading an absolutely Christian life, and now I'm bringing a whale of a lot more souls into churches than any of these pussyfooting 10 saints that are afraid to laugh and jolly people. On to me nothing." Part 3. On Saturday morning, on the page of religious advertisements in the Zenith newspaper, Elmer's first sermon was announced in a 2-column spread as dealing with the promising problem, "Can strangers find haunts of vice in Zenith?" "Well, they could, and with gratifying ease," said Elmer in his sermon. He said it before at least 400 people, as against the 100 who had normally been attending. He himself was a stranger in Zenith, and he had gone forth and had been appalled, aghast, bowed, in shocked horror at the amount of vice, and such interesting and attractive vice. He had investigated Brown's Island, a rackety beach and dance floor and restaurant at South Zenith, and he had found mixed bathing. He described the ladies' legs. He described the two amiable young women who had picked him up. He told of the waiter, too, though he denied that Braun's restaurant itself sold liquor, had been willing to let him know where to get it, and where to find an all-night game of poker. And mind you, playing poker for keeps, you understand, Elmer explained. On Washington Avenue North, he had found 2 movies in which the dreadful, painted purveyors of putrescent vice, he meant the movie actors, had on the screen danced suggestive steps which would bring blush of shame to the cheeks of any decent woman, and in which the same purveyors had taken drinks which he assumed to be the deadly cocktails. On his way to his hotel after these movies, 3 ladies of the night had accosted him, right under the white way of lights, street corner loafers. He had apparently been very chummy with them, had told them of blind pigs, of dope peddlers, of strange lecheries. "That," he shouted, "is what one stranger was able to find in your city, now my city and well beloved. But could he find virtue so easily? Could he? Or just a lot of easy-going churches lollygagging along, while the just God threatens the city with the fire and devouring brimstone that destroyed proud Sodom and Gomorrah in their abominations? Listen, with the help of God Almighty, let us raise here in this church a standard of virtue that no stranger can help seeing. We're lazy. We're not burning with a great fever of righteousness. On your knees, you slothful, and pray God to forgive you and to aid you and me to form a brotherhood of helpful, joyous, fiercely righteous followers of every commandment of the Lord our God." The newspapers carried almost all of it. It had just happened that there were reporters present. It had just happened that Elmer had been calling up the Advocate-Times on Saturday. It had just happened that he remembered he had met Bill Kingdom, the Advocate's reporter, in Sparta. It had just happened that to help out good old Bill, he had let him know there would be something stirring in the church come Sunday. The next Saturday, Elmer advertised, is there a real devil sneaking around with horns and hooves? And on Sunday, there were 700 present. Within 2 months, Elmer was preaching ever more confidently and dramatically to larger crowds than were drawn by any other churches in Zenith except 4 or 5. But, he's just a new sensation. He can't last out. Hasn't got the learning and staying power. Besides, Old Town is shot to pieces, said Elmer's fellow vintners, particularly his annoyed fellow Methodists. End of section 28 of Elmer Gantry. Section 29 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 29, Chapters 23, Parts 4 through 7. Part 4. Cleo and he had found a gracious old house in Old Town, to be had cheap because of the ragged neighborhood. He had hinted to her that since he was making such a spiritual sacrifice as to take a lower salary in coming to Zenith, her father, as a zealous Christian, ought to help him out, and if she should be unable to make her father perceive this, Elmer would regretfully have to be angry with her. She came back from a visit to Banjo Crossing with $2,000. Cleo had an instinct for agreeable furniture. For the old house with its white mahogany paneling, she got reproductions of early New England chairs and commodes and tables. There was a white-framed fireplace and a fine old crystal chandelier in the living room. Some class! We could entertain the bonbons here. Believe me, I'll soon be having a lot of 'em come to church. Sometimes I do wish, though, I'd gone out for the Episcopal Church. Lots more class there, and they don't beef if a minister takes a little drink, he said to Chloe. Oh, Elmer, how can you, when Methodism stands for— Oh, God, I do wish that just once you wouldn't deliberately misunderstand me. Here I was just carrying on a philosophical discussion and not speaking personal, and you go and— His house in order, he gave attention to clothes. He dressed as calculatingly as an actor. For the pulpit he continued to wear morning clothes. For his church study he chose offensively inoffensive lounge suits, gray and brown and striped blue, with linen collars and quiet blue ties. For addresses before slightly boisterous lunch clubs, he went in for manly tweeds and manly soft collars, along with his manly voice and manly jesting. He combed his thick hair back from his strong square face and permitted it to hang mane-like just a bit over his collar, but it was still too black to be altogether prophetic. The 2,000 was gone before they had been in Zenith a month. But it's all a good investment, he said. When I meet the big bugs, they'll see how I may have a dump of a church in a bum section, but I can put up as good a front as if I were preaching on Chickasaw Road. Part 5. If in Banjo Crossing Elmer had been bored by inactivity, in Zenith he was almost exhausted by the demands. Wellspring Church had been carrying on a score of institutional affairs, and Elmer doubled them, for nothing brought in more sympathy, publicity, and contributions. Rich old hyenas who never went to church would ooze out $100 or even $500 when you described the shawled mothers coming tearfully to the milk station. There were classes in manual training, in domestic science, in gymnastics, in bird study for the poor boys and girls of Old Town. There were troops of Boy Scouts, of Campfire Girls. There were ladies' aid meetings, women's missionary society meetings, regular church suppers before a prayer meeting, a Bible training school for Sunday school teachers, a sewing society, nursing and free food for the sick and poor, half a dozen clubs of young men and women, half a dozen circles of matrons, and a men's club with monthly dinners for which the pastor had to snare prominent speakers without payment. The Sunday school was like a small university, and every day there were dozens of callers who asked the pastor for comfort, for advice, for money. Young men in temptation, widows wanting jobs, old widows wanting assurance of immortality, hobos wanting handouts, and eloquent book agents. Where in Banjo the villagers had been shy to expose their cancerous sorrows, in the city there were always lonely people who reveled in being a little twisted, a little curious, a little shameful, who yearned to talk about themselves and who expected the pastor to be forever interested. Elmer scarce had time to prepare his sermons, though he really did yearn now to make them original and eloquent. He was no longer satisfied to depend upon his barrel. He wanted to increase his vocabulary. He was even willing to have new ideas lifted out of biology and biography and political editorials. He was out of the house daily at 8 in the morning, usually after a breakfast in which he desired to know of Cleo why the deuce she couldn't keep Ned and Bunny quiet while he read the papers, and he did not return till 6, burning with weariness. He had to study in the evening. He was always testy. His children were afraid of him, even when he boisterously decided to enact the kind parent for one evening and to ride them piggyback, whether or no they wanted to be ridden piggyback. They feared God properly and kept his commandments, did Nat and Bunny, because their father so admirably prefigured God. When Cleo was busy with meetings and clubs at the church, Elmer blamed her for neglecting the house. When she slackened her church work, he was able equally to blame her for not helping him professionally, and obviously it was because she had so badly arranged the home routine that he had never had time for morning family worship, and he made up for it by the violence of his grace before meat, during which he glared at the children if they stirred in their chairs, and always the telephone was ringing, not only in his office but at home in the evening. What should Miss Weisiger, the deaconess, do about this old Miss Malley, who wanted a new nightgown? Could the Reverend Gantry give a short talk on advertising and the church to the Ad Club next Tuesday noon? Could he address the Letitia Music and Literary Club on religion and poetry next Thursday at 4, just when he had a meeting with the official board? The church janitor wanted to start the furnace, but the coal hadn't been delivered. What advice could the Reverend Mr. Gantry give to a young man who wanted to go to college and had no money? From what book was that quotation about Cato learned Greek at 80, Sophocles, which he had used in last Sunday's sermon? Would Mr. Gantry be so kind and address the Lincoln School next Friday morning at 9:15? The dear children would be so glad of any message he had to give them, and the regular speaker couldn't show up. Would it be all right for the girls' basketball team to use the basement tonight? Could the Reverend come out right now to the house of Ben T. Evers, 2616 Appleby Street, 5 miles away, because grandmother was very ill and needed consolation? What the dickens did the Reverend mean by saying last Sunday that hellfire might be merely spiritual and figurative? Didn't he know that was again Matthew 5:29, quote, "Thy whole body could be cast into hell," close quote. Could he get the proof of the church bulletin back to the printers right away? Could the officers of the Southwest Circle of Women meet in Mr. Gantry's study tomorrow? Would Reverend Gantry speak at the Old Town Improvement Association banquet? Did the Reverend want to buy a second-hand motor car in A1 shape? Could the Reverend... God, said the Reverend. And, Why, no, of course, you couldn't answer him for me, Cleo. But at least you might try to keep from humming when I'm simply killing myself trying to take care of all these blame fools and sacrificing myself and everything. And then the letters. In response to every sermon, he had messages informing him that he was the bright hope of evangelism, and that he was a cloven-hoof fiend, that he was a rousing orator, and a human saxophone. One sermon on the delights of heaven, which he pictures as a perpetual summer afternoon at a lake resort, brought in the same mail 4 comments. I have got an idea for you very important. Since hearing yours of last Sunday evening, why don't you hold services every evening to tell people and so forth about heaven and danger of hell? We must hurry the church in a bad way, and it's up to us who have an infallible proofs of heaven and hell to hasten. Yes, we must rescue the perishing, make everywhere the call of the Lord, fill the churches, and empty these damnable theaters. Yours for his coming, James C. Wiggers, 2113A McGrew Street. The writer is an honest and unwavering Christian, and I want to tell you, Gantry, that the only decent and helpful and enjoyable thing about your sermon last Sunday a.m. was your finally saying, "Let us pray." Only you should have said, "Let me pray," by your wibbly-wobbly emphasis on heaven and your fear to emphasize the horrors of hell. You get people into an easygoing, self-satisfied frame of mind where they slip easily into sin, while pretending to be an earnest, literal believer in every word of the Scriptures. You are an atheist in sheep's clothing. I am a minister of the gospel and know whereof I speak. Yours, Almond Jewings Strafe. I heard your rotten old-fashioned sermon last Sunday. You pretend to be liberal, but you are just a hidebound conservative. Nobody believes in material heaven or hell anymore, and you make yourself ridiculous by talking about them. Wake up and study some modern dope. A student. Dear brother, your lovely sermon last Sunday about heaven was the finest I have ever heard. I am quite an old lady and not awful well, and in my ills and griefs, especially about my grandson who drinks, your wonderful words give me such a comfort I cannot describe to you. Yours admirably, Mrs. R. Gomery. And he was expected, save with the virulent anonymous letters, to answer all of them. In his stuffy office, facing a shelf of black-bound books, dictating to the plaintive Miss Bundle, never caught an address, and always single-spaced the letters which should have been double-spaced, and who had a speed which seemed adequate until you discovered that she attained it by leaving out most of the verbs and adjectives. Part 6. Whether or not he was irritable on weekdays, Sundays were to his nervous family a hell of keeping out of his way, and for himself they had the strain of a theatrical first night. He was up at 7, looking over his sermon notes, preparing his talk to the Sunday school, and snarling at Cleo. Good Lord, you might have breakfast on time today at least, and why in heaven's name you can't get that furnace man here so I won't have to freeze while I'm doing my studying? He was at Sunday school at 9:45, and often he had to take the huge men's Bible class and instruct it in the more occult meanings of the Bible, out of his knowledge of the original Hebrew and Greek, as denied to the laity. Morning church services began at 11. Now that he had as many as 1,000 in the audience, as he peeped out at them from the study, he had stage fright. Could he hold them? What the deuce had he intended to say about communion? He couldn't remember a word of it. It was not easy to keep on urging the unsaved to come forward as though he really thought they would, and as though he cared a hang whether they did or not. It was not easy on communion Sundays, when they knelt around the altar rail, to keep from laughing at the sanctimonious eyes and prim mouths of brethren whom he knew to be crooks in private business. It was not easy to go on saying with proper conviction that whosoever looked on a woman to lust after her would go booming down to hell, when there was a pretty and admiring girl in the front row. And it was hardest of all when he had done his public job, when he was tired and wanted to let down, to stand about after the sermon and be hand-shaken by aged spinster saints who expected him to listen without grinning, while they quavered that he was a silver-plated angel and that they were just like him. To have to think up a new, bright, pious quip for each of them. To see large sporting males regarding him the while as though he were an old woman in trousers. By the time he came home for Sunday lunch, he was looking for a chance to feel injured and unappreciated and pestered and put upon, and he usually found the chance. There was still ahead of him for the rest of the day the Sunday evening service, often the Epworth League, sometimes special meetings at 4. Whenever the children disturbed his Sunday afternoon nap, Elmer gave an impression of the prophets. Why, all he asked of Nat and Bunny was that, as a Methodist minister's children, they should not be seen on the streets or in the parks on the blessed Sabbath afternoon, and that they should not be heard about the house. He told them often that they were committing an unexampled sin by causing him to fall into bad tempers unbecoming a man of God. But through all these labors and this lack of domestic sympathy, he struggled successfully. Part 7. Elmer was as friendly as ever with the Bishop Toomas. When he had conferred early with the bishop and with the canny lawyer trustee T.J. Rigg as to what fellow clergymen in Zenith it would be worth his while to know. Among the ministers outside the Methodist Church, they recommended Dr. G. Prosper Edwards, the highly cultured pastor of the Pilgrim Congregational Church, Dr. John Jennison Drew, the active but sanctified leader of the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church, that solid Baptist, the Reverend Hosea Jessup, and Willis Fortune Tate, who, though he was an Episcopalian and very shaky as regards liquor and hell, had one of the suavest and most expensive flocks in town. And if one could endure the Christian Scientists' smirking conviction that they alone had the truth, there was the celebrated leader of the First Christian Science Church, Mr. Irving Tillish. The Methodist ministers of Zenith Elmer met and studied at their regular Monday morning meetings in the funeral and wedding chapel of the Central Church. They looked like a group of prosperous and active businessmen. Only 2 of them ever wore clerical waistcoats, and of these only one comprised with the papacy and the heirs of Canterbury by turning his collar around. A few resembled farmers, a few stonemasons, but most of them looked like retail shops. The Reverend Mr. Chatterton Weeks indulged in claret-colored fancy socks, silk handkerchiefs, and an enormous emerald ring, and gave a pleasant suggestion of vaudeville. Nor were they too sanctimonious. They slapped one another's backs. They used first names. They shouted, "I hear you're grabbing all of the crowds in town, you old cuss." And for the manlier and more successful of them, it was quite the thing to use now and then a daring damn. It would, to an innocent layman, have been startling to see them sitting in rows like schoolboys, to hear them listening not to addresses on credit and the routing of hardware, but to short, helpful talks on faith. The balance was kept, however, by an adequate number of papers on trade subjects, the sort of pews most soothing to the back, the value of sending postcards, reading, "Where were you last Sunday, old scout? We sure did miss you at the men's Bible class." The comparative values of a giant imitation thermometer, a giant clock, and a giant automobile speedometer as a register of the money coming in during special drives. The question of gold and silver stars as rewards for Sunday school attendees, the effectiveness of giving the children savings banks in the likeness of a jolly little church to encourage them to save their pennies for Christian work, and the morality of violin solos. Nor were the assembled clergy too inhumanly unboastful in their reports of increased attendance and collections. Elmer saw that the Zenith district superintendent, one Fred Orr, could be neglected as a creeping and silent fellow who was all right at prayer, and who seemed to lead an almost irritatingly pure life, but who had no useful notions about increasing collections. The Methodist preachers whom he had to take seriously as rivals were 4. There was Chester Brown, the ritualist of the new and ultra-Gothic Asbury Church. He was almost as bad, they said, as an Episcopalian. He wore a clerical waistcoat buttoned up to his collar. He had a robed choir and the processional. He rumored once to have had candles on what was practically an altar. He was, to Elmer, distressingly literary and dramatic. It was said that he had literary gifts. His articles appeared not only in the Advocate, but in the Christian Century and the New Republic. Rather whimsical essays, safely Christian, but frank about the church's sloth and wealth and blindness. He had been professor of English literature and church history in the Lucock Church, and he did such sermons on books as Elmer, with his exhausting knowledge of Longfellow and George Eliot, could never touch. Dr. Otto Hickenlooper of the Central Church was an even more distressing rival. He was the most active institutional church of the whole state. He had not only manual training and gymnastics, but sacred pageants, classes in painting, never from the nude, classes in French and batik making and sex hygiene and bookkeeping and short story writing. He had clubs for railroad men, for stenographers, for bellboys, and after the church suppers the young people were encouraged to sit about in booths to which the newspapers referred flippantly as courting corners. Dr. Hickenlooper had come out hard for social services. He was in sympathy with the American Federation of Labor, the IWW, the Socialist, the Communist, and Nonpartisan League, which is more than they were with each other. He held Sunday evening lectures in the folly of war, the minimum wage, the need of clean milk, and once a month he had an open forum to which were invited the most dangerous radical speakers, who were allowed to say absolutely anything they liked, provided they did not curse, refer to adultery, or criticize the leadership of Christ. Dr. Malin Potts of the First Methodist Church seemed to Elmer at first glance less difficult to oust. He was fat, pompous, full of heavy rumbles of piety. He had a stage parson. "Ah, my dear brother," he boomed, "and how are we this morning, my dear doctor? And how is the lovely little wife?" But Dr. Potts had the largest congregation of any church of any denomination in Zenith. He was so respectable. He was so safe. People knew where they were with him. He was adequately flowery of speech. He could do up a mountain, a sunset, a burning of the martyrs, a reception of the same by the saints in heaven, as well as any preacher in town. But he never doubted, nor let anyone else doubt, that by attending the Methodist Church regularly, and observing the rules of repentance, salvation, baptism, communion, and liberal giving, everyone would have a minimum of cancer and tuberculosis and sin, and unquestionably arrive in heaven. These three Elmer envied but respected. The one man he envied and loathed. That was Philip McGarry of the Arbor Methodist Church. Philip McGarry, Ph.D. of the University of Chicago in economics and philosophy. Only everybody who liked him, layman or fellow parson, seemed to call him Phil, was at the age of 35, known through the whole American Methodist Church as an enfant terrible. The various sectional editions of the Advocate admired him, but clucked like doting and alarmed hens over his frequent improprieties. He was accused of every heresy. He never denied them, and the only dogma he was known to give out positively was the leadership of Jesus, as to whose divinity he was indefinite. He was a stocky, smiling man, fond of boxing, and even at a funeral incapable of breathing, "Ah, sister." He criticized everything. He criticized even bishops for being too fat, for being too ambitious, for gassing about charity during the knockdown and drag-out strike. He criticized, but amiably, the social and institutional and generally philanthropic Dr. Otto Hickenlooper, with his clubs for the study of Karl Marx and his Sunday afternoon reception for lonely traveling men. "You're too good a lad, Otto," said Dr. McGarry, and openly in the preacher's Monday meetings. "You mean well, but you're one of these darned philanthropists. Nice word to use publicly. Darned, meditated the shocked Reverend Elmer Gantry. All your stuff at Central, Otto, said Dr. McGarry, is paternalistic. You hand out rations to the dear people and keep 'em obedient. You talk about socialism and pacifism and say a lot of nice things about 'em, but you always explain that reforms come in due time, which means never, and then only through the kind supervision of Rockefeller and Henry Ford. And I always suspect that your activities have behind 'em the sneaking purpose of luring the poor chumps into religion, even into Methodism. The whole ministerial meeting broke into yelps. Well, of course, that's the purpose. Well, if you'll kindly tell me why you stay in the Methodist Church when you think it's so important to... Just what are you, a minister of the gospel seeking accept religion? The meeting on such a morning was certain to stray from the consideration of using egg coal in church furnaces to the question as to what, when they weren't before their congregations and on record, they really believed about the whole thing. That was a very dangerous and silly thing, reflected Elmer Gantry. No telling where you'd get to if you went batting about a lot of these fool problems. Preach the straight Bible gospel and make folks good, he demanded, and leave all the ticklish questions of theology and social service to the profs. Philip McGarry wound up his cheerful attack on Dr. Hickenlooper the first morning when Elmer disgustedly encountered him by insisting, You see, Otto, your reforms don't mean anything, or you wouldn't be able to hold on to as many prosperous, money-grabbing parishioners as you do. No risk of the working man in your church turning dangerous as long as you've got that tight-fisted Joe Hanley as one of your trustees. Thank heaven, I haven't got a respectable person in my whole bloomin' flock. Yeah, that's where you give yourself away, McGarry, Elmer chuckled inwardly. That's the first thing you said that's true. Philip McGarry's church was in a part of the city incomparably more run down than Elmer's old town. It was called the Arbor, and it had in pioneer days been the vineyard-sheltered village along the Chalusa River, from which had grown the modern Zenith. Now it was all dives, brothels, wretched tenements, cheap jack shops, yet here McGarry lived, a bachelor, seemingly well content, counseling pickpockets and scrub women, and giving on Friday evenings a series of lectures packed by eager Jewish girl students, radical workmen, old cranks, and wistful rich girls coming in limousines down from the spacious gardens of Royal Ridge. I'll have trouble with that McGarry if we both stay in this town. Him and I will never get along together, thought Elmer. Well, I'll keep away from him. I'll treat him with some of this Christian charity that he talks so darn much about, and can't understand the real meaning of. We'll just dismiss him and most of these other birds. But the big three, how'll I handle them? He could not, even if he should have a new church, outdo Chester Brown in ecclesiastical elegance or literary messages. He could never touch Otto Hickenlooper in institutions and social service. He could never beat Malin Potts in appealing to the well-to-do respectables. Yet he could beat them all together. Planning it delightfully at the ministers' meetings, on his way home by the fireplace at night, he saw that each of these stars was so specialized that he neglected the good publicity-bringing features of the others. Elmer would combine them, be almost as elevating as Chester Brown, almost as institutional and meddling as Otto Hickenlooper, almost as solidly safe and moral as Malin Potts, and all three of them In fact, every preacher in town, except one Presbyterian, were neglecting some people call it sensational, but that was just envy. The proper word, considered Elmer, was powerful, or perhaps fearless, or stimulating. All of them were neglecting a powerful, fearless, stimulating, and devil-challenging concentration on vice. Booze, legs, society bridge, you bet. Not overdo it, of course, but the town would come to know that in the sermons of the Reverend Elmer Gantry, there would always be something spicy and yet improving. Oh, I can put it over the whole bunch. Elmer stretched his big arms in joyous vigor. I'll build a new church. I'll take the crowds away from all of them. I'll be the big preacher in Zenith. And then Chicago, New York, Bishopric, whatever I want. Whee! End of section 29 of Elmer Gantry. Section 30 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 30, Chapter 24, Part 1. It was during his inquiry about clerical allies and rivals, they were the same thing, that Elmer learned that two of his classmates at Mizpah Seminary were stationed in Zenith. Wallace Umstead, the Mizpah student instructor in gymnastics, was now general secretary of the Zenith YMCA. He's a boob. We can pass him up, Elmer decided. Husky, but no finesse and culture. No, that's wrong. Preacher can get a lot of publicity speaking at the Y, and get the fellows to join his church. So he called on Mr. Umstead, and that was a hearty and touching meeting between classmates. Two strong men come face to face, two fellow manly Christians. But Elmer was not pleased to learn of the presence of the second classmate, Frank Shallard. He angrily recalled, "Sure, the fellow that high-hatted me and sneaked around and tried to spy on me when I was helping him learn the game at Schönheim." He was glad to hear that Frank was in disgrace with the sounder and saner clergy of Zenith. He had left the Baptist church. It was said that he had acted in a low manner as a common soldier in the Great War, and he had gone as pastor to a congregational church in Zenith. Not a God-fearing, wealthy congregational church like that of Dr. G. Prosper Edwards, but one that was suspected of being as shaky and cowardly and misleading as any Unitarian fold. Elmer remembered that he still owed Frank the $100 which he had borrowed to reach Zenith for the last of his prosperity lectures. He was furious to remember it. He couldn't pay it, not now, with a motor car just bought and only half paid for, but it was safe to make an enemy, this crank Shallard, who might go around shooting his mouth off and telling a lot of stories, not more than half of them true. He groaned with martyrdom, made out a check for $100, it was 1/2 of his present bank balance, and sent it to Frank with a note explaining that for years he had yearned to return the money, but he had lost Frank's address. Also, he would certainly call on his dear classmate just as soon as he got time. "And that'll be about 16 years after the Day of Judgment," he snorted. Part 2. Not all the tenderness, all the serene uprightness, all the mystic visions of Andrew Pengilly, that village saint, had been able to keep Frank Shallard satisfied with the Baptist ministry after his association with the questioning rabbi and the Unitarian ministers at Eureka. These liberals proved admirably the assertion of the Baptist fundamentalists that to tamper with biology and ethnology was to lose one's Baptist faith, wherefore state university education should be confined to algebra, agriculture, and Bible study. Early in 1917, when it was a question as to whether he would leave the Baptist church or be kicked out, Frank was caught by the drama of war, caught in his wavering by what seemed strength, and he resigned, for all of Bess's bewildered protests. He sent her and the children back to her father and enlisted as a private soldier. Chaplain? No. He wanted for the first time to be normal and uninsulated. Through the war he was kept as a clerk in camp in America. He was industrious, quick, accurate, obedient. He rose to a sergeancy and learned to smoke. He loyally brought his captain home whenever he was drunk, and he read 100 volumes of science, and all the time he hated it. He hated the indignity of being herded with other men, no longer a person of leisure and dignity and command, whose idiosyncrasies were important to himself and to other people, but a cog, to be hammered brusquely the moment it made any rattle of individuality. He hated the seeming planlessness of the whole establishment. If this was a war to end war, he heard nothing of it from any of his fellow soldiers or his officers. But he learned to be easy and common with common men. He learned not even to hear cursing. He learned to like large males more given to tobacco chewing than to bathing, and innocent of all words longer than hell. He found himself so devoted to the virtues of these common people that he wanted to do something for them, and in bewildered reflection he could think of no other way of doing something for them than to go on preaching. But not among the Baptists with their cast-iron minds, nor yet could he quite go over to the Unitarians. He still revered Jesus of Nazareth as the one path to justice and kindness, and he still, finding even as in childhood a magic in the stories of shepherds keeping watch by night, of the glorified mother beside the babe in the manger, he still had an unreasoned feeling that Jesus was of more than human birth and veritably the Christ. It seemed to him that the Congregationalists were the freest among the more or less Trinitarian denominations. Each Congregational church made its own law. The Baptists were supposed to, but they were ruled by a grim general opinion. After the war, he talked to the state superintendent of Congregational church, and a poor church, but not poor because it was timid and lifeless. They would, said the superintendent, be glad to welcome him among the Congregationalists, and there was available just the flock Frank wanted, the Dorchester Church on the edge of Zenith. The parishioners were small shopkeepers and factory foremen and skilled workmen and railwaymen, with a few stray music teachers and insurance agents. They were mostly poor, but they had the reputation of really wanting the truth from the pulpit. When Elmer arrived, Frank had been at the Dorchester Church for 2 years, and he had been nearly happy. He found the grandeur among his fellow Congregational pastors, such as G. Prosper Edwards, with his downtown plush-lined cathedral, could be shocked almost as readily as the Baptists by a suggestion that we didn't really quite know about the virgin birth. He found that the worthy butchers and haberdashers of his congregation did not radiate joy at a defense of Bolshevik Russia. He found that he was still not at all certain that he was doing any good, aside from providing the drug of religious hope to timorous folk frightened of hellfire and afraid to walk alone. But to be reasonably free, to have, after army life, the fleecy comfort of a home with jolly Bess and the children, this was oasis, and for 3 years Frank halted in his fumbling for honesty. Even more than Bess, the friendship of Dr. Philip McGarry of the Arbor Methodist Church kept Frank in the ministry. McGarry was 3 or 4 years younger than Frank, but in his sturdy cheerfulness he seemed more mature. Frank had met him at the Ministerial Alliance's monthly meeting, and they had liked in each other a certain disdainful honesty. McGarry was not to be shocked by what biology did to Genesis, by the suggestion that certain Christian rites had been stolen from Mithraic cults, by Freudianism, by any social heresies. Yet McGarry loved the church as a comradely gathering of people alike hungry for something richer than daily selfishness, and this love he passed on to Frank. But Frank still resented it that as a parson he was considered not quite virile, that even clever people felt they must treat him with a special manner, that he was barred from knowing the real thoughts and sharing the real desires of normal humanity. And when he received Elmer's note of greeting, he groaned, "Oh, Lord, I wonder if people ever class me with a fellow like Gantry?" He suggested to Bess, after a spirited account of Elmer's eminent qualities for spiritual and amorous leadership, "I feel like sending his check back to him." "Let's see it," said Bess, and placing the check in her stocking, she observed derisively, "There's a new suit for Michael, and a lovely dinner for you and me, and a new lipstick, and money in the bank. Cheers! I adore you, Reverend Shallard. I worship you. I adhere to you in all Christian fidelity, but let me tell you, my lad, it wouldn't hurt you one bit if you had some of Elmer's fast techniques in love-making." End of section 30, chapter 24. Section 31 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 31, Chapter 25, Part 1. Elmer had, even in Zenith, to meet plenty of solemn and whiskery persons, whose only pleasure, aside from not doing agreeable things, was keeping others from doing them. But the general bleakness of his sect was changing, and he found in Wellspring Church a young married set who were nearly as cheerful as though they did not belong to a church. This young married set, what was in good order, though the wives taught Sunday school and the husbands elegantly passed collection plates, swallowed the discipline with such friendly ease as a Catholic priest uses toward the latest bleeding Madonna. They lived, largely, in the new apartment houses which were creeping into Old Town. They were not rich, but they had Fords and phonographs and gin. They danced, and they were willing to dance even in the presence of the pastor. They smelled in Elmer one of them, and though Cleo's presence stiffened them into uncomfortable propriety, when he dropped in on them alone, they shouted, "Come on, Reverend, I bet you can shake a hoof as good as anybody. The wife says she's going to dance with you. You got to get acquainted with these sins of the world if you're going to make snappy sermons." He agreed, and he did dance, with a pretty appearance of being shocked. He was light-footed still, for all his weight, and there was electricity in his grasp as his hands curled about his partner's waist. "Oh, my, Reverend, if you hadn't been a preacher, you'd have been some dancing man." The women fluttered, and for all his caution he could not keep from looking into their fascinated eyes, noting the flutter of their bosoms and murmuring, "Better remember I'm human, honey. If I did cut loose, zowie." And they admired him for it. Once, when, rather hungrily, he sniffed at the odors of alcohol and tobacco, the host giggled, "Say, I hope you don't smell anything on my breath, Reverend. Be fierce if you thought a good Methodist like me could ever throw in a shot of liquor." "It's not my business to smell anything except on Sundays," said Elmer amiably. "And come on now, Sister Gilson, let's try and foxtrot again." "My gracious, you talk about me smelling for liquor. Think of what would happen if Brother Ephelmus knew his dear pastor was slipping in a little dance. Mustn't tell on me, folks." "Oh, you bet we won't," they said, and not even the elderly pietists on whom he had called most often became louder adherents of the Reverend Elmer Gantry, better advertisers of his sermons than those blades of the young married set. He acquired a habit of going to their parties. He was hungry for brisk companionship, and it was altogether depressing now to be with Cleo. She could never learn, not even after 10 efforts a day, that she could not keep him from saying "damn" by looking hurt and murmuring, "Oh, Elmer, how can you?" He told her, regarding the parties, that he was going out to call on parishioners, and he was not altogether lying. His ambition was more to him now than any exalted dissipation, and however often he yearned for the mechanical pianos and the girls in pink kimonos, of whom he was so licorishly preached, he violently kept away from them. But the jelly wives of the young married set, particularly this Mrs. Gilson, Beryl Gilson, a girl of 25, born for cuddling. She had a bleached and whining husband who was always quarreling with her in a weekly violent sputtering, and she was obviously taken by Elmer's confident strength. He sat by her in cozy corners, and his arm was tense, but he won glory by keeping from embracing her. Also, he wasn't so sure that he could win her. She was flighty, fond of triumphs, but cautious, a city girl used to many suitors, and if she did prove kind, she was a member of his church, and she was talkative. She might go around hinting. After these meditations he would flee to the hospitality of T.J. Rigg, in whose cheerful sloven house he could relax safely, from whom he could get the facts about the private business careers of his more philanthropic contributors, but all the time the attraction of Beryl Gilson, the vision of her dove-smooth shoulders, was churning him to insanity. Part 2. He had not noticed them during that Sunday morning sermon in the late autumn, not noticed them among the admirers who came up afterward to shake hands. Then he was startled and croaked, so the current handshaker thought he was ill. Elmer had seen, loitering behind the others, his one-time forced fiancée, Lulu Baines of Schernheim, and her rugged, vengeful cousin, Floyd Naylor. They strayed up only when all the others were gone, when the affable ushers had stopped pouncing on victims and pump-handling them and patting their arms, as all ushers always do after church services. Elmer wished the ushers were staying to protect him, but he was more afraid of scandal than of violence. He braced himself, feeling the great muscles surge along his back, then took quick decision and dashed toward Lulu and Floyd, yammering, "Well, well, well, well!" Floyd shambled up, not at all unfriendly, and shook hands powerfully. "Lulu and I just heard you were in town. Don't go to church much, I guess, so we don't know. We're married." While he shook hands with Lulu much more tenderly, Elmer gave his benign blessing with, "Well, well, mighty glad to hear it." "Yep, been married, gosh, must be 14 years now. Got married just after we last seen you at Schernheim." By divine inspiration, Elmer was led to look as though he were wounded clear to the heart at the revived memory of that last unfortunate meeting. He folded his hands in front of his beautiful morning coat and looked noble, slightly milky and melancholy of eye. But he was not milky. He was staring hard enough. He saw that though Floyd was still as clumsily uncouth as ever, Lulu, she must be 33 or 34 now, had taken on the city. She wore a simple, almost smart hat, a good tweed topcoat, and she was really pretty. Her eyes were ingratiatingly soft, very inviting. She still smiled with a desire to be friendly to everyone. Inevitably she had grown plump, but she had not yet overdone it, and her white little paw was veritably that of a kitten. All this Elmer noted while he looked injured but forgiving, and while Floyd stammered, "You see, Reverend, I guess you thought we played you a pretty dirty trick that night on the picnic at Dad Baines, when you came back and I was kind of hugging Lulu." "Yes, Floyd, I was pretty hurt, but let's forget and forgive." "No, but listen, Reverend. Golly, it was hard for me to come and explain to you, but now I've got going. Lulu and me, we weren't making love. No, sir. She was just feeling blue, and I was trying to cheer her up, honest. Then, when you got sore and skipped off, Pa Baines, he was so doggone mad, got out his shotgun and cussed and raised the old Ned, yes, sir. He simply raised Cain, and he wouldn't give me no chance to explain. Said I had to marry Lou." "Well," I says, "if you think that's any hardship—" Floyd stopped to chuckle. Elmer was conscious that Lulu was studying him in awe, in admiration, in a palpitating resurgence of affection. "If you think that's any hardship," I says, "let me tell you right now, Uncle," I says, "I've been crazy to marry Lou ever since she was so high. Well, there was a lot of argument. Dad Baines says first we had to go in town and explain everything to you. But you was gone away next morning. And what with one thing and another, well, here we are, and doing pretty good. I own a garage out here on the edge of town. We got a nice flat and everything going fine. But Lul and I kind of felt maybe we ought to come around and explain when we heard you were here. And got 2 fine kids, both boys." "Honestly, we never meant we didn't," begged Lulu. Elmer condescended. "Of course, I understand perfectly, Sister Lulu." He shook hands with Floyd warmly, and with Lulu more warmly. "And I can't tell you how pleased I am that you were both so gallant and polite as to take the trouble to come and explain it to me. That was real courtesy, when I'd been such a silly idiot. That night I suffered so over what I thought was your disloyalty that I didn't think I'd live through the night. But come, shall we not talk of it again? All's understood now, and all's all right. He shook hands all over again. And now that I've found you, two old friends like you, of course I'm still practically a stranger in Zenith. I'm not going to let you go. I'm going to come out and call on you. Do you belong to any church body here in Zenith? Well, no, not exactly, said Floyd. Can't I persuade you to come here sometime and perhaps think of joining later? Well, I'll tell you, Reverend, in the auto business, kind of against my religion at that. But you know how it is. In the auto business, we're awful busy on Sunday. Well, perhaps Lulu would like to come now and then. Sure, women ought to stick by the church. That's what I always say. Dunno just how we got out of the habit here in the city, and we've always talked about starting going again. But, we just kind of never got around to it, I guess. I hope, Brother Floyd, that our miscomprehension, yours and mine that evening, had nothing to do with your alienation from the church. Oh, that would be a pity. Yes, such a pity. But I could perhaps have a comprehension of it. He saw that Lulu wasn't missing one of his dulcet and sinuous phrases, so different from Floyd's rustic blurting. She was pretty, just plump enough. Cleo would be a fat old married Lulu. No, he had been right. Small-town stuff, but awful nice to Pat. Yes, I think I could understand it if you'd been offended, Floyd. What a young chump I was, even if I was a preacher, to not to see the real situation. Really, it's you who must forgive me for my wooden-headedness, Floyd. Sheepishly, Floyd grunted. Well, I did think you flew off the handle kind of easy, and I guess it did make me kind of sore, but it don't matter none now. Very interestedly, Elmer inquired of Floyd, and I'll bet Lulu was even angrier at me for my silliness. No, by gosh, she never would let me say a word against you, Reverend. Ha, 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 ha. Look at her, by golly, if she ain't blushing. Well, sir, that's a good one on her, all right. Elmer looked intently. Well, I'm glad everything's explained, he said unctuously. Now, Sister Lulu, you must let me come out and explain about our fine, friendly neighborhood church here and the splendid work we're doing. I know that with two dear kiddies, was it? Splendid. With them and a fine husband to look after, you must be kept pretty busy. But perhaps you might find time to teach a Sunday school class. Or, anyway, you might like to come to our jolly church suppers on Wednesday now and then. I'll tell you about our work, and you can talk it over with Floyd and see what he thinks. What would be a good time to call on you? And what's your address, Lulu? How about, would tomorrow afternoon be about 3, do? I wish I could come when Floyd's there, but all my evenings are so dreadfully taken up. Next afternoon at 5 minutes to 3, the Reverend Elmer Gantry entered the cheap and flimsy apartment house in which lived Floyd and his Mrs. Naylor, impatiently kicked a baby carriage out of the way, panted a little as he skipped upstairs, and stood glowing, looking at Lulu as she opened the door. All alone, said he? He almost whispered. Her eyes dropped before his. Yes, the boys are in school. Oh, that's too bad. I'd hoped to see them. As the door closed, as they stood in the inner hall, he broke out, Oh, Lulu, my darling, I thought I had lost you forever, and now I've found you again. Oh, forgive me for speaking like that. I shouldn't have. Forgive me. But if you know how I've thought of you, dreamed of you, waited for you all these years. No, I'm not allowed to talk like that. It's wicked. But we're going to be friends, aren't we? Such dear, trusting, tender friends? Floyd and you and I? Oh, yes, she breathed as she led him into the shabby sitting room with its thrice-paneled cane rockers, its couch covered with a knitted shawl, its department store chronos of fruit and Versailles. They stood recalling each other in the living room. He muttered huskily, "Dear, it wouldn't be wrong for you to kiss me? Just once, would it? To let me know you really do forgive me? You see, now that we're like brother and sister." She kissed him, shyly, fearfully, and she cried, "Oh, my darling, it's been so long." Her arms clung about his neck, invincible, unrestrained. When the boys came in from school and rang the clicker bell downstairs, the romantics were duly cordial to them. When the boys had gone out to play, she cried wildly, "Oh, I know it's wrong, but I've always loved you so." He inquired interestedly, "Do you feel wickeder because I'm a minister?" "No, I'm proud of it, like as if you were different from other men, like you were somehow closer to God. I'm proud you're a preacher. Any woman would be. It's, different." He kissed her. "Oh, you darling," he said. Part 3. They had to be careful. Elmer had singularly little relish for having the horny-handed Floyd Naylor come in some afternoon and find him with Lulu. Like many famous lovers in many ages, they found refuge in the church. Lulu was an admirable cook, and while in her new life in Zenith she had never reached out for such urban opportunities as lectures or concerts or literary clubs, she had, by some obscure ambitiousness, some notion of a shop of her own, been stirred to attend a cooking school and learn salads and pastry and canapes. Elmer was able to give her a weekly evening cooking class to teach at Wellspring, and even to get out of the trustees for her a salary of $5 a week. The cooking class was over at 10. By that time the rest of the church was cleared, and Elmer had decided that Tuesday evening would be a desirable time for reading in his church office. Cleo had so many small activities in the church, clubs, Epworth League, fancy work, but none on Tuesday evening. Before Lulu came stumbling through the quiet church basement, the dark and musty corridor, before she tapped timidly at his door, he would be walking up and down, and when he held out his arms, she flew into them, unreasoning. He had a new contentment. "I'm really not such a bad fellow. I don't go chasing after women. Oh, that fool woman in the hotel didn't count. Not now that I've got Lulu. Leo never was married to me. She doesn't matter. I like to be good. If I'd just been married to someone a little like Sharon. Oh, God, Sharon. Am I untrue to her? No. Dear Lulu, sweet kid, I owe something to her, too. I wonder if I could get to see her Saturday." A new contentment he had, and explosive success. End of section 31, chapter 25. Section 32 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 32, Chapter 26, Parts 1 through 4. Part 1. In the autumn of his first year in Zenith, Elmer started his famous lively Sunday evenings. Mornings, he announced, he would give them all solid religious meat to sustain them through the week, but Sunday evenings he would provide the best cream puffs. Christianity was a glad religion, and he was going to make it a lot gladder. There was a safe, conservative, sanguinary hymn or two at his lively Sunday evenings, and a short sermon about sunsets, authors, or gambling, but most of the time they were just happy boys and girls together. He had them sing Old Lang Syne and Swanee River, with all the balladry which might have been considered unecclesiastical if it had not been hallowed by the war. Tipperary, and There's a Long, Long Trail, and Pack Up Your Troubles in Your Old Kit Bag, and Smile, Smile, Smile. He made the women sing in contest against the men, the young people against the old, and the sinners against the Christians. That was lots of fun, because some of the most firmly saved brethren, like Elmer himself, pretended for a moment to be sinners. He made them whistle the chorus and hum it and speak it. He made them sing it while they waved handkerchiefs, waved one hand, waved both hands. Other attractive features he provided. There was a ukulele solo by the champion uke player from the University of Winnemac. There was a song rendered by a sweet little girl of 3 perched up on the pulpit. There was a mouth organ contest between the celebrated harmonica quartet from the Higginbotham Casket Factory and the best 4 harmonicists from the B&E.C. railroad shops, surprisingly won, according to the vote of the congregation, by the enterprising and pleasing young men from the railroad. When this was over, Elmer stepped forward and said, "You would never in the world have guessed he was joking unless you were near enough to catch the twinkle in his eyes. He said, 'Now perhaps some of you folks think the pieces the boys have played tonight, like Marching Through Georgia and Mammy, aren't quite proper for a Methodist church, but just let me show you how well our friend and brother Billy Hicks here can make the old mouth organ behave in a real highbrow religious hymn.' And Billy played Ach du lieber Augustine. How they all laughed, even the serious old stewards, and when he had them in this humor, the Reverend Mr. Gantry was able to slam home, good and hard, some pretty straight truths about the horrors of starting children straight for hell by letting them read the colored comics on Sunday morning. Once, to illustrate the evils of betting, he had them bet as to which of 2 frogs would jump first. Once he had the representatives of an illustrious grape juice company hand around sample glasses of his beverage to illustrate the superiority of soft drinks to the horrors of alcohol. And once he had up on the platform a sickening, twisted motor car in which 3 people had been killed at a railroad crossing. With this as an example, he showed his flock that motor speeding was but one symptom of the growing madness and worldliness and materialism of the age, and that this madness could be cured only by returning to the simple old-time religion preached at the Wellspring Methodist Church. The motor car got him 7 columns of publicity with pictures of himself, the car, and the killed motorists. In fact, there were few of his new paths to righteousness which did not get adequate respectful attention from the press. There was, perhaps, no preacher in Zenith, not even the liberal Unitarian minister or the powerful Catholic bishop, who was not fond of the young gentlemen of the press. The newspapers of Zenith were as likely to attack religion as they were to attack department stores. but of all the clerics, none was so hearty, so friendly, so brotherly to the reporters as the Reverend Elmer Gantry. His rival parsons were merely cordial to the sources of publicity when they called. Elmer did his own calling. 6 months after his coming to Zenith, he began preparing a sermon on the making and mission of a great newspaper. He informed the editors of his plan and had himself taken through the plants and introduced to the staffs of the Advocate-Times, its sister, the Evening Advocate, the Press, the Gazette, and the Crier. Out of his visits he managed to seize and hold the acquaintanceship of at least a dozen reporters, and he met the magnificent Colonel Rutherford Snow, owner of the Advocate, a white-haired, blasphemous, religious, scoundrelly old gentleman whose social position in Zenith was as high as that of a bank president or corporation counsel. Elmer and the Colonel recognized in each other an enterprising boldness, and the Colonel was so devoted to the Church and his work in preserving the free and democratic American institutions that he regularly gave to the Pilgrim Congregational Church more than a tenth of what he made out of patent medicine advertisements, cancer cures, rupture cures, and the notices of old Dr. Bly. The Colonel was cordial to Elmer, and gave orders that his sermons should be reported at least once a month, no matter how the rest of the clergy shouted for attention. But somehow Elmer could not keep the friendship of Bill Kingdom, that particularly hard-boiled veteran reporter of the Advocate-Times. He did everything he could. He called Bill by his first name, gave him a quarter cigar, and said damn, but Bill looked uninterested when Elmer came around with the juiciest of stories about dance-halls. In grieved and righteous wrath, Elmer turned his charm on younger members of the Advocate staff who were still new enough to be pleased by the good fellowship of a preacher who could say damn. Elmer was particularly benevolent with one Miss Coy, sub-sister reporter for the Evening Gazette and an enthusiastic member of his church. She was worth a column a week. He always breathed at her after church. Lulu raged. "It's hard enough to sit right here in the same pew with your wife and never be introduced to her, because you say it isn't safe. But when I see you holding hands with that Coy woman, it's a little too much." But he explained that he considered Miss Coy a fool, that it made him sick to touch her, that he was nice to her only because he had to get publicity. And Lou saw it was all proper and truly noble of him, even when in the church bulletins, which he wrote each week for general distribution, he cheered, "Let's all congratulate Sister Coy, who so brilliantly represents the arts amongst us, with her splendid piece in the recent Gazette about the drunken woman who was saved by the Salvation Army." Your pastor felt the quick tears springing to his eyes as he read it, which is a tribute to Sister Coy's powers of expression, and he is always glad to fellowship with the Salvation Army, as well as with all other branches of the true Protestant evangelical universal church. Wellspring is the home of liberality, so long as it does not weaken morality and the proven principles of Bible Christianity. Part 2. As important as the publicity to Elmer was the harassing drive of finance. He had made one discovery superb in its simple genius. The best way to get money was to ask for it, hard enough and often enough. To call on rich men, to set Sunday school classes in competition against one another, to see that every one received pledge envelopes, these were all useful, and he pursued them earnestly. But none of them was so useful as to tell the congregation every Sunday what epical good Wellspring and its pastor were doing, how much greater good they could do if they had more funds, and to demand their support now, this minute. His official board was charmed to see the collections increasing even faster than the audience. They insisted that the bishop send Elmer back to them for another year, indeed for many years, and they raised Elmer's salary to $4,300. And in the autumn they let him have 2 subordinates, the Reverend Sidney Webster, B.A. and B.D., as assistant pastor, and Mr. Henry Wink, B.A., as director of religious education. Mr. Webster had been secretary to Bishop Toomas, and it was likely that he would someday be secretary of one of the powerful church boards, the Board of Publications, the Board of Missions, the Board of Temperance and Morals. He was a man of 28. He had been an excellent basketball player in Boston University. He was tight-mouthed as a New England president, efficient as an adding machine, and cold as the heart of a bureaucrat. If he loved God and humanity in general with rigid devotion, he loved no human individual. If he hated sin, he was too contemptuous of any actual sinner to hate him. He merely turned his frigid eye away and told him to go to hell. He had no vices. He was also competent. He could preach, get rid of beggars, be quietly devout in deathbed prayers, keep down church expenses, and explain about the Trinity. Henry Wink had a lisp, and he told little simpering stories, but he was admirable in the direction of the Sunday school and the Epworth Leagues. With Mr. Webster and Mr. Wink removing most of the church detail from him, Elmer became not less but more occupied. He no longer merely invited the public, but galloped out and dragged it in. He no longer merely scolded sin, he gratifyingly ended it. Part 3. When he had been in Zenith for a year and 3/4, Elmer formed the Committee on Public Morals and conducted his raids on the red light district. It seemed to him that he was getting less publicity. Even his friend Colonel Rutherford Snow, owner of the Advocate-Times, explained that just saying things couldn't go on being news. News was essentially a report of things done. All right, I'll do things, by golly, now that I've got a Webster and Wink to take care of the glad hand for the brethren, Elmer vowed. He received an inspiration to the effect that all of a sudden, for reasons not defined, things have gotten so bad in Zenith, immorality is so rampant in high places and low, threatening the morals of youth and the sanctity of domesticity, that it is not enough for the ministry to stand back warning the malefactors, but a time now to come out of our dignified seclusion and personally wage open war on the forces of evil. He said these startling things in the pulpit. He said them in an interview. He said them in a letter to the most important clergymen in town, invited them to meet with him to form a committee on public morals and make plans for open war. The devil must have been shaken. Anyway, the newspaper said that the mere threat of the formation of the committee had caused a number of well-known crooks and women of bad reputation to leave town. Who these scoundrels were, the papers did not say. The committee was to be composed of the Reverend Elmer Gantry and Otto Hickenlooper, Methodists, G. Prosper Edwards, Congregationalist, John Jennison Drew, Presbyterian, Edmund St. Vincent Zahn, Lutheran, James F. Gomer, Disciples, Father Matthew Smeesby, Catholic, Bernard Amos, Jewish, Hosea Jessup, Baptist, Willis Fortune Tate, Episcopalian, and Irving Tillish, Christian Science reader, with Wallace Umstead, the YMCA secretary, 4 moral laymen, and a lawyer, Mr. T.J. Rigg. They assembled at lunch in a private dining room at the palatial Zenith Athletic Club. Being clergymen and having to prove that they were also red-blooded, as they gathered before lunch in the lobby of the club, they were particularly boisterous in shouting to passing acquaintances, florists and doctors and wholesale plumbers. To one George Babbitt, a real estate man, Dr. Drew, the Presbyterian, clamored, "Hey, Georgie, got a flask along? Lunching with a bunch of preachers, and I reckon they'll want a drink." There was great admiration on the part of Mr. Babbitt, and laughter among all the clergymen, except the Episcopal, Mr. Tate, and the Christian Scientific, Mr. Tillish. The private dining room at the club was a thin red apartment with 2 pictures of young Indian maidens of Lithuanian origin sitting in native costume, which gave free play to their legs under a rugged pine tree against a background of extremely high mountains. In private dining room A, beside them was a lunch of the Men's Furnishers Association, addressed by S. Garrison Siegel of New York on the rented dress suit business and how to run it in a high-class way. The incipient Committee on Public Morals sat about a long, narrow table in bentwood chairs, in which they were always vainly trying to tilt back. Their table did not suggest debauchery and the demon rum. There were only chilly and naked-looking goblets of ice water. They lunched gravely on consommé, celery, roast lamb, which was rather cold, mashed potatoes, which were arctic, Brussels sprouts, which were overstewed, ice cream, which was served with very large cups of coffee, and no smoking afterward. Elmer began. "I don't know who is the oldest amongst us, but certainly no one in this room has had a more distinguished or more valuable term of Christian service than Dr. Edwards of Pilgrim Congregational, and I know that you'll join me in asking him to say grace before meat." The table conversation was less cheerful than the blessing. They all detested one another. Everyone knew of some case in which each of the others had stolen, or was said to have tried to steal, some parishioners, to have corrupted his faith and appropriated his contributions. Dr. Hickenlooper and Dr. Drew had each advertised that he had the largest Sunday school in the city. All of the Protestants wanted to throw ruinous questions about the Immaculate Conception at Father Smeesby, and Father Smeesby, a smiling dark man of 40, had ready, in case they should attack the Catholic Church, the story of the ant who said to the elephant, "Move over, who do you think you're pushing?" All of them, except Mr. Tillish, wanted to ask Mr. Tillish how he had been fooled by this charlatan, this Mary Baker Eddy, and all of them, except the rabbi, wanted to ask Rabbi Amos why the Jews were such numbskulls as not to join the Christian faith. They were dreadfully cordial. They kept their voices bland and smiled too often and never listened to one another. Elmer, aghast, saw that they would flee before making an organization if he did not draw them together. And what was the one thing in which they were all joyously interested? Why, vice. He had begun the vice rampage now, instead of waiting till the business meeting after lunch. He pounded on the table and demanded, "Most of you have been in the Zenith longer than myself. I admit ignorance. It is true that I have unearthed many dreadful cases of secret sin. But you gentlemen, you know the town so much better. Am I right? Are conditions as dreadful as I think, or do I exaggerate?" All of them lighted up, and suddenly, looking upon Elmer as really a nice man after all, they began happily to tell of their woeful discoveries. The blood-chilling incident of the father who found in the handbag of his 16-year-old daughter improper pictures. The suspicion that at a dinner of war veterans at the Leroy House there had danced a young lady who wore no garments save slippers and a hat. Oh, I know all about that dinner. I got the details from a man in my church. I'll tell you about it if you feel you ought to know, said Dr. Gomer. They all looked as though they decidedly felt that they ought to know. He went into details, and at the end Dr. Jessup gulped. Oh, that Leroy House is absolutely a den of iniquity. It ought to be pulled. It certainly ought to. I don't think I'm cruel, shouted Dr. Zahn, the Lutheran, but if I had my way, I'd burn the proprietor of that joint at the stake. All of them had incidents of shocking obscenity all over the place, all of them except Father Smeesby, who sat back and smiled, the Episcopal Dr. Tate, who sat back and looked bored, and Mr. Tillish, the healer, who sat back and looked chilly. In fact, it seemed as though, despite the efforts of themselves and thousands of other inspired and highly trained Christian ministries who had worked over it ever since its foundation, the city of Zenith was another Sodom. But the alarmed apostles did not appear to be so worried as they said they were. They listened with almost benign attention while Dr. Zahn, in his German accent, told of alarming crushes between the society girls whom he knew so well from dining once a year ago with his richest parishioner. They were all indeed absorbed in vice to a degree gratifying to Elmer. But at the time for doing something about it, for passing resolutions and appointing subcommittees and outlining programs, they drew back. Can't we all get together, pool our efforts, pleaded Elmer. Whatever our creedal differences, surely we stand alike in worshiping the same God and advocating the same code of morals. I like to see this committee as a permanent organization, and finally, when the time is ripe, think how it would jolt the town, all of us getting ourselves appointed special police or deputy sheriffs, and personally marching to these abominations, arresting the blood-guilty wretches and putting them where they can do no harm, maybe leading our church members in the crusade. Think of it! They did think of it, and they were alarmed. Father Smeesby spoke. My church, gentlemen, probably has a more rigid theology than yours, but I don't think we're quite so alarmed by discovering the fact, which seems to astonish you, that sinners often sin. The Catholic Church may be harder to believe, but it's easier to live with. My organization, said Mr. Tillish, could not think of joining in a wild witch hunt any more than we could in indiscriminate charity. For both the poverty-laden and the vicious, he made a little whistling between his beautiful but false teeth, and went on with frigid benignancy, for all such, the truth is clearly stated in Science and Health, and made public in all our meetings. The truth that both vice and poverty, like sickness, are unreal, are errors to be got rid of by understanding that God is all in all, that disease, death, evil, sin deny good, omnipotent God life. Well, if these so-called sufferers do not care to take the truth when it is freely offered to them, is that our fault? I understand your sympathy with the unfortunate, but you're not going to put out ignorance by fire. Golly, let me crawl too, chuckled Rabbi Amos. If you want to get a vice-crusading rabbi, get one out of these smart aleck young liberals from the Cincinnati school, and they'll mostly have too much sympathy with the sinners to help you either. Anyway, My congregation is so horribly respectable that if their rabbi did anything but sit in his study and look learned, they'd kick him out." "And I," said Dr. Willis Fortune Tate of St. Colum's Episcopal, "if you will permit me to say so, can regard such a project as our acting like policemen and dealing with these malefactors in person as nothing short of vulgar, as well as useless. I understand your high ideals, Dr. Gantry, Mr. Gantry, and I honor you for them and respect your energy, but I beg you to consider how the press and the ordinary laity, with their incurably common and untrained minds, would misunderstand." "I'm afraid I must agree with Dr. Tate," said the Congregational Dr. G. Prosper Edwards, in the matter of the Pilgrim's Monument disagreeing with Westminster Abbey. "As for the others, they said they really must take time to think it over, and they all got away as hastily and cordially as they could." Elmer walked with his friend and pillar, Dr. T.J. Rigg, toward the dentist's office, in which even an ordained minister of God would shortly take on strangely normal writhings and gurglings. "They're a fine bunch of scared prophets, a noble lot of apostolic ice cream cones," protested Mr. Rigg. "Hard luck, Brother Elmer. I'm sorry. It really is good stuff, this vice crusading. I don't suppose it makes the slightest difference in the amounts of vice, and I don't know that it ought to make any. Got to give fellows that haven't our advantages some chance to let off steam. But it does get the church a lot of attention. I'm mighty proud of the way we're building up Wellspring Church again. Kind of a hobby with me, but makes me indignant these spiritual cold storage eggs not supporting you." But as he looked up, he saw that Elmer was grinning. "I'm not worried, TJ. Fact, I'm tickled to death. First place, I've scared 'em off the subject of vice. Before they get back to preaching about it, I'll have the whole subject absolutely patented for our church. And now they won't have the nerve to intimidate me if I do this personal crusading stunt. Third, I can preach against 'em, and I will. You watch me. Oh, not mentioning any names, no come back, but tell 'em how I pled with a gang of preachers to take practical methods to end immorality, and they were all scared." "Well, fine," said the benevolent trustee. "We'll let 'em know that Wellspring is the one church that's really following the gospel." "We sure will. Now, listen, TJ. If you trustees will stand for the expense, I want to get a couple of good private detectives or something, and have 'em dig up a lot of real addresses of places that are vicious. There must be some of 'em, and get some evidence. Then I'll jump on the police for not having pinched these places. I'll say they're not so wide open that the police must know of 'em, and probably that's true, too. Man, a sensation. Run our disclosures every Sunday evening for a month. Make the chief of police try to answer us in the press." "Good stuff. Well, I know a fellow. He was a government man, prohibition agent, and got fired for boozing and blackmail. He's not exactly a double-crosser, a lot straighter than most prohibition agents, but I think he could slip us some real addresses. I'll have him see you." Part 4. When from his pulpit the Reverend Elmer Gantry announced that the authorities of Zenith were deliberately conniving in protecting vice, and that he could give the addresses and ownerships of 16 brothels, 11 blind tigers, and 2 agencies for selling cocaine and heroin, along with an obscene private burlesque show so dreadful that he could only hint at the nature of its program. When he attacked the chief of police and promised to give more detailed complaints next Sunday. Then the town exploded. They were front-page newspaper stories, yelping replies by the mayor and chief of police, replies from Elmer, interviews with everybody, and a full-page account of white slavery in Chicago. In clubs and offices, in church societies, and the back rooms of soft drink stands, there was a blizzard of talk. Elmer had to be protected against hundreds of callers, telephoners, letter writers. His assistant, Sidney Webster, and Miss Bundle, the secretary, could not keep the mob from him, and he hid out in T.J. Riggs' house, accessible to no one except to newspaper reporters who, for any Christian and brotherly reason, might care to see him. For the second Sunday evening of his Jeremiad, the church was full half an hour before opening time. Standing room was taken even to the back of the lobby. Hundreds clamored at the closed doors. He gave the exact addresses, 8 dives, told what dreadful drinking of corn whiskey went on there, and reported the number of policemen in uniform who had been in the more attractive of these resorts during the past week. Despite all the police could do to help their friends close up for a time, it was necessary for them to arrest 10 or 15 of the 100-odd criminals whom Elmer named. But the chief of police triumphed by announcing that it was impossible to find any of the others. "All right," Elmer murmured to the chief, in the gentleness of a boxed newspaper interview in bold-faced type. "If you'll make me a temporary lieutenant of police and give me a squad, I'll find and close 5 dives in one evening, any evening save Sunday." "I'll do it, and you can make your raids tomorrow," said the chief, in the official dignity of headlines. Mr. Rigg was a little alarmed. "Think you're going too far, Elmer?" he said. "If you really antagonize any of the big wholesale bootleggers, they'll get us financially, and if you hit any one of the tough ones, they're likely to bump you off." "Darn dangerous." "I know. I'm just going to pick out some of the smaller fellows that make their own booze and haven't got any police protection except slipping a 5 or 10 to the cop on the beat. The newspapers will make 'em out regular homicidal gangsters to get a good story, and we'll have the credit without being foolish and taking risks." End of section 32. Section 33 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 33, Chapter 26, Parts 5 through 9. Part 5. At least 1,000 people were trying to get near the Central Police Station on the evening when a dozen armed policemen marched down the steps of the station house and stood at attention, looking up at the door, awaiting their leader. He came out, the great Reverend Mr. Gantry, and stood posing on the steps, while the policemen saluted, the crowd cheered or sneered, and the press cameras went off in a flurry of flashlight powder. He wore the gilt-encircled cap of a police lieutenant, with a lugubrious frock coat and black trousers, and under his arm he carried a Bible. 2 patrol wagons clanged away, and all the women in the crowd, except certain professional ladies who were grievously profane, gasped their admiration of this modern Savonarola. He had promised the mob at least one real house of prostitution. Part 6. There were 2 amiable young females who, tired of working in a rather nasty bread factory and of being unremuneratively seduced by the large, pale, puffy bakers on Sunday afternoons, had found it easier and much jollier to set up a small flat in a street near Elmer's church. They were fond of reading the magazines and dancing to the phonograph, and of going to church, usually Elmer's church. If their relations to their gentlemen friends were more comforting than a preacher could suspect, after his experience of the sacred and chilly state of matrimony, they entertained only a few of these friends. Often they darned their socks, and almost always they praised Elmer's oratory. One of the girls, this evening, was discoursing with a man who was later proved in court not to be her husband. The other was in the kitchen making a birthday cake for her niece and humming "Onward, Christian Soldiers." She was dazed by a rumbling or a clanging or shouting in the street below, then mob sound on the stairs. She fluttered into the living room to see their pretty imitation mahogany door smashed in with a rifle butt. Into the room crowded a dozen grinning policemen, followed, to her modest shame, by her adored family prophet, the Reverend Gantry. But it was not the cheerful, laughing Mr. Gantry that she knew. He held out his arms in a horrible gesture of holiness, and bawled, "Scarlet woman, thy sins be upon thy head. No longer are you going to get away with leading poor unfortunate young men into this sink and cesspool of iniquity. Sergeant, draw your revolver. These women are known to be up to every trick." "All right, sure. Look," giggled the brick-faced police sergeant. "Oh, rats, this girl looks as dangerous as a goldfish. Oh, Gantry," remarked Bill Kingdom of the Advocate-Times. He was 2 hours later to do an epic of the heroism of the great crusader. "Let's see what the other girl's up to," snickered one of the policemen. They all laughed very much as they looked into the bedroom, where a half-dressed girl and a man shrank by the window, their faces sick with shame. It was with her, ignoring Bill Kingdom's mutters of, "Oh, drop it, pick on somebody your own size," that Elmer, the vice-slayer, became really biblical. Only the instance of Bill Kingdom kept Lieutenant Gantry from making his men load the erring one into the patrol wagon in her chemise. Then Elmer led them to a secret den where it was securely reported men were ruining their bodies and souls by guzzling the devil's brew of alcohol. Part 7. Mr. Oscar Hochelauf had been a saloon-keeper in the days before Prohibition, but when Prohibition came, he was a saloon-keeper. A very sound, old-fashioned, drowsy, agreeable resort was Oscar's place. None of the grander public houses had more artistic soap scrawls on the mirror behind the bar. None had spicier pickled herring. Tonight there were 3 men before the bar. Emil Fisher, the carpenter, who had a mustache like an earmuff; his son Ben, whom Emil was training to drink wholesome beer instead of the whiskey and gin which America was forcing on the people; and old Daddy Sorensen, the Swedish tailor. They were discussing jazz. "I came to America for liberty. I think Ben's son will go back to Germany for liberty," said Emil. "When I was a young man here, 4 of us used to play every Saturday evening. Bach we played, and Brahms' Gott weiß we played terrible, but we liked it, and we never made others listen. Now, what this Reverend Gantry you read about is to an old-time prediger. I guess maybe he was never born. That Gantry fellow, he was blowed out of a saxophone." "Ah, this country's all right, Pa," said Ben. "Sure, that's right," said Oscar Hochelauf contentedly, while he sliced the foam off a glass of beer. "The Americans, like when I knew them first, when there was Bill Nye and Eugene Field, they used to laugh. Now they get solemn. When they start laughing again, they roar their heads off at fellows like Gantry and almost all these preachers that try to tell everybody how they got to live, and if the people laugh, oof, God help the preachers. Well, that's how it is. Say, did I tell you, Oscar, said the Swedish tailor, my grandson, William, he got a scholarship in the university? Oh, that's fine, they all agreed, slapping Daddy Sorensen on the back. As a dozen policemen, followed by a large and gloomy gentleman armed with a Bible, burst in through the front and back doors, and the gloomy gentleman, pointing at the astounded Oscar, bellowed, "Arrest that man, and hold all these other fellows." To Oscar, then, and to an audience increasing 10 a second, "I've got you. You're the kind that teaches young men to drink. It's you that start them on the road to every hellish vice, to gambling and murder. With your hellish beverages, with your draught of the devil himself." Arrested for the first time in his life, bewildered, broken, feebly leaning on the arm of 2 policemen, Oscar Hochlauf straightened at this and screamed, "That's a damned lie. Always when you let me, I handle Eitelbaum's beer, the finest in the state, and since then I make my own beer. It is good. It is honest. Hellish beverage, that you should judge of beer, that a pig should judge poetry. Your Christ that made vines, he would like my beer." Elmer jumped forward with his great fists doubled. Only the sudden grip of the police sergeant kept him from striking down the blasphemer. He shrieked, "Take that foul-mouthed bum to the wagon. I'll see he gets the limit." And Bill Kingdom murmured to himself, "Gallant preacher single-handed faces saloon full of desperate gunmen and rebukes them for taking the name of the Lord in vain. Oh, I'll get a swell story. Then I think I'll commit suicide." Part 8. The attendant crowd and the policeman had whispered that from the careful way in which he followed instead of leading, it might be judged that the Reverend Lieutenant Gantry was afraid of the sinister criminals whom he was attacking. And it is true that Elmer had no large fancy for revolver duels. But he had not lost his delight in conflict. He was physically no coward, and they were all edified to see this when the raiders dashed into the resort of Nick Spalletti. Nick, who conducted a bar in a basement, had been a prize fighter. He was cool and quick. He heard the Crusaders coming and shouted to his customers, "Beat it! Side door! I'll hold 'em back." He met the first of the policemen at the bottom of the steps and dropped him with the crack of a bottle over his head. The next tripped over the body, and the others halted, peering, looking embarrassed, drawing revolvers. But Elmer smelled battle. He forgot holiness. He dropped his Bible, thrust aside 2 policemen, and swung on Nick from the bottom step. Nick slashed at his head, but with a boxer's jerk of the neck, Elmer slid away from the punch and knocked out Nick with a deliberately murderous left. "Golly, the parson's got an awful wallop," grunted the sergeant, and Bill Kingdom sighed. Not so bad. And Elmer knew that he had won, that he would be the hero of Zenith, that he was now the Sir Lancelot as well as the William Jennings Bryan of the Methodist Church. Part 9. After 2 more raids, he was delivered at his home by patrol wagon and left with not entirely sardonic cheers by the policeman. Cleo rushed to meet him, crying, "Oh, you're safe! Oh, my dear, you're hurt!" His cheek was slightly bleeding. In a passion of admiration for himself, so hot that it extended even to her, he clasped her, kissed her wetly, and roared, "It's nothing! Oh, it went great. We raided 5 places, arrested 27 criminals, took them in every sort of horrible debauchery, things I never dreamed could exist. You poor dear. There was not enough audience with merely Cleo and the maid peering from the back of the hall. Let's go and tell the kids. Maybe they'll be proud of their dad. He interrupted her. Dear, they're asleep. Oh, I see. Sleep is more important to them than to know their father is a man who isn't afraid to back up his gospel with his very life. Oh, I didn't mean. I meant. Yes, of course, you're right. It'll be a wonderful example and inspiration, but let me put on some stickum plaster on your cheek first. By the time she had washed the cut and bound it and fussed over it, he had forgotten the children and their need of an heroic exemplar, as she had expected, and he sat on the edge of the bathtub telling her that he was an entire Trojan army. She was so worshipful that he became almost amorous, until it seemed to him from her anxious patting on his arm that she was trying to make him so. It angered him that she, so unappealing, should have the egotism to try to attract a man like himself. He went off to his own room, wishing that Lulu were here to rejoice in his splendor, the beginning of his fame as the up-to-date John Wesley. End of section 33, chapter 26, parts 5 through 9. Section 34 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 34, Chapter 27, Part 1. Elmer, in court, got convictions of 16 out of the 27 fiends whom he had arrested, with an extra 6 months for Oscar Hokelauf for resisting arrest and the use of abusive and profane language. The judge praised him, the mayor forgave him, the chief of police shook his hand and invited him to use a police squad at any time, and some of the younger reporters did not cover their mouths with their hands. Vice was ended in Zenith. It was 30 days before any of the gay ladies were really back at work, though the gentlemanly jailers at the workhouse did let some of them out for an occasional night. Every Sunday evening now, people were turned from the door of Elmer's church. If they did not always have a sermon about vice, at least they enjoyed the saxophone solos and singing, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." And once they were entertained by a professional juggler who wore, it was Elmer's own idea, a placard proclaiming that he stood for God's Word, and who showed how easy it was to pick up weights symbolically labeled sin and sorrow and ignorance and papistry. The trustees were discussing the erection of a new and much larger church, a project for which Elmer himself had begun to prepare a year before, by reminding the trustees how many new apartment houses were replacing the run-down residences in Old Town. The trustees raised his salary to $5,000, and they increased the budget for institutional work. Elmer did not institute so many clubs for students of chiropractic and the art of motion picture acting, as did Dr. Otto Hickenlooper of Central Methodist, but there was scarcely an hour, from 9 in the morning till 10 at night, when some circle was not trying to do good to somebody. And even after 10, there were often Elmer and Lulu Baines Naylor conferring on cooking classes. Elmer had seen the danger of his crusading publicity and his lively Sunday evenings, the danger of being considered a clown instead of a great moral leader. "I've got to figure out some way so's I keep dignified and yet keep folks interested, he meditated. The thing is sort of have other people do the monkey business. But me, I got to be upstage and not smile as much as I've been doing. And just when the poor chumps think my Sunday evening is nothing but a vaudeville show, I'll suddenly soak 'em with a regular old-time hellfire and damnation sermon, or be poetic and that stuff. It worked reasonably, though many of his rival preachers in Zenith went on calling him clown and charlatan and sensationalist. No one could fail to appreciate his lofty soul and his weighty scholarship once they had seen him stand in agonized silent prayer, then level his long forefinger and intone, "You have laughed now, you have sung, you have been merry, but what came ye forth into the wilderness for to see? Merely laughter? I want you to stop a moment now and think just how long it is since you have realized that any night death may demand your souls, and that then, laughter or no laughter, unless you have found the peace of God, unless you have accepted Christ Jesus as your Savior, you may, with no chance of last-minute repentance, be hurled into horrible and shrieking and appalling eternal torture." Elmer had become so distinguished that the Rotary Club elected him to membership with zeal. The Rotary Club was an assemblage of accountants, tailors, osteopaths, university presidents, carpet manufacturers, advertising men, millinery dealers, ice dealers, piano salesmen, laundrymen, and like leaders of public thought, who met weekly for the purposes of lunching together, listening to addresses by visiting actors and by lobbyists against the recognition of Russia, beholding vaudeville teams in eccentric dances, and indulging in passionate rhapsodies about service and business ethics. They asserted that their one desire in their several callings was not to make money, but only to serve and benefit a thing called the public. They were as earnest about this as was the Reverend Elmer Gantry about vice. He was extraordinarily at home among the Rotarians, equally happy in being a good fellow with such good fellows as these, and in making short speeches to the effect that Jesus Christ would be a Rotarian if he lived today, Lincoln would be a Rotarian today, William McKinley would be a Rotarian today. All these men preached the principles of Rotary, one for all and all for one, mindfulness toward one's community, and respect for God. It was a rule of this organization, which was merry and full of greetings in between inspirational addresses, that everyone should, at lunch, be called by his first name. They shouted at the Reverend Mr. Gantry as Elmer or Elm, while he called his haberdasher Ike, and beamed on his shoe seller as Rudy. A few years before, this intimacy might have led him into indiscretions, into speaking vulgarly, or even desiring a drink. But he had learned his riddle of dignity now, and though he observed, "Dandy day, Shorty," he was quick to follow it up unhesitatingly with a orotund, "I trust that you have been able to enjoy the beauty of the vernal foliage in the country this week." So Shorty and his pals went up and down informing the citizenry that Reverend Gantry was a good scout, a prince of a good fellow, but a mighty deep thinker, and a real honest-to-God orator. When Elmer informed T.J. Rigg of the joys of Rotary, the lawyer scratched his chin and suggested, "Fine. But look here, Brother Elmer, there's one thing you're neglecting, the really big boys with the long pockets. You got to know 'em. Many of 'em Methodists. They'll go out for Episcopalianism or Presbyterianism or Congregationalism or Christian Science. or stay out of the church altogether. But that's no reason why we can't turn their money Methodists. You wouldn't find but mighty few of these Rotarians in the Tonawanda Country Club, into which I bought my way by blackmailing, you might say, a wheat speculator. But why, TJ? Those Rotarians, why, there's a fella in there like Trey Runyon, the managing editor of the Advocate, and Wynne Grant, the realtor. Yeah, but the owner of the Advocate and the banker that's letting Wynne Grant run on till he bankrupts, and the corporation counsel that keeps them all out of jail, you don't find those malefactors going to no lunch club and yipping about service. You find them sitting at small tables in the old Union Club and laughing themselves sick about service. And for golf, they go to Tonawanda. I couldn't get you into the Union Club. They wouldn't have any preacher that talks about vice. The kind of preacher that belongs to the Union talks about the new model Cadillac and how hard it is to get genuine Italian vermouth. But the Tonawanda, they might let you in for respectability, to prove that they couldn't have the gin they've got in their lockers. In their lockers. It was done, though it took 6 months and a deal of secret politics conducted by T.J. Rigg. Wellspring Church, including the pastor of Wellspring, bloomed with pride that Elmer had been so elevated socially as to be allowed to play golf with bankers. Only he couldn't play golf. While he never appeared on the links with other players, Elmer took lessons from the Tonawanda professional 3 mornings a week, driving out in the smart new Buick which he had bought and almost paid for. The professional was a traditionally small and gnarled and sandy Scotchman from Indiana, and he was so traditionally rude that Elmer put on meekness. "Put back your davits. Do you think there's a church?" snapped the professional. "Damn it, I always forget, Scotty," whined Elmer. "Yes, it must be hard on you to have to train these preachers." "Preachers is nothing to me, and millionaires is nothing to me, but golf grounds is a lot," grunted Scotty. He was a zealous Presbyterian, and to be picturesquely rude to Christian customers was as hard for him as it was to keep up the Scotch accent, which he had learned from a real Liverpool Irishman. Elmer was strong. He was placid when he was out of doors, and his eye was quick. When he first appeared publicly at Tonawanda in a foursome with T.J. Rigg and 2 most respectable doctors, he and his game were watched and commended. When he dressed in the locker room and did not appear to note the square bottle in use 10 feet away, he was accepted as a man of the world. William Dollinger Stiles, member of the Tonawanda House Committee, president of the fabulous W.D. Stiles Wholesale Hardware Company, the man who had introduced the bite-edge axe through all the land from Louisville to Detroit, and introduced white knickers to the Tonawanda Club. This baron, this bishop of business, actually introduced himself to Elmer and made him welcome. "Glad to see you here, Dominie. Played much golf?" "No, I've only taken it up recently, but you bet I'm going to be a real fan from now on." "Well, that's fine. Tell you how I feel about it, Reverend. We fellows that have to stick to our desk and make decisions that guide the common people, you religiously and me commercially, it's a good thing for us, and through us for them, to go out and get next to nature and put ourselves in shape to tackle our complicated problems, as I said recently in an after-dinner speech at the Chamber of Commerce banquet, and keep a good, sane outlook so we won't be swept away by every breeze of fickle and changing public opinion, and so inevitably... In fact, said Mr. William Dollinger Stiles, he liked golf. Elmer tenderly agreed. Yes, that's certainly a fact. Certainly is a fact. Be a good thing for a whole lot of preachers if they got out and exercised more, instead of always reading. Yes, I wish you'd tell my dominie that. Not that I go to church such a whole lot, but I'm church treasurer and take kind of an interest. Dorchester Congregational, Reverend Shallard. Oh, Frank Shallard. Well, I knew him in theological seminary. Fine, straight, intelligent fellow. Frank? Well, yes, but I don't like the way he's been carrying on and almost coming right out and defending a whole lot of these crooked labor unions. That's why I don't ever hear his sermons, but I can't get the deacons to see it. And as I says, be better for him if he got outdoors more. Well, glad to meet you, Reverend. You must join one of our foursomes some day, if you can stand a little cussin', maybe. Well, I'll try to, sir. Been mighty fine to have met you. Reflected Elmer. So Frank, the belly-aching highbrow, has got as rich a man as Stiles in his fold, and Stiles doesn't like him. Wonder if Stiles would turn Methodist. Wonder if he could be pinched off Frank. I'll ask Rigg. But the charm of the place, the day, the impolite social position was such that Elmer turned from these purely religious broodings to more aesthetic thoughts. Rigg had driven home. Elmer sat by himself on the huge porch of the Tonawanda Club, a long gray country house on a hill sloping to the Appleseed River, with tawny fields of barley among orchards on the bank beyond. The golf course was scattered with men in Harris tweeds, girls in short skirts, which fluttered about their legs. A man in white flannels drove up in a Rolls-Royce Roadster, the only one in Zenith as yet, and Elmer felt ennobled by belonging to the same club with the Rolls-Royce. On the lawn before the porch, men with English officer mustaches and pretty women in pale frocks were taking tea at tables under the striped garden umbrellas. Elmer knew none of them, actually, but a few by sight. Golly, I'll be right in with all these swells some day. Must work it careful, not be snooty, and not try to pick 'em up too quick. A group of weighty-looking men of 50 near him were conversing on the arts and public policy. As he listened, Elmer decided, yep, Rigg was right. Those are fine fellows at the Rotary Club. Fine, high-class, educated gentlemen, and certainly raking in the money. Mighty cute in business, but upholding the highest ideals. But they haven't got the class of these really big boys. Entranced, he gave heed to the magnates, a bondbroker, a mine owner, a lawyer, a millionaire lumberman. Yes, sir, what the country at large doesn't understand is that the stabilization of sterling has a good effect on our trade with Britain. I told them that far from refusing to recognize the rights of labor, I had myself come up from the ranks to some extent, and I was doing all in my power to benefit them. But I certainly did refuse to listen to the caterwauling of a lot of hired agitators from the so-called unions, and that if they didn't like the way I did things... Yes, it opened at 7314, but knowing what had happened to Saracen Common... Yes, sir, you can depend upon a Pierce era. You certainly can. Elmer drew a thoughtful, passionate, shuddering breath at being so nearly in communion with the powers that governed Zenith, and thought for Zenith, that governed America, and fought for it. He longed to stay, but he had the task, unworthy of his powers of social decoration, of preparing a short, clever talk on missions among the Digger Indians. As he drove home, he rejoiced. Someday I'll be able to put it over with the best of them socially. When I get to be a bishop, believe me, I'm not going to hang around jawing about Sunday school methods. I'll be entertaining the bon-ton senators and everybody. Cleo would look fine at a big dinner with the right dress, if she wasn't so darn priggish. Oh, maybe she'll die before then. I think I'll marry an Episcopalian. I wonder if I could get an Episcopal bishopric if I switched to that nightshirt crowd. More class. No, Methodist bigger church, and don't guess the Episcopalians could stand any good red-blooded sermon on vice and all that. Part 2. The Gill-Feather Chautauqua Corporation, which conducts week-long Chautauquas in small towns, had not been interested when Elmer had hinted 3 years ago that he had a message to the youth of America, one worth at least $100 a week, and that he would be glad to go right out to the youth and deliver it. But when Elmer's demolition of all vice in Zenith had made him celebrated, and even gained him a paragraph or two as the crusading parson in New York and Chicago, the Gill-Feather Corporation had a new appreciation. They came to him, besieged him, offered him $200 a week and headlines in the posters for a 3-month tour. But Elmer did not want to ask the trustees for a 3-month leave. He had a notion of a summer in Europe a year or two from now. That extended study of European culture firsthand would be just the finishing polish to enable him to hold any pulpit in the country. He did, however, fill in during the late August and early September as substitute for a Gill-Feather headliner, the renowned J. Thurston Wallet, M.D., D.O.D.N., who had delighted thousands with his witty and instructive lecture, Diet or Die, Nature or Nix, until he had unfortunately been taken ill at Powhasset, Iowa, from eating too many green cantaloupes. Elmer had planned to spend August with his family in northern Michigan, planned it most uncomfortably, for while it was conceivable to endure Cleo in the city, with his work, his clubs, and Lulu, a month with no relief from her solemn, drooping face and cry-baby voice would be trying even to a professional good man. He explained to her that duty called, and departed with speed, stopping only long enough to get several books of inspirational essays from the public library for aid in preparing his Chautauqua lecture. He was delighted with his coming adventure, money, fame in new quarters, crowds for whom he would not have to think up fresh personal experiences, and he might find a woman friend who would understand him and give to his own solid genius that lighter touch of the feminine. He was, he admitted, almost as tired of Lulu as of Cleo. He pictured a Chautauqua lady pianist or soprano or ventriloquist or soloist on the musical saw. He pictured a surprised, thrilled meeting in the amber light under the canvas roof, recognition between a kindred fine and lonely souls. And he found it, of course. Part 3. Elmer's metaphysical lecture entitled Woe Up, Youth, with its counsel about abstinence, chastity, industry, and honesty, its heaven-vaulting poetic passage about love, the only bow on life's dark cloud, the morning and the evening star, and its anecdote of his fight to save a college mate named Jim from drink and atheism, became one of the classics among Chautauqua masterpieces. And Elmer better than anyone else among the talent, except perhaps the gentleman who played national anthems on water glasses, a Lettish gentleman innocent of English, sidestepped on the question of the KKK. The new Ku Klux Klan, an organization of the father's younger brothers and employees of the men who had succeeded and become Rotarians, had just become a political difficulty. Many of the most worthy Methodist and Baptist clergymen supported it, and were supported by it. And personally, Elmer admired its principles, to keep all foreigners, Jews, Catholics, and Negroes in their place, which was no place at all, and let the country be led by native Protestants, like Elmer Gantry. He perceived that in the cities there were prominent people, nice people, rich people, even among the Methodists and Baptists, who felt that a man could be a Jew and still an American citizen. It seemed to him more truly American, also a lot safer, to avoid the problem. So everywhere he took a message of reconciliation to the effect, regarding religious, political, and social organizations, I defend the right of every man in our free America to organize with his fellows when and as he pleases, for any purpose he pleases, but I also defend the right of any other free American citizen to demand that such an organization shall not dictate his mode of thought, or, so long as it be moral, his mode of conduct. That pleased both the KKK and the opponents of the KKK, and everybody admired Elmer's powers of thought. He came with a boom and a flash to the town of Blackfoot Creek, Indiana, and there the local committee permitted the Methodist minister, one Andrew Pengilly, to entertain his renowned brother priest. Part 4. Always a little lonely, lost in the ceaseless unfolding of his mysticism, old Andrew Pengilly had been the lonelier since Frank Shellard had left him. When he heard that the Reverend Elmer Gantry was coming, Mr. Pengilly murmured to the local committee that it would be a pleasure to put up Mr. Gantry and save him from the scurfy village hotel. He had read of Mr. Gantry as an impressive orator, a courageous fighter against sin. Mr. Pengilly sighed. Himself, somehow, he had never been able to find so very much sin about. His fault. A silly old dreamer, he rejoiced that he, the mousy village curé, was about to have here, glorifying his cottage, a St. Michael in dazzling armor. Part 5. After the evening chautauqua, Elmer sat in Mr. Pengilly's hollow, and he was graciously condescending. You say, Brother Pengilly, that you've heard of our work at Wellspring? But do we get so near the hearts of the weak and unfortunate as you here? Oh, no. Sometimes I think that my first pastorate in a town smaller than this was in many ways more blessed than our tremendous to-do in the great city. And what is accomplished there is no credit to me. I have such splendid, such touchingly loyal assistants. Mr. Webster, the assistant pastor, such a consecrated worker and yet right on the job, and Mr. Wink and Miss Wiesiger, the deaconess, and dear Miss Bundle, the secretary, such a faithful soul, so industrious. Oh, yes, I am singularly blessed. But given these people who really do the work, we've been able to put over some pretty good things. Why, say, we've started the only class in show window dressing in any church in the United States, and I should suppose England and France. We've already seen the most wonderful results, not only in raising the salary of several of the fine men in our church, but increasing business throughout the city and improving the appearance of show windows, and you know how much that adds to the beauty of the downtown streets. and the crowds do seem to be increasingly steady. We had over 1,100 present on my last Sunday evening in Zenith, and that in summer. And during the season we often have nearly 1,800 in an auditorium that's only supposed to seat 1,600. And with all modesty, it's not my doing, but the methods we're working up. I think I may say that every man, woman, and child goes away happy, and yet with a message to sustain him through the week. You see, of course I give them the straight old-time gospel in my sermon. I'm not the least bit afraid of talking right up to them and reminding them of the awful consequences of sin and ignorance and spiritual sloth. Yes, sir, no blinking the horrors of the old-time proven hell, not in any church I'm running, but also we make 'em get together, and their pastor is just one of their own chums, and we sing cheerful, comforting songs. And do they like it? Say, it shows up in the collections. Well, Mr. Gantry, said Andrew Pengilly, why don't you believe in God? End of section 34, chapter 27. Section 35 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 35, Chapter 28, Part 1. His friendship with Dr. Philip McGarry of the Arbor Church was all, Frank Shallard felt, that kept him in the church. As to his round little wife Bess and the 3 respectable children, he had for them less passion than compassion, and he could, he supposed, make enough money somehow to care for them. McGarry was not an extraordinary scholar, not especially eloquent, not remarkably virtuous, but in him there was kindness along with robust humor, a yearning for justice steeled by common sense, and just that quality of authentic good fellowship which the professional good fellows of Zenith, whether preachers or shoe salesmen, blasphemed against by shouting and guffawing and backslapping. Women trusted in his strength and his honor. Children were bold with him. Men disclosed to him their veiled sorrows, and he was more nimble to help them than to be shocked. Frank worshipped him. Himself a bachelor, McGarry had become an intimate of Frank's house. He knew where the ice pick was kept and where the thermos bottles for picnics. He was as likely as Frank to wash up after late suppers, and if he called and the elder Shallards were not in, he slipped upstairs and was found there scandalously, keeping the children awake by stories of his hunting in Montana and Arizona and Saskatchewan. It was thus when Frank and Bess came home from prayer meeting one evening. Philip McGarry's own prayer meetings were brief. A good many people said they were as artificial a form of religious as Elmer Gantry's lively Sunday evenings. But if McGarry did also have the habit of making people sing "Smile, Smile, Smile" on all public events, except possibly funerals, at least he was not so insistent about their shouting it. They drifted down to the parsonage living room, which Bess had made gay with chintzes, Frank studious with portentous books of sociology. Frank sat deep in a chair smoking a pipe. He could never quite get over looking like a youngish college professor who smokes to show what a manly fellow he is. McGarry wandered about the room. He had a way of pointing arguments by shaking objects of furniture, pokers, vases, books, lamps, which was as dangerous as it looked. "Oh, I was rotten at prayer meeting tonight," Frank grumbled. "Darn it, I can't seem to go on being interested in the fact that Old Mrs. Beeson finds God such a comfort in her trials. Mrs. Beeson's daughter-in-law doesn't find Mrs. Beeson any comfort in her trials, let me tell you. And yet I don't see how I can say to her, after she's been fluttering around among the angels and advertising how dead certain she is, that Jesus loves her. I haven't quite the nerve to say, Sister, you tight-fisted, poison-tongued old hellcat. Why, Frank, from Bess in placid piety, you go home and forget your popularity in heaven and ask your son and his wife to forgive you for trying to make them your kind of saint with acidity for the spiritual stomach. Why, Frank! Let him rave, Bess, said McCary. If a preacher didn't cuss his congregation out once in a while, nobody but St. John would ever have lasted. And I'll bet he wasn't very good at weekly services and parish visiting. And, went on Frank, tomorrow I've got a funeral. That Henry Simp weighed 280 pounds from the neck down and 3 ounces from the neck up. Perfectly good Christian citizen who believed that Warren G. Harding was the greatest man since George Washington. I'm sure he never beat his wife. Worthy communicant. But when his wife came to hire me, she wept like the dickens when she talked about Henry's death. But I noticed from the window that when she went off down the street, she looked particularly cheerful. Yes, Henry was a bulwark of the nation, not to be sneered at by highbrows. And I'm dead certain from something she said that every year they've gypped the government out of every cent they could on their income tax. And tomorrow I'm supposed to stand up there and tell his friends what a moral example and intellectual titan he was, and how the poor little woman is simply broken by sorrow. Well, cheer up. From what I know of her, she'll be married again within 6 months, and if I do a good job of priesting tomorrow, maybe I'll get the fee. Oh, Lord, Phil, what a job, what a lying, compromising job, this being a minister. It was their 100th argument over the question. McGarry waved a pillow, discarded it for Bess's purse, while he tried to not look alarmed and shouted, It is not. And I heard a big New York preacher say one day he knew how imperfect the ministry was and how many second-raters get into it, and yet if he had 1,000 lives, he'd want to be a minister of the gospel, to be a man showing the philosophy of Jesus to mankind in every one of them. And the Church Universal, no matter what its failings, is still the only institution in which we can work together to hand on the gospel. Maybe it's your fault, not the church's, young Frank, if you're so scared of your people that you lie at funerals. I don't, by Jiminy. You do, by Jiminy, my dear Phil. You don't know it. No, what you do, you hypnotize yourself until you're convinced that every dear departed was a model of some virtue, and then you rhapsodize about that. Well, probably he was. Of course. Probably your burglar was a model of courage, and your gambler a model of kindness to everybody except the people he robbed. But I don't like being hired to praise burglars and gamblers and respectable loan sharks and food hounds like Henry Simp, and encourage youngsters to accept their standards, and so keep on perpetuating this barbarous civilization for which we preachers are as responsible as the lawyers or the politicians or the soldiers or even the schoolmasters. No, sir. Oh, I am going to get out of the church. Think of it. A preacher getting religion, getting saved, getting honest, getting out. Then I know the joys of sanctification that you Methodies always talk about. Oh, you make me tired, Bess complained, not very aggressively. She looked at 41 like a plump and amiable girl of 20. Honestly, Phil, I do wish you would show Frank where he's wrong. I can't, and I've been trying these 15 years. You have, my lamb. Honestly, Phil, can you make him see it? Said Bess. Of course I do adore him, but of all the crybabies I ever met, he's the worst of all my children. He talks about going into charity work, about getting a job with a labor bank or a labor paper, about lecturing, about trying to write. Can you make him see that he'd be just as discontented whatever he did? I'll bet you the labor leaders and radical agitators and the charity organization society people aren't as perfect little angels any more than preachers are. Heavens, I don't expect them to be. I can't expect to be content, Frank protested. And isn't it a good thing to have a few people who are always yammering? Never get anywhere without. What a joke that a minister who's supposed to have such divine authority that he can threaten people with hell is also supposed to be such an office boy that he can be cussed out and fired if he dares to criticize capitalists or his fellow ministers. Anyway, dear Bess, it's rotten on you. I'd like to be a contented sort. I'd like to succeed, to be satisfied with being half honest, but I can't. You see, Phil, I was brought up to believe the Christian God wasn't a sacred and compromising public servant, but the creator and advocate of the full merciless truth, and I reckon that training spoiled me. I actually took my teachers seriously. Oh, tut, tut, Frank. Trouble with you is, Philip McGarry yawned, trouble with you is, you like arguing more than you do patiently working out the spiritual problems of some poor, dumb, infinitely piteous human being that comes to you for help, and that doesn't care a hoot whether you advocate Zoroastrianism or Seventh-day Adventism, so long as he feels that you love him and that you can bring him strength from a power higher than himself. I know that if you could lose your intellectual pride, if you could forget you have to make a new world, better than the Creator's, right away tonight, you and Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells and H.L. Mencken and Sinclair Lewis. Lord, how that book of Lewis's, Main Street, did bore me, as much of it as I read. It just rambled on forever, and all he could see was that some of the Gopher Prairie hicks didn't go to literary teas quite as often as he does. That was all that he could see among those splendid heroic pioneers. Well, as I was saying, if instead of starting in where your congregation has left off, because they never had your chance, you could draw them along with you. I try to, and let me tell you, young fella, I've got a few of 'em far enough along so they're having the sense to leave me in my evangelical church and go off to the Unitarians, or stay away from church altogether. Thus, Bess darling, depriving my wife and babes of a few more pennies. But seriously, Phil, a man always says but seriously when he feels the previous arguments haven't been so good yet. Well, maybe. But anyway, what I mean to say is this. Of course, my liberalism is all foolishness. Do you know why my people stand for it? They're not enough interested to realize what I'm saying. If I had a successor who was a fundamentalist, they'd like him just as well or better, and they'd go back a-whooping to the sacred hellfire that I've coaxed them out of. They don't believe I mean it when I take a shot at the fear of eternal punishment, and the whole magic and taboo system of worshipping the Bible and the ministry, and all the other skull-decorated vestiges of horror there are in the so-called Christianity. They don't know it. Partly it's because they've been trained not to believe anything much they hear in sermons, but also it's my fault I'm not aggressive. I ought to jump around like a lunatic or a popular evangelist and shout, "Oh, do you understand? When I say that most of your religious opinions are bunk, why, what I mean is, they're bunk. I've never been violently enough in earnest to be beaten for the sake of the Lord our God. Not yet." Ha! There I've got you, Frank. Tickles me to see you try to be the village atheist for the sake of the Lord. You just said, how often I've heard you say at parting, "God bless you," and you meant it. Oh, no, you don't believe in Christ, not any more than the Pope at Rome. I suppose that if I said, "God damn you," that would also prove that I was a devout Christian. Oh, Phil, I can't understand how a man as honest as you, that's really fond of helping people and of tolerating them, can stand being classed with a lot of your fellow preachers and not even kick about it. Think of you going on enduring being a fellow Methodist preacher right in the same town with Elmer Gantry and not standing up in ministers' meetings and saying, "Either he gets out or I do." I know. You idiot, don't you suppose those of us that are halfway decent suffer from being classed with Gantry, and that we hate him more than you do? But even if Elmer is rather on the swine side, what of it? Would you condemn a fine aspiring institution full of broad-gauged, earnest fellows because one of them was a washout? One? Just one? I admit that there aren't many, not very many, hogs like Gantry in our church or any other, but let me give my loving fraternal opinions of a few others of your splendid Methodist fellows. Bishop Toomas is a gas-bag. Chester Brown, with his candles and chanting, he's merely an Episcopalian who would go over to the Episcopalian church if he weren't afraid he'd lose too much salary in starting again, just as a good share of the Anglo-Catholic Episcopalians are merely Catholics who would go over to Rome if they weren't afraid of losing social caste. Otto Hickenlooper, with his institutions, the rich who are so moved by his charities that they hand him money, and Otto gets praised for spending that money. Fine vicious circle. And think of some poor young idiot studying art, wasting his time and twisting his ideas at Otto's strictly moral art classes, where the teacher is chosen more for his opinions on the sacraments than for his knowledge of composition. But, Frank, I've said all— And the sound, the scholarly, the well-balanced Dr. Mahan Potts. Oh, he's a perfectly good man, and not a fanatic. Doesn't believe that evolution is a fiendish doctrine. The only trouble with him, as with most famous preachers, is that he hasn't the slightest notion what human beings are like. He's insulated, has been ever since he became a preacher. He goes to the deathbeds of prostitutes, but not very often, I'll bet. But he can't understand that perfectly decent husbands and wives often can't get along because of sexual incompatibility. Potts lives in a library. He gets ideas of human motives out of George Eliot and Margaret Deland, and his ideas of economics out of editorials in The Advocate, and his idea as to what he is really accomplishing out of the flattery of his Ladies' Aid. He's a much worse criminal than Gantry. Imagine Elmer has some desire to be a good fellow and share his swag, but Dr. Potts wants to make over an entire world of living, breathing, sweating, loving, fighting human beings into the likeness of Dr. Potts. Of Dr. Potts taking his afternoon nap and snoring under a shelf of books about the doctrines of the ante-Nicene Fathers. Golly, you simply love us, and I suppose you think I admire all these fellows? Why, they regard me as a heretic from the bishop down, said Philip McGarry, and yet you stay with them. Any other church better? Oh, no, don't think I give all my love to the Methodists. I take them only because they're our particular breed. My own Congregationalists, the Baptists, who taught me that immersion is more important than social justice, the Presbyterians, the Campbellites, the whole lot. Oh, I love them all about equally. And what about yourself? What about me? You know what I think about myself. A man too feeble to stand up and risk being called a crank or a vile atheist. And about you, my young liberal friend, I was just saving you to the last in my exhibit of Methodist parsons. You're the worst of the lot. Oh, now, Frank, yawned Bess. She was sleepy. How preachers did talk. Did plasterers and authors and stockbrokers sit up half the night discussing their souls, fretting as to whether plastering or authorship or stockbrokering was worthwhile? She yawned again, kissed Frank, patted Philip's cheek, and made exit with, You may be feeble, Frank, but you certainly can talk a strong, rugged young wife to death. Frank, usually to be cowed by her jocose grumbling and Philip's friendly jabs, was tonight afire and unquenchable. Yes, you're the worst of all, Phil. You do know something of human beings. You're not like old Potts, who's always so informative about how much sin there is in the world, and always so astonished when he meets an actual sinner. And you don't think it matters a hang whether a seeker after decency gets ducked, otherwise baptized, or not. And yet when you get up in the pulpit, from the way you wallow in prayer, people believe that you're just as chummy with the deity as Potts or Gantry. Your liberalism never lasts you more than from my house to the streetcar. You talk about the golden streets of heaven and the blessed peace of the hereafter, and yet you've admitted to me time and again that you haven't the slightest idea whether there is any personal life after death. You talk about redemption and the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, and how God helps this nation to win a war and hits that other with a flood, and a lot more things that you don't believe privately at all. Oh, I know. Thunder. But you yourself, you pray in church. Not really. For over a year now, I've never addressed a prayer to any definite deity. I say something like, Let us in meditation, forgetting the worries of daily life, join our spirits to a longing for the coming of perpetual peace. Something like that. Well, it sounds like a pretty punk prayer to me, Frankie. The only trouble with you is you feel you're called on to rewrite the Lord's Prayer for him. Philip laughed gustily and slapped Frank's shoulder. Damn it, don't be so jocular. I know it's a poor prayer. It's terrible, nebulous, meaningless, like a barker at a New Thought sideshow. I don't mind your disliking it, but I do mind your trying to be humorous. Why is it that you lads who defend the church are so facetious when you really get down to discussing the roots of religion? I know, Frank. Effect of too much preaching. But seriously, yes, I do say things in the pulpit that I don't mean literally. But what of it? People understand these symbols. They've been brought up with them. They're comfortable with them. My object in preaching is to teach the art of living as far as I can, to encourage my people and myself to be kind, to be honest, to be clean, to be courageous, to love God and their fellow men. And the whole experience of the church shows that those lessons can best be taught through such really noble concepts as salvation and the presence of the Holy Ghost and heaven, and so on. Does it? Has the church ever tried anything else? And just what the dickens do you mean by being clean, and being honest, and teaching the art of living? Lord, how we preachers do love to use phrases that don't mean anything. But suppose you were perfectly right. Nevertheless, by using the same theological slang as a Gantry or a Toomas or a Potts, you unconsciously make everybody believe that you think and act like them too. Nonsense. Not that I'm particularly drawn by the charms of any of these fellow sages. I'd rather be wrecked on a desert island with you, you old atheist, you darn old fool. But suppose they were as bad as you think. I still wouldn't feel it was my duty to foul my own nest, to make this grand old Methodist church with its saints and heroes like Wesley and Asbury and Quayle and Cartwright and McDowell and McConnell. Why, the tears almost came to my eyes when I think of men like that. Look here, suppose you were at war in a famous regiment. Suppose a lot of your fellow soldiers, even the present commander of the regiment himself, were rotters, cowards. Would you feel called on to desert, or to fight all the harder to make up for their faults? Phil, next to the humorous ragging I spoke of, and the use of stale phrases, the worst cancer in religious discussion is the use of the metaphor. The Protestant church is not a regiment. You are not a soldier. The soldier has to fight when and as he's told. You have absolute liberty outside of a few moral and doctrinal compulsions. Aha! Now I've got you, my logical young friend. If we have that liberty, then why aren't you willing to stay in the church? Oh, Frank, you are such a fool. I know that you long for righteousness. Can't you see that you can get it best by staying in the church, liberalizing from within, instead of running away and leaving the people to the ministrations of the Gantrys? I know. I've been thinking just that all these years. That's why I'm still a preacher. But I'm coming to believe that it's Tommy Trot. When I'm coming to think that the hell-howling old mossbacks corrupt the honest liberals a lot more than the liberals lighten the backwoods minds of the fundamentalists. What the dickens is the church accomplishing, really? Why have a church at all? What has it for humanity that you won't find in worldly sources, schools, books, conversation? It has this, Frank. It has the unique personality and teachings of Jesus Christ. And there is something in Jesus, there is something in the way he spoke, there is something in the feeling of a man when he suddenly has that inexpressible experience of knowing the Master and his presence, which makes the Church of Jesus different from any other merely human institution or instrument whatsoever. Jesus is not simply greater and wiser than Socrates or Voltaire. He is entirely different. Anybody can interpret and teach Socrates or Voltaire in schools or books or in conversation, but to interpret the personality and the teachings of Jesus requires an especially called, chosen, trained, consecrated body of men united in an especial institution, the church. Phil, it sounds so splendid, but just what were the personality and the teachings of Jesus? I'll admit it's the heart of the controversy over the Christian religion, aside from the fact that, of course, most people believe in a church because they were born to it. But the essential query is, did Jesus, if the biblical accounts of him are even half accurate, have a particular noble personality, and were his teachings particularly original and profound? You know, it's almost impossible to get people to read the Bible honestly. They've been so brought up to take the church interpretation of every word that they read into it whatever they've been taught to find there. It's been so with me up to the last couple of years, but now I'm becoming a quarter free, and I'm appalled to see that I don't find Jesus an especially admirable character. He is picturesque, he tells splendid stories, he's a good fellow and fond of low company. In fact, the idea of Jesus, whom the bishops of his day cursed as a rounder and a wine-bibber, being chosen as the god of the prohibitionists, is one of the funniest twists in history. But he's vain, he praises himself outrageously, he's fond of astonishing people by little magical tricks which we have been taught to revere as miracles. He is furious as a child in a tantrum when people don't recognize him as a great leader. He loses his temper. He blasts the poor barren fig tree when it doesn't feed him. What minds people have! They hear preachers proving by the Bible the exact opposites, that the Roman Catholic Church is divinely ordained and that it is against all divine ordinances, and it never occurs to them that far from the Christian religion, or any other religion, being a blessing to humanity, it's produced such confusion in all thinking, such second-hand viewing of actualities, that only now are we beginning to ask what and why we are, and what we can do with life. Just what are the teachings of Jesus? Did he come to bring peace or more war? He says both. Did he approve earthly monarchies or rebel against them? He says both. Did he ever think of it, God himself, taking on human form to help the earth? Did he ever suggest sanitation, which would have saved millions from plagues? And you can't say his failure there was because he was too lofty to consider mere sickness. On the contrary, he was awfully interested in it, always healing someone, providing they flattered his vanity enough. What did he teach? One place in the Sermon on the Mount he advises, let me get my Bible, here it is, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven." And then, 5 minutes later, he's saying, "Take heed that ye do not your alms before men to be seen of them, otherwise ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven." Now that's an absolute contradiction in the one document, which is the charter of the whole Christian church. Oh, I know. You can reconcile them, Phil. That's the whole aim of the ministerial training, to teach us to reconcile contradictions by saying that one of them doesn't mean what it means, and it's always a good stunt to throw in, "You would understand it if you only read it in the original Greek." There's just one thing that does stand out clearly and uncontradicted in Jesus' teaching. He advocated a system of economics whereby no one saved money or stored up wheat or did anything but live like a tramp. If this teaching of his had been accepted, the world would have been starved in 20 years after his death. No, wait, Phil, just 1 second and then I'm through. He talked till dawn. Frank's last protest as they stood on the steps in the cold grayness was, "My objection to the church isn't that the preachers are cruel, hypocritical, actually wicked, though some of them are that too. Think of how many are arrested for selling fake stock, for seducing 14-year-old girls in the orphanage under their care, for arson, for murder. And it isn't so much that the church is in bondage to big business and doctrines as laid down by millionaires, though a lot of churches are that, too. My chief objection is that 99% of sermons and Sunday school teachings are so agonizingly dull." End of section 35, chapter 28.
Section 36 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 36, Chapter 29, Parts 1 through 6. Part 1. However impatient he was with Frank, Philip McGarry's last wish
Was to set Elmer Gantry
piously baying on Frank's trail.
It was rather an accident.
Philip sat next to Elmer at a dinner to discuss missionary funds. He remembered that Frank and Elmer had been classmates, and with a sincerely affectionate, "It's too bad, the poor boy,"
Worries, though,
over what are really matters of faith. He gave away to Elmer most of Frank's heresies. Now, in the bustle of raising funds to build a vast new church, Elmer had forgotten his notion of saving the renowned hardware impresario, Mr. William Terwillinger Stiles, and his millions from contamination by Frank's blasphemies.
We could use old Stiles.
And you could get some fine publicity by attacking Shallard's attempt to steal Jesus and even hell away from us, said Elmer's confidant, Mr. T.J. Rigg, when he was consulted.
Say, that's great.
How liberalism leads to atheism. Fine. Wait till Mr. Frank Shallard opens his mouth and puts his foot in it again, said the Reverend Elmer Gantry. Say, I wonder how we could get a report of his sermons. The poor fish aren't important enough, so as they very often report his junk in the newspapers. I'll take care of that. I've got a girl in my office, good fast worker, that I'll have go and take down all his sermons. They'll just think she's practicing stenography. Well, by golly, that's one good use for sermons, said Elmer. Yes, sir, by golly. Found at last, said Mr. T.J. Rigg.
In less than a month,
Frank maddened the citizens of Zenith by asserting, in the pulpit,
that though he was in favor of temperance,
he was not for prohibition, that the methods of the Anti-Saloon League were those of a lumber lobby. Elmer had his chance. He advertised that he would speak on fake preachers and who they are. In his sermon, he said that Frank Shallard, by name, was a liar, a fool,
an ingrate whom he had tried to help in seminary, a thief
who was trying to steal Christ from an alien world. The newspapers were pleased and explicit. Elmer saw to it. T.J. Riggs
arranged a foursome
that he played golf with William Terwillinger Stiles that week. I was awfully sorry to hear, Mr. Stiles, he said, to feel it my duty to jump on your pastor, Mr. Shallard, last Sunday. But when a fellow stands up and makes fun of Jesus Christ, well, it's time to forget mercy. I thought you were kind of hard on him. I didn't hear his sermon myself. I'm a church member, but it does seem like things pile up so at the office that I have to spend almost every Sunday morning there. But from what they've told me, he wasn't so wild. Then you don't think Shallard is practically an atheist? Why, no. Nice, decent fella.
Mr. Stiles,
do you realize that all over town people are wondering how a man like you can give his support to a man like Shallard? Do you realize that not only the ministers but also laymen are saying that Shallard is secretly both an agnostic and a socialist, though he's afraid to come out and admit it? I hear it everywhere. People are afraid to tell you, Jiminy, but I'm kind of scared of you myself. Feel I've got a lot of nerve. Well, I ain't so fierce, said Mr. Stiles, very pleased. Anyway, I'd hate to have you think I was sneaking around damning Shallard behind his back. Why don't you do this? You and some other Dorchester deacons have Shallard for lunch or dinner, and have me there and let me put a few questions to him. I'll talk to the fellow straight.
Do you feel you can afford
to be known as
tolerating an infidel in your church?
Oughtn't you to make him come out from undercover and admit what he thinks? If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you and to him, and you can call me all kinds of nosy, meddling, cranky, interfering fool you want to. Well, he seems kind of a nice fellow. Mr. Stiles was uncomfortable. But if you're right about his being really an infidel, don't knows how I could stand that.
How'd it be if you and some of your deacons
and Shallard came and had dinner with me in a private room
at the athletic club next Friday evening?
Well, all right. Part 2. Frank was so simple as to lose his temper when Elmer bullied him, roared at him, balked at him, long enough with Frank's own deacons accepting Elmer as an authority. He was irritated out of all caution, and he screamed back at Elmer that he did not accept Jesus Christ as divine, that he was not sure of a future life, that he wasn't even certain of a personal God.
Mr. William Dollinger Stiles snapped.
Then just say why, Mr. Shallard, don't you get out of the ministry before you're kicked out? Well, because I'm not sure yet.
Though I do think
our present churches are as absurd as a belief in witchcraft, yet I believe there could be a church free of superstition,
helpful to the needy,
and giving people that mystic something stronger than reason,
that sense of being
uplifted in common worship of an unknowable power for good. Myself, I'd be lonely with nothing but bleak
debating societies.
I think, at least I still think, that for many souls there is this need of worship, even of beautiful ceremonial, mystic needs of worship, unknowable power for good, words, 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 milk and water. That, when you have the glorious certain figure of Jesus Christ to worship and follow, bellowed Elmer. Pardon me, gentlemen, for intruding, but it makes me, not as a preacher, but just as a humble and devout Christian, sick to my stomach to hear a fellow feel that he knows so blame much that he's able to throw out of the window the Christ that the whole civilized world has believed in for countless centuries, and try to replace him with a lot of
gassy phrases. Excuse me, Mr. Stiles,
but after all, religion is a serious business,
and if we're going to call ourselves Christians
at all, we have to bear testimony to the proven fact of God. Forgive me. That's all right, Mr. Gantry. I know just how you feel, said Stiles, and while I'm no authority on religion, I feel the same way you do, and I guess these other gentlemen do too. Now, Shallard, you're entitled to your own views, but not in our pulpit. Why don't you just resign before we kick you out? You can't kick me out. It takes the whole church to do that. The whole church'll damn well do it. You watch 'em, said Deacon William Dollinger Stiles. Part 4. What are we going to do, dear? Bess said wearily. I'll stand by you, of course, but let's be practical. Don't you think it would make less trouble if you did resign? I've done nothing for which to resign. I've led a thoroughly decent life. I haven't lied or been indecent or stolen. I've preached imagination, happiness, justice, seeking for the truth. I'm no sage, heaven knows, but I've given my people a knowledge that there are such things as ethnology and biology, that there are books like Ethan Frome and Père Giraud and Tono Bungay,
and Renan's Jesus,
that there is nothing wicked in looking straight at life. Dear, I said practical. Oh, thunder, I don't know. I think I can get a job in the Charity Organization Society here. The General Secretary happens to be pretty liberal. I hate to have us leave the church entirely. I'm sort of at home here. Why not see if they'd like to have you in the Unitarian Church? Too respectable. Scared. Same old sanctified phrases I'm trying to get rid of and won't ever quite get rid of, I'm afraid. Part 5. A meeting of the church body had been called to decide on Frank's worthiness, and the members had been informed by Stiles that Frank was attacking all religion. Instantly, a number of adherents, who had been quite alarmed by what they themselves had heard in the pulpit, perceived that Frank was a dangerous fellow and more than likely to injure omnipotent God.
Before the meeting,
one woman who remained fond of him fretted to Frank, "Oh, can't you understand what a dreadful thing you're doing? To question the divinity of Christ and all? I'm afraid you're going to hurt religion permanently. If you could open your eyes and see, if you could only understand what my religion has meant to me in times of despair. I don't know what I would have done during my typhoid without that consolation. You're a bright, smart man when you let yourself be. If you'd only go and have a good talk with Dr. G. Prosper Edwards. He's an older man than you, and he's a doctor of divinity. And he has such huge crowds at Pilgrim Church, and I'm sure he would show you where you're wrong and make everything perfectly clear to you." Frank's sister, married now to an Akron lawyer, came to stay with them. They had been happy, Frank and she, in the tepid but amiable house of their minister father. They had played at church with dolls and salt cellars for congregation. Books were always about them, natural to them, and at their father's table they had heard doctors, preachers, lawyers, politicians talk of high matters. The sister bubbled to Bess, "You know, Frank doesn't believe half of what he says. He just likes to show off. He's a real good Christian at heart.
If he only knew it.
Why, he was such a good Christian boy. He led the BYPU. He couldn't even have drifted away from Christ into all this nonsense that nobody takes seriously except a lot of long-haired, dirty cranks. And he'll break his father's heart. I'm going to have a good talk with that young man and bring him to his senses." On the street, Frank met the great Dr. McTiger, pastor of the Royal Ridge Presbyterian Church. Dr. McTiger had been born in Scotland, graduated in Edinburgh, and he secretly, not too secretly, despised all American universities and seminaries and their alumni. He was a large, impatient, brusque man, renowned for the length of his sermons. "I hear, young man," he shouted at Frank, "that you have read one whole book on the pre-Christian mysteries and decided that our doctrines are second-hand and that you are now going to destroy the church. You should have more pity. With the loss of a profound intellect like yours, my young friend, I should doubt if the church can stagger on. It's a pity. After discovering scholarship, you didn't go on and get enough of that same scholarship to perceive that by the wondrous benefits
Of God's mercy,
the early church was led to combine many alien factors in the one perfection of the Christian brotherhood. I don't know whether it's ignorance of the church history or lack of humor that chiefly distinguishes you, my young friend. Go, and sin no more." From Andrew Hinckley came a scrawled, shaky letter
begging Frank to stand true and not deliver his appointed flock to the devil. That hurt. Part 6. The first church business meeting did not settle the question of Frank's remaining.
He was questioned about his doctrines, and he shocked them by being candid, but the men whom he had helped, the woman whom he had consoled in sickness, the fathers who had gone to him when their daughters had gotten into trouble, stood by him for all the threats of Styles. A second meeting would have to be called before they took a vote.
When Elmer read of this,
he galloped to T.J. Rigg. "Here's our chance," he gloated. If the first meeting had kicked Frank out, Styles might have stayed with their church, though I do think he likes my brand of theology and my Republican politics. But why don't you go to him now, T.J., and hint around about his church has insulted him?
All right, Elmer, another soul saved.
Brother Styles has still got the first dollar he ever earned, but maybe we can get 10 cents of it away from him for the new church. Only him being so much richer than I hope you won't go to him for spiritual advice and inspiration instead of me." "Well, you bet I won't, TJ. Nobody has ever accused Elmer of being disloyal to his friends. My only hope is that your guidance of this church has been of some value to you yourself." "Well, yes, in a way. I've had 3 Brother Methodist clients from Wellspring come to me, 2 burglary and 1 forgery.
But it's more that I just like to make the wheels go round."
Mr. Rigg was saying an hour later to Mr. William Dollinger Styles, "If you came and joined us, I know you'd like it. You've seen what a fine, upstanding, 2-fisted, 100% he-man Dr. Gantry is. Absolutely sound about business, and would be a swell rebuke to your church for not accepting your advice. But we hate to invite you to come over to us. In fact, Dr. Gantry absolutely forbade me to see you, for fear that you'll think it was just because you're rich." For 3 days Styles shied.
Then he was led, trembling, up to the harness.
Afterward, Dr. G. Prosper Edwards of Pilgrim Congregational said to his spouse, "Why on earth didn't we think of going right after Styles and inviting him to join us? It was quite so simple. We never even thought of it. I really do feel quite cross. Why didn't you think of it?" End of section 36.
Section 37 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 37, Chapter 29, Parts 7 through 12. Part 7. The second church meeting was postponed. It looked to Elmer as though Frank would be able to stay on at Dorchester Congregational and thus defy Elmer as the spiritual and moral leader of the city. Elmer acted fearlessly. In sermon after sermon he spoke of that bunch of atheists out there at Dorchester. Frank's parishioners were alarmed. They were forced to explain, only they were never quite sure what they were explaining. To customers, to neighbors, to fellow lodge members, they felt disgraced, and so it was that a second meeting was called. Now Frank had fancied a spectacular resignation. He heard himself standing before a startled audience proclaiming, "I have decided that no one in this room, including your pastor, believes in the Christian religion. Not one of us would turn the other cheek. Not one of us would sell all that he has and give it to the poor. Not one of us would give his coat to someone who took his overcoat. Every one of us lays up all the treasure he can. We don't practice the Christian religion. We don't intend to practice it. Therefore, we don't believe in it. Therefore, I resign, and I advise you to quit lying and disband." He saw himself then tramping down the aisle among his gaping hearers and leaving the church forever. But I'm too tired, too miserable, and why hurt the poor bewildered souls, and I am so tired. He stood up in the beginning of the second meeting and said gently, I had refused to resign. I still feel I have an honest right to an honest pulpit, but I am setting brother against brother. I am not a cause, I am only a friend. I have loved you and the work, the sound of friends singing together, the happiness of meeting on leisurely Sunday mornings. This I give up. I resign, and I wish I could say, God be with you and bless you all. But the good Christians have taken God and made him into a menacing bully, and I cannot even say God bless you during this last moment in a life given altogether to religion, when I shall ever stand in a pulpit. Elmer Gantry, in his next sermon, said that he was so broad-minded that he would be willing to receive an infidel Shallard into his church, providing he repented. Part 8. When he found that he liked the charity organization society and his work in that bleak institution no better than his work in the church, Frank laughed. As Beth said, a consistent malcontent. Well, I am consistent anyway, and the relief not to be a preacher any more, not to have to act sanctimonious, not to have men consider you an old woman in trousers, to be able to laugh without watching its effect. Frank was given charge at the COS of a lodging house, a wood yard at which hobos worked for 2 hours daily to pay for lodging and breakfast and an employment bureau. He knew little about scientific charity, so he was shocked by the icy manner in which his subordinates, the aged virgin at the inquiry desk, the boss at the woodyard, the clerk at the lodging house, the young lady who asked the applicants about their religion and vices, treated the shambling unfortunates as criminals who had deliberately committed the crime of poverty. They were as efficient and as tender as vermin exterminators. In this acid perfection, Frank longed for the mystery that clings to even the durest or politest tabernacle. He fell in the way of going often to the huge St. Dominic's Catholic Church, of which the elegant Father de Pina was pastor, with Father Matthew Smeesby, the new sort of American State University-bred priest, as assistant pastor and liaison officer. St. Dominic's was, for Zenith, an ancient edifice, and the coal smoke from the South Zenith factories had aged the gray stone to a semblance of historic centuries. The interior, with its dim irregularity, its lofty roof, the curious shrines, the mysterious door at the top of a flight of stone steps, unloosed Frank's imagination. It touched him to see the people kneeling at any hour. He had never known a church to which the plain people came for prayer. Despite its dusky magnificence, they seemed to find in the church their home, and when he saw the gold and crimson of solemn high mass blazing at the end of the dark aisle, with the crush of people visibly believing in the presence of God, he wondered if he had indeed found the worship he had fumblingly sought. He knew that to believe literally in purgatory and the Immaculate Conception, the real presence and the authority of the hierarchy, was impossible for him as to believe in Zeus. But, he pondered, isn't it possible that the whole thing is so gorgeous a fairy tale that to criticize it would be like trying to prove that Jack did not kill the giant? No sane priest would expect a man of some education to think that sane masses had any effect on souls in purgatory. They'd expect him to take the whole thing as one takes a symphony. And oh, I am lonely for the fellowship of the church. He sought a consultation with Father Matthew Smeesby. They had met as fellow ministers at many dinners. The good father sat at a Grand Rapids desk in a room altogether businesslike, save for a carved Bavarian cupboard and a crucifix on the barren plaster wall. Smeesby was a man of 40, a crisper Philip McGarry. "You were an American university man, weren't you, father?" asked Frank. "Yes, University of Indiana. Played halfback." "Then I should think I can talk to you. It seems to me that so many of your priests are not merely foreign by birth, Poles and what not, but they look down on American mores and want to mold us in their ideas and ways. But tell me, would it be conceivable for I won't say an intelligent, but at least reasonably well-read man like myself, who finds it quite impossible to believe one word of your doctrines, but who is also tremendously impressed by your ritual and the spirit of worship? Could such a man be received into the Roman Catholic Church, honestly, with the understanding to him that your dogmas are nothing but symbols?" "Most certainly not." "Don't you know of any priests who love the church but don't literally believe all the doctrines?" "I do not. I know no such person, Shallard. You can't understand the authority and resemblance of the church. You're not ready to. You think too much of your puerile powers of reasoning. You don't have enough divine humility to comprehend the ages of wisdom that have gone to building up this fortress, and you stand outside its walls, one pitifully lonely little figure, blowing the trumpet of your egotism and demanding of the sentry, 'Let me talk to your commander.' I am graciously inclined to assist him, only he must understand that I think his granite walls are pasteboard, and I reserve the right to blow them down when I get tired of them. Man, if you were a prostitute or a murderer and came to me saying, 'Can't I be saved?' I'd cry yes, and give my life to helping you. But you're obsessed by a worse crime than murder, pride of intellect, and yet you haven't such an awfully overpowering intellect to be proud of. And I'm not sure but that's the worst crime of all. Good day," he added, as Frank ragingly opened the door. "Go home and pray for simplicity." "Go home and pray that I may be made like you? Pray to have your humility and your manners?" said Frank. It was a fortnight later that, for his own satisfaction, Frank set down in the notebook which he had always carried for sermon ideas, which he still carried for the sermons they would never let him preach again, a conclusion. The Roman Catholic Church is superior to the militant Protestant Church. It does not compel you to give up your sense of beauty, your sense of humor, or your pleasant vices. It merely requires you to give up your honesty, your reason, your heart and soul. Part 9. Frank had been with the charity organization Society for 3 years, and he had become assistant general secretary at the time of the Dayton evolution trial. It was at this time that the brisker conservative clergymen saw that their influence and oratory and incomes were threatened by any authentic learning. A few of them were so intelligent as to know that not only was biology dangerous to their positions, but also history, which gave no very sanctified reputation to the Christian Church. Astronomy, which found no convenient heaven in the skies, and snickered politely at the notion of making the sun stand still in order to win a Jewish border skirmish. Psychology, which doubted the superiority of a Baptist preacher fresh from the farm to trained laboratory researchers, and all the other sciences of the modern university. They saw that a proper school should teach nothing but bookkeeping, agriculture, geometry, dead languages and made deader by leaving out all the amusing literature, and the Hebrew Bible as interpreted by men superbly trained to ignore contradictions, men technically called fundamentalists. This perception the clergy and their most admired laymen expressed in quick action. They formed half a dozen competent and well-financed organizations to threaten rustic state legislators with political failure and bribe them with unctuous clerical praise, so that these backstreet and backwoods Solons would forbid the teaching in all state-supported schools and colleges of anything which was not approved by the evangelists. It worked edifyingly. To oppose them, there were organized a few groups of scholars. One of these organizations asked Frank to speak for them. He was delighted to feel an audience before him again, and he got leave from the Zenith Charity Organization Society for a lecture tour. He came excitedly and proudly to his first assignment in a roaring modern city in the Southwest. He loved the town, really believed that he came to it with a message. He tasted the western air greedily, admired the buildings flashing up where but yesterday had been prairie. He smiled from the hotel bus when he saw a poster which announced that the Reverend Frank Shallard would speak on Are the Fundamentalist Witch Hunters at Central Labor Hall, auspices of the League for Free Science. Boy, fighting again. I've found that religion I've been looking for. He peered out for other posters. They were all defaced. At his hotel was a note, typed anonymous, quote, "We don't want you and your hellish atheism here. We can think for ourselves without any imported liberals," close quote. "If you enjoy life, you'll better be out of this decent Christian city before evening. God help you if you aren't. We have enough mercy to give you warning, but enough of God's justice to see you get yours right if you don't listen. Blasphemers get what they ask for. We wonder if you would like the feeling of a black snake across your lying face." The committee. Frank had never known physical conflict more violent than boyhood wrestling. His hand shook. He tried to sound defiant with, "They can't scare me." His telephone and a voice. "This is Shallard. Well, this is a brother preacher speaking. Name don't matter. I just want to tip you off that you had better not speak tonight. Some of the boys are pretty rough." Then Frank began to know the joy of anger. The hall of his lecture was half filled when he looked across the ice-water pitcher on the speaker's table. At the front were the provincial intellectuals, most of them very eager, most of them dreadfully poor. A Jewish girl librarian with hungry eyes, a crippled tailor, a spectacled doctor sympathetic to radical disturbances, but too good a surgeon to be driven out of town. There was a waste of empty seats. Then, and at the back of the group of solid, prosperous, scowling burghers, with a leonine man who was either an actor, a congressman, or a popular clergyman. This respectable group grumbled softly and hissed a little as Frank nervously began. "America," he said, in its laughter at the monkey trial at Dayton, did not understand the veritable menace of the fundamentalists' crusade. "Outrageous," from the leonine gentleman. They were mild enough now, but they spoke in the name of virtue. But give them rope, and there would be a new inquisition, a new hunting of witches. We might not live to see men burned to death for refusing to attend Protestant churches. Frank quoted the fundamentalists who asserted that evolutionists were literally murderers because they killed orthodox faith and ought therefore to be lynched. William Jennings Bryan with his proposal that any American who took a drink outside the country should be exiled for life. Now that's how these men speak with so little power as yet, Frank pleaded. Use your imaginations. Think how they would rule this nation and compel the more easygoing, half-liberal clergy to work with them if they had the power. There were constant grunts of, "That's a lie," and "They ought to shut him up," from the back, and now Frank saw, marching into the hall, a dozen tough young men. They stood ready for action, looking expectantly toward the line of prosperous Christian citizens. "And you have here in your own city," Frank continued, "a minister of the gospel who enjoys bellowing that anyone who disagrees with him is a Judas." "That's enough," cried someone in the back, and the young toughs galloped down the aisle toward Frank, their eyes hot with cruelty, teeth like a fighting dog's, hands working. He could feel them at his neck. They were met and held a moment by the sympathizers in the front. Frank saw the crippled tailor knocked down by a man who stepped on the body as he charged on. With a curious lassitude, more than with any fear, Frank sighed, "Hang it, I've got to join the fight and get killed." He started down from the platform. The chairman seized his shoulders. "No, don't. You'll be getting beaten to death. We need you. Come here, this back door." Frank was thrust through a door into a half-lighted alley. A motor was waiting, and by it 2 men. One of them cried, "Right in here, brother." It was a large sedan. It seemed security, life. But as Frank started to climb in, he noted that the man at the wheel, then looked closer at the others. The man at the wheel had no lips, but only a bitter, dry line across his face, the face of an executioner. Of the other 2, one was like an unreformed bartender, with curly mustache and a barber's lock. One was gaunt, with insane eyes. "Who are you fellows?" he demanded. "Shut your damn trap and get the hell in there," said the bartender, pushing Frank into the back of the car so that he fell with his head on the cushion. The insane man scrambled in, and the car was off. "We told you to get out of town. We gave you your chance. By God, you'll learn something now. You goddamned atheist and probably a damned socialist or IWW too," the seeming bartender said. "See this gun?" He stuck it into Frank's side most painfully. "We may decide to let you live if you keep your mouth shut and do what we tell you to. And again, we may not. You're going to have a nice ride with us. Just think what fun you're going to have when you get in the country, alone, where it's nice and dark and quiet." He placidly lifted his hands and gouged Frank's cheek with his strong fingernails. "I won't stand it," screamed Frank. He rose, struggling. He felt the gaunt fanatic's fingers, just 2 fingers, demon strong, close on his neck, dig in with pain that made him sick. He felt the bartender's fist mashing his jaw. As he slumped down, limp against the forward seat, half fainting, he heard the bartender chuckle. "Ha, ha, that'll give the blank of a blank some idea of the fun we'll have watching him squirm by me." The gaunt one snapped. "The boss said not to cuss." "Cuss hell! I don't pretend to be any tin angel. I've done a lot of tough things, but by God, when a fella pretending to be a minister comes sneaking around trying to make fun of the Christian religion, the only chance us poor devils have to become decent again, then by God, it's time to show we've got some guts and appreciation." The pseudo-bartender spoke with the smugly joyous tones of any crusader given a chance to be fiendish for a moral reason, and placidly raising his leg, he brought his heel down on Frank's instep. When the cloud of pain had cleared from his head, Frank sat rigid. What would Bess and the kids do if these men killed him? Would they beat him much before he died? The car left the highway followed a country road that ran along a lane through what seemed to Frank to be a cornfield. It stopped by a large tree. "Get out," snapped the gaunt man. Mechanically, his legs limp, Frank staggered out. He looked up at the moon. "Is this the last time I'll ever see the moon, see the stars, hear voices, never again to walk on a fresh morning?" "What are you going to do?" he said, hating them too much to be afraid. "Well, dearie," said the driver, with a dreadful jocosity, "you're going to take a little walk with us, back here in the fields a ways." "Hell," said the bartender, "let's hang him. Here's a swell tree. Use the tow rope." "No," from the gaunt man, "just hurt him enough so he'll remember, and then he can go back and tell his atheist friends it ain't healthy for him to be in real Christian parts. Move, you." Frank walked in front of them, ghastly silent. They followed a path through the cornfield to a hollow. The crickets were noisily cheerful, the moon serene. "This'll do," snarled the gaunt one. Then to Frank, "Now get ready to feel good." He set his pocket electric torch on a clod of earth. In its light, Frank saw him draw from his pocket a coiled black leather whip, a whip for mules. "Next time," said the gaunt one, slowly, "next time you come back here, we'll kill you, and any other yellow traitor and stinking and atheist like you. Tell 'em all that. This time we won't kill you. Not quite." "Oh, quit talking and let's get busy," said the bartender. "All right." The bartender caught Frank's two arms behind, bending them back, almost breaking them, and suddenly, with a pain appalling and unbelievable, the whip slashed across Frank's cheek, cutting it, and instantly it came again, in a darkness of reeling pain. Part 10. Consciousness returned waveringly as dawn crawled over the cornfield, and the birds were derisive. Frank's only clear emotion was a longing to escape from this agony by death. His whole face reeked with pain. He could not understand why he could scarce see. When he fumblingly raised his hand, he discovered that his right eye was a pulp of blind flesh, and along his jaw he could feel the exposed bone. He staggered along the path through the cornfield, stumbling over hammocks, lying there sobbing, muttering, "Bess, oh, come, Bess." His strength lasted him just to the high road, and he sloped to earth, lay by the road like a drunken beggar. A motor was coming, but when the driver saw Frank's feebly uplifted arm, he sped on. Pretending to be hurt was a device of hold-up men. "Oh, God, won't anybody help me?" Frank whispered. And suddenly he was laughing, a choking, twisted laughter. "Yes, I said it, Philip. God, I said, I suppose it proves that I'm a good Christian." He rocked and crawled along the road to a cottage. There was a light, a farmer at early breakfast. "At last," Frank wept. And when the farmer answered the knock, holding up a lamp, he looked once at Frank, then screamed and slammed the door. An hour later, a motorcycle policeman found Frank in the ditch in half delirium. "Another drunk," said the policeman, most cheerfully, snapping the support in place on his cycle. But as he stooped and saw Frank's half-hidden face, he whispered, "Good God Almighty!" Part 11. The doctor told him that though the right eye has gone completely, he might not entirely lose sight of the other for perhaps a year. Bess did not shriek when she saw him. She only stood with her hand shakily at her breast. She seemed to hesitate before kissing what had been his mouth, but she spoke cheerfully. "Don't you worry about a single thing. I'll get a job that'll keep us going. I've already seen the General Secretary at the COS, and isn't it nice that the kiddies are old enough now to read aloud to you? To be read aloud to the rest of his life. Part 12. Elmer called and raged. This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard of in my life, Frank. Believe me, I'm going to give the fellows that did this to you the most horrible beating they ever got right from my pulpit. Even though it may hinder me in getting money for my new church, say, we're going to have a bang-up plant there, right up to date, cost over $500,000, seat over 2,000. But nobody can shut me up. I'm going to denounce those fiends in a way they'll never forget. And that was the last Elmer is known ever to have said on the subject, privately or publicly. End of section 37. Section 38 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 38, Chapter 30, Part 1. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was in his oak and Spanish leather study at the great new Wellspring Church. The building was of cheerful brick, trimmed with limestone. It had Gothic windows, a carillon in the square stone tower, dozens of Sunday school rooms, a gymnasium, a social room with a stage and a motion picture booth, an electric range in the kitchen, and over it all a revolving electric cross and a debt. But the debt was being attacked. Elmer had kept on the professional church money raiser whom he had employed during the campaign for the building fund. This financial crusader was named Emanuel Nowitzki. He was said to be the descendant of a noble Polish Catholic family converted to Protestantism, and certainly he was a most enthusiastic Christian, except possibly at Passover Eve. He had raised money for Presbyterian churches, YMCA buildings, congregational colleges, and dozens of other holy purposes. He did miracles with card indices of rich people, and he is said to have been the first ecclesiastical go-getter to think of inviting Jews to contribute to Christian temples. Yes, Emmanuel would take care of the debt, and Elmer could give himself to purely spiritual matters. He sat now in his study, dictating to Miss Bundle. He was happy in the matter of that dowdy lady, because her brother, a steward of the church, had recently died, and he could presently get rid of her without too much discord. To him was brought the card of Lauren Latimer Dodd, M.A.D.D., LL.D., President of Abernathy College, an institution of Methodist learning. Elmer mused, I'll bet he's out raising money. Nothing doing. What the devil does he think we are? And aloud, go out and bring Dr. Dodd right in, Miss Bundle. A great man, a wonderful educator, president of Abernathy College. Looking her admiration at a boss who had such distinguished callers, Mrs. Bundle bundled out. Dr. Dodd was a florid man with a voice, a Kiwanis pen, and a handshake. Well, Brother Gantry, I've heard so much of your magnificent work here that I've ventured to drop in and bother you for a minute. What a magnificent church you have created. It must be a satisfaction, a pride. It's magnificent. Thanks, Doctor. Mighty pleased to meet you. Visiting Zenith? Well, I'm, as it were, on my rounds. Not a cent, you old pirate. visiting the alumni, I presume? In a way, the fact is not a damn cent. My salary gets raised next. Was wondering if you would consent to my taking a little time at your service Sunday evening to call to attention of your magnificent congregation the great work and dire needs of Abernathy. We have such a group of earnest young men and women, and no few of boys going into the Methodist ministry, but our endowment is so low, and what with the cost of the new athletic field, though I am delighted to be able to say our friends have made it possible to create a really magnificent field with a fine cement stadium, but it has left us up against a heartbreaking deficit. Why, the entire chemistry department is housed in 2 rooms in what was a cowshed, and can't do it, Doctor. Impossible. We haven't begun to pay for this church, be as much as my life is worth, to go to my people with a plea for 1 extra cent. But possibly in 2 years from now, though frankly, and Elmer laughed brightly, I don't know why the people of Wellspring should contribute to a college which hasn't thought enough of Wellspring's pastor to give him a Doctor of Divinity degree. The 2 holy clerks looked squarely at each other with poker faces. Of course, Doctor, said Elmer, I have been offered the degree a number of times by small, unimportant colleges, and I haven't cared to accept it. So you can see that this is in no way a hint that I would like such a degree, heaven forbid, but I do know it might please my congregation, make them feel Abernathy was their own college, in a way. Dr. Dodd remarked serenely, Pardon me if I smile. You see, I had a double mission in coming to you. The second part was to ask you if you would honor Abernathy by accepting a Doctor of Divinity. They did not wink at each other. Elmer gloated to himself. And I've heard it cost old Mahlon Potts $600 for his D.D. Oh, yes, Prexy, we'll begin to raise money for Abernathy in 2 years. We'll begin. Part 2. The chapel of Abernathy College was full. In front were the gowned seniors, looking singularly like a row of armchairs covered with dust cloths. On the platform, with the president and the senior members of the faculty, were the celebrities whose achievements were to be acknowledged by honorary degrees. Besides the Reverend Elmer Gantry, these distinguished guests were there. The governor of the state, who had started as a divorce lawyer, but had reformed and enabled the public service corporations to steal all the water power in the state. Mr. B.D. Swenson, the automobile manufacturer, who had given most of the money for the Abernathy football stadium, and the renowned Eveline Murphy, author, lecturer, painter, musician, and authority on floriculture, who is receiving a literary doctorate for having written gratis the new Abernathy College song, We'll think of thee where'er we be, on plain or mountain, town or sea. Oh, let us sing how round us clings, dear Abernathy, thoughts of thee. President Dodd was facing Elmer and shouting, and now we have the privilege of conferring the degree of Doctor of Divinity upon one than whom no man in our honoring neighbor states of Winnemac has done more to inculcate sound and religious doctrine, increase the power of the church, uphold high standards of eloquence and scholarship, and in his own life give such an example of earnestness as is an inspiration to all of us. They cheered, and Elmer had become the Reverend Dr. Gantry. Part 3. It was a great relief at the Rotary Club they had long felt uncomfortable in calling so weighty a presence Elmer, and now, with a pride of their own in his new dignity, they called him Doc. The church gave him a reception and raised his salary to $7,500. Part 4. The Reverend Dr. Gantry was the first clergyman in the state of Winnemac, almost the first in the country, to have his services broadcast by radio. He suggested it himself. At that time, the one broadcasting station in Zenith, that of the Celebes Gum and Chickle Company, presented only jazz orchestras and retired sopranos to advertise the renowned Jolly Jack Gum. For $50 a week, Wellspring Church was able to use the radio Sunday mornings from 11 to 12:30. Thus Elmer increased the number of his hearers from 2,000 to 10,000. And in another pair of years it would be 100,000. 8,000 radio owners listening to Elmer Gantry. A bootlegger in his flat, coat off, exposing his pink silk shirt, his feet upon the table. The house of a small-town doctor, with the neighbors come in to listen. The drugstore man, his fat wife, the bearded superintendent of schools. Mrs. Sherman Reeves of Royal Ridge, wife of one of the richest young men in Zenith, listening in a black and gold dressing gown while she smoked a cigarette. The captain of a schooner out on Lake Michigan, hundreds of miles away, listening in his cabin. The wife of a farmer in an Indiana valley, listening while her husband read the Sears Roebuck catalog and sniffed. A retired railway conductor, very feeble, very religious. A Catholic priest in a hospital, chuckling a little. A spinster school teacher, mad with loneliness, worshipping Dr. Gantry's virile voice. 40 people gathered in a country church, too poor to have a pastor. A stock actor in his dressing room, fagged with an all-night rehearsal. All of them listening to the Reverend Dr. Elmer Gantry as he shouted, "And I want to tell you that the fellow who is eaten by ambition is putting the glories of this world before the glories of heaven. Oh, if I could only help you to understand that it is humility, that it is simple loving kindness, that it is tender loyalty, which alone make the heart glad. Now, if you'll let me tell a story, it reminds me of 2 Irishmen named Mike and Pat." Part 5. For years, Elmer had had a waking nightmare of seeing Jim Lefferts sitting before him in the audience, scoffing. It would be a dramatic encounter and terrible. He wasn't sure but that Jim would speak up and by some magic kick him out of the pulpit. But when, that Sunday morning, he saw Jim in the 3rd row, he considered only, "Oh, Lord, there's Jim Lefferts. He's pretty gray. I suppose I'll have to be nice to him." Jim came up afterward to shake hands. He did not look cynical. He looked tired. And when he spoke in a flat prairie voice, Elmer felt urban and urbane and superior. "Hello, Hellcat," said Jim. "Well, well, well. Old Jim Lefferts. Well, by golly. Say, it certainly is a mighty good pleasure to see you, my boy. What are you doing in this neck of the woods?" "Looking up a claim for a client." "What are you doing now, Jim?" "I'm practicing law in Topeka." "Doing pretty well?" "Oh, I can't complain. Oh, nothing extra special. I was in the state senate for a term, though." "Why, that's fine, that's fine. Say, how long you going to be in town?" "Oh, about 3 days. Say, I want to have you up to the house for dinner, but doggone it, Cleo, that's my wife, I'm married now, she's gone and got me all sewed up with a lot of dates. You know how these women are. Me, I'd rather sit home and read. But sure got to see you again. Say, give me a ring, will you? At the house. Find it in the telephone book. Or at my study here in the church. Yeah, sure. You bet. Well, glad to see you. You bet. Tickled to death to see you, old Jim. Elmer watched Jim plod away, shoulders depressed, a man discouraged. And that, he rejoiced, is the poor fish that tried to keep me from going into the ministry. He looked about his auditorium with the organ pipes of vast golden pyramid, with the Chubbuck Memorial window vivid in ruby and gold and amethyst, and become a lawyer like him in a dirty, stinking little office? Huh? And he actually made fun of me and tried to hold me back when I got a clear and definite call of God. Oh, I'll be good and busy when he calls up. You can bet on that. But Jim did not telephone. On the third day, Elmer had a longing to see him, a longing to regain his friendship, but he did not know where Jim was staying. He could not reach him at the principal hotels. He never saw Jim Lefferts again, and within a week he had forgotten him, except as it was a relief to have lost his embarrassment before Jim's sneering, the last bar between him and confident greatness. Part 6. It was in the summer of 1924 that Elmer was granted a 3 months' leave, and for the first time Cleo and he visited Europe. He had heard the Reverend G. Prosper Edwards say, "I divide American clergymen into just 2 classes, those who could be invited to preach in a London church and those who couldn't." Dr. Edwards is one of the first honorable caste, and Elmer had seen him pick up some great glory from having sermonized in the city temple. The Zenith papers, even the national religious periodicals, hinted that when Dr. Edwards was in London, the entire population, from king to navies, had galloped to worship under him, and the conclusion was that Zenith and New York would be sensible to do likewise. Elmer thoughtfully saw to it that he should be invited also. He had Bishop Toomas write to his Wesleyan colleagues. He had Rigg and William Dollinger Stiles write to their nonconformist business acquaintances in London, and a month before he sailed, he was bidden to address the celebrated Brompton Road Chapel, so that he went off in a glow not only of adventure, but of message-bearing. Part 7. Dr. Elmer Gantry was walking the deck of the Scythia, a bright, confident, manly figure in a blue suit, a yachting cap, and white canvas shoes, swinging his arms and beaming pastorally on his fellow athletic maniacs. He stopped at the deck chairs of a little old couple, a delicate, blue-veined old lady and her husband with thin hands and a white beard. "Well, you folks seem to be standing the trip pretty good for old folks," he roared. "Well, yes, thank you very much," said the old lady. He patted her knee and boomed, "If there's anything I can do to make things nice and comfy for you, Mother, you just holler. Don't be afraid to call on me. I haven't advertised the fact. Kind of fun to travel what they call incognito, but fact is I'm a minister of the gospel, even if I am a husky guy, and it's my pleasure as well as my duty to help folks any way I can. Say, you don't think it's just about the loveliest thing about this ocean traveling, the way folks have the leisure to get together and exchange ideas? Have you crossed before?" "Oh, yes, but I don't think I shall ever again," said the old lady. That's right. Tell you how I feel about it, Mother. Elmer patted her hand. "We're Americans, and while it's a fine thing to go abroad maybe once or twice, there's nothing so broadening as travel, is there? Still, in America, we've got a standard of decency and efficiency that these poor old European countries don't know anything about. And in the long run, the good old USA is the place where you'll find your greatest happiness, especially for folks like us that aren't any blooming millionaires that can grab off a lot of castles and those kinds of things and have a raft of butlers, you bet. Well, just holler when I can be of any services to you. So long, folks. Got to do my 3 miles. When he was gone, the little delicate old lady said to her husband, "Fabian, if that swine ever speaks to me again, I shall jump overboard. He's almost the most offensive object I have ever encountered. Dear, how many times have we crossed now?" "Oh, I've lost track. It was 110 2 years ago." "Not more? Darling, don't be so snooty. But isn't there a law that permits one to kill people who call you mother?" "Darling, the Duke calls you that." "I know he does. That's what I hate about him. Sweet, do you think fresh air is worth the penalty of being called mother? The next time this animal stops, he'll call you father." "Only once, my dear." Part 9. Elmer considered. Well, I've given those poor old birds some cheerfulness to go on with. By golly, there's nothing more important than to give people some happiness and faith to cheer them along life's dark pathway. He was passing the veranda cafe. At a pale green table was a man who sat next to Elmer in the dining salon. With him were 3 men unknown, and each had a whiskey and soda in front of him. "Well, I see you're keeping your strength up," Elmer said forgivingly. "Sure, you betcha," said his friend of the salon. "You want to sit down and have a jolt with us?" Elmer sat, and when the steward stood at ruddy British attention, he gave voice. "Well, of course, being a preacher, I'm not a big husky athlete like you boys, so all I can stand is just a ginger ale." To the steward, "Do you keep anything like that, buddy, or have you only got hooch for the big strong men?" When Elmer explained to the purser that he would be willing to act as chairman of the concert, with the most perspiratory regret, the purser said that the Right Honorable Lionel Smith had, unfortunately, already been invited to take the chair. Part 9. Cleo had not been more obnoxiously colorless than usual, but she had been seasick, and Elmer saw that it had been an error to bring her along. He had not talked to her an hour all the way. There had been so many interesting and broadening contacts. The man from China, who gave him enough ideas for a dozen missionary sermons. The professor from Higgins Presbyterian Institute, who explained that no really up-to-date scientist accepted evolution. The pretty journalist lady who needed consolation. But now, alone with Cleo in the compartment of a train from Liverpool to London, Elmer made up for what she might have considered neglect by explaining the difficult aspects of a foreign country. English certainly are behind the times. Think of having these dingy coupes instead of a Pullman car, so you can see your fellow passengers and get acquainted. Just goes to show the way this country is still riddled with caste. Don't think so much of these towns. Kind of pretty, cottages with vines and all that, but you don't get any feeling that they're up and coming and forward-looking, like American burgs. I tell you, there's one thing, and don't know as I've ever seen anybody bring this out. I might make a sermon out of it one of the big advantages of foreign travel is it makes you a lot more satisfied with being an American. Here we are, coming into London, I guess. Certainly is smoky, isn't it? Well, by golly, so this is what they call a depot in London. Well, I don't think much of it. Just look at all those dinky little trains. Why, say, an American engineer would be ashamed to take advantage of child-sized trains like them, and no marble anywhere in the depot. Part 10. The page who took their bags up to their room in the Savoy was a brisk and smiling boy with fabulous pink cheeks. "Say, buddy," said the Reverend Dr. Gantry, "what do you pull down here?" "Sorry, sir, I don't think I quite understand, sir." "What do you make? How much do they pay you?" Oh, they pay me very decently, sir. Is there anything else I can do, sir? Thank you, sir." When the page was gone, Elmer complained. "Yeah, fine friendly kid that bellboy is, and can't hardly understand the English language. Well, I'm glad we're seeing the old country, but if folks aren't going to be any friendlier than he is, I see where we'll be mighty darn glad to get back. Why, say, if he'd been an American bellboy, he'd have jawed along for an hour, and I'd have learned something. Well, come on, get your head on, and let's go out and give the town the once-over." They walked along the Strand. "Say," Elmer said portentously, "do you notice that? The cops got straps under their chin." Well, that certainly is different." "Yes, isn't it?" said Cleo. "But I don't think much of this street. I always heard it was a famous one, but these stores, well, say, we've got a dozen streets in Zenith, say nothing of New York, that got better stores. No get up and get to these foreigners. Certainly does make a fellow glad he's an American." They came, after exploring Swan and Edgar's, to St. James's Palace. "Now," said Elmer knowingly, "that certainly is an ancient sight. Wonder what it is. Some kind of a castle, I guess." To a passing policeman, "Say, excuse me, Captain, but could you tell me what that brick building is?" "St. James's Palace, sir. You're an American. The Prince of Wales lives there, sir." "Is that a fact? To hear that, Cleo? Well, sir, that's certainly something to remember." Part 11. When he regarded the meager audience at Brompton Road Chapel, Elmer had an inspiration. All the way over he had planned to be poetic in his first London sermon. He was going to say that it was the strong man, the knight in armor, who was most willing to humble himself before God, and to say also that love was the bow on life's dark cloud, and the morning and evening star both. But in a second of genius he cast it away and reflected, "No, what they want is a good, pioneering, rough-neck American," and that he was splendidly. "Folks," he said, "it's mighty nice of you to let a plain American come and bring his message to you, but I hope you don't expect any Oxford College man. All I've got to give you, and may the dear Lord help my feebleness in giving you even that, is the message that God reigns among the grim frontiersmen of America, in cabin and trackless wild, even as he reigns here in your magnificent and towering city. It is true that just at the present moment, through no virtue of my own, I am the pastor of a church even larger than your beautiful chapel here. But I long for the day when the general superintendent will send me back to my own beloved frontier, to, let me try in my humble way, to give you a picture of the work I knew as a youth, that you may see how closely the grace of God binds your world-compelling city to the humblest vastness. I was the pastor, as a youngster, ignorant of everything save the fact that the one urgent duty of the preacher is to carry somewhere the good news of the atonement, of a log chapel in the frontier settlement called Schernheim. I came at nightfall, weary and hungered, and a poor circuit rider, to the house of Barney Baines, a pioneer, living all alone in his log cabin. I introduced myself. I am Brother Gantry, the Wesleyan preacher, I said. Well, he stared at me, a wild look in his eyes, beneath his matted hair, and slowly he spoke. Brother, he said, I ain't seen no strangers for nigh onto a year, and I'm mighty pleased to see you. You must have been awfully lonely, friend, I said. No, sir, not me, he said. Well, how's that? I said. Because Jesus has been with me all the time. Part 12. They almost applauded. They told him afterward that he was immense and invited him to address them whenever he returned to London. Wait, he reflected, till I get back to Zenith and tell old Potts and Hickenlooper that. As they rode to the hotel on the bus, Cleo sighed, Oh, you were wonderful, but I never knew you had such a wild time of it in your first pastorate. Oh, well, it was nothing. A man that's a real man has to take rough with the smooth. That's so. Part 13. He stood impatiently on a corner of the Rue de la Paix while Cleo gaped into the window of a perfumer. She was too well trained to dream of asking him to buy expensive perfume. He looked at the facades in the Place Vendôme. Not much class, too kind of plain, he decided. A little greasy man edged up to him, covertly sliding toward him a pack of postcards, and whispered, Lovely cards, only 2 francs each. Oh, said Elmer intelligently, you speak English. Sure, all language. Then Elmer saw the topmost card, and he was galvanized. Whee, golly, 2 francs apiece? He seized the pack, gloating. But Cleo was suddenly upon him, and he handed back the cards, roaring, You get out of here, or I'll call a cop, trying to sell obscene pictures, and to a minister of the gospel. Cleo, these Europeans have dirty minds. Part 14. It was on the steamer home that he met and became intimate with J.E. North, the renowned vice slayer, executive secretary of the National Association for the Purification of Art and the Press, affectionately known throughout the evangelical world as the NAPPAP. Mr. North was not a clergyman, though he was a warm Presbyterian layman. But no clergyman in the country had more furiously pursued wickedness, more craftily forced congressmen, through threats in their home districts, to see legislation in the same reasonable manner as himself. For several sessions of Congress he had backed a bill for a federal censorship of all fiction, plays, and moving pictures, with a penitentiary sentence for any author mentioning adultery even by implication, ridiculing prohibition, or making light of any Christian sect or minister. The bill had always been defeated, but it was gaining more votes in every session. Mr. North was a tight-mouthed, thin gentleman. He liked the earnestness, uprightness, and vigor of the Reverend Dr. Gantry, and all day they walked the deck or sat talking anywhere save in the smoking room, where fools were befouling their intellects with beer. He gave Elmer an inside view of the great new world of organized opposition to immorality. He spoke intimately of leaders of their world, the executives of the Anti-Saloon League, the Lord's Day Alliance, the Watch and Ward Society, the Methodist Board of Temperance, Prohibition, and Public Morals. Modern St. John's armed with card indices. He invited Elmer to lecture for him. "We need men like you, Dr. Gantry," said Mr. North. "Men with rigid standards of decency, and yet with a physical power which will indicate to the poor, misguided youth of this awful flask-toting age that morality is not less, but more virile than immorality. And I think your parishioners will appreciate your being invited to address gatherings in places like New York and Chicago now and then." "Oh, I'm not looking for appreciation. It's just that if I can do anything in my power to strike a blow at the forces of evil," said Elmer, "I shall be most delighted to help you. Do you suppose you could address the Detroit YMCA on October 4th? "Well, it's my wife's birthday, and we've always made rather a holiday of it. We're proud being an old-fashioned, homey family. But I know that Cleo wouldn't want to stand in the way of my doing anything I can to further the kingdom." Part 15. So Elmer came, though tardily, to the great idea which was to revolutionize his life and bring him eternal and splendid fame. That shabby Corsican artillery lieutenant and author, Bonaparte, first conceiving that he might be the ruler of Europe, Darwin seeing dimly the scheme of evolution, Paolo realizing that all of life was nothing but an irradiation of Francesca, Newton pondering on the falling apple, Paul of Tarsus comprehending that a certain small Jewish sect might be the new religion of the doubting Greeks and Roman, Keats beginning to write The Eve of St. Agnes. None of these men, transformed by a great idea from mediocrity to genius, was more remarkable than Elmer Gantry of Paris, Kansas, when he beheld the purpose for which the heavenly powers had been training on him. He was walking the deck, but only in the body, for his soul was soaring among the stars. He was walking the deck alone late at night, clenching his fists and wanting to shout as he saw it all clearly. He would combine in one association all the moral organizations in America, perhaps later in the entire world. He would be the executive of that combination. He would be the super president of the United States, and someday the dictator of the world. Combine them all. The Anti-Saloon League, the WCTU, and other organizations fighting alcohol, the NAPAP and the other vice societies doing such magnificent work in censoring immoral novels and paintings and motion pictures and plays, the Anti-Cigarette League, the associations lobbying for anti-evolution laws in the state legislatures, the associations making so brave a fight against Sunday baseball, Sunday movies, Sunday golfing, Sunday motoring, and the other abominations whereby the Sabbath was desecrated and the preachers' congregations and collections were lessened. The fraternities opposing Romanism, the societies which gallantly wanted to make it a crime to take the name of the Lord in vain or to use the 9 Saxon physiological monosyllables, and all the rest. Combine the lot. They were pursuing the same purpose, to make life conform to the ideals agreed upon by the principal Christian Protestant denominations. Divided, they were comparatively feeble. United, They would represent 30 million Protestant churchgoers. They would have such a treasury and such a membership that they would no longer have to coax Congress and the state legislatures into passing moral legislation, but in a quiet way they would merely state to the representatives of the people what they wanted and get it. And the head of this united organization would be the Warwick of America, the man behind the throne, the man who would send for presidents or whatever party and give orders. And that man, perhaps the most powerful man since the beginning of history, was going to be Elmer Gantry. Not even Napoleon or Alexander had been able to dictate what a whole nation should wear and eat and say and think. That Elmer Gantry was about to do. A bishop? Me? A West Toomas? Hell, don't be silly. I'm going to be the Emperor of America, maybe of the world. I'm glad I've got this idea so early while I'm only 43. I'll do it. I'll do it, Elmer exulted. Now let's see. The first step is to kid this J.E. North along and do whatever he wants me to until it comes time to kick him out and get a church in New York so they'll know I'm a... My God! And Jim Lefferts try to keep me from becoming a preacher? Part 16. And I stood, Elmer was explaining, in the pulpit of Wellspring Church, there on the Rue de la Paix in Paris, filled almost to an intolerable historical appreciation of those aged and historical structures, when suddenly up to me comes a man, obviously a Frenchman. Now, to me, of course, any man who is a countryman of Joan of Arc and Marshal Foch is a friend. So when this man said to me, "Brother, would you like to have a good time tonight?" I answered, though truth to tell, I did not like his look entirely. I said, "Brother, that depends entirely on what you mean by a good time." He spoke English. "Well," he said, "I can take you places where you can meet many pretty girls and have fine liquor to drink." Well, I had to laugh. I think I was more sorry for him than anything else. I laid my hand on his shoulder and I said, "Brother, I'm afraid I can't go with you. I'm already dated up for a good time this evening." "Well, how's that?" he said. "And what may you be going to do?" "I'm going," I said, "back to my hotel to have dinner with my dear wife, and after that," I said, "I'm going to do something that you may not regard as interesting, but which is my idea of a dandy time. I'm going to read a couple of chapters of the Bible aloud and say my prayers and go to bed." "And now," I said, "I'll give you exactly 3 seconds to get out of here, and if you're in my sight after that, well, it'll be over you that I'll be saying the prayers." I see my time is nearly up, but before I close, I want to say a word on behalf of the NAPAP, that great organization, the National Association for the Purification of Art and the Press. I am pleased to say that its executive secretary, my dear friend, Dr. J.E. North, will be with us next month, and I want you all to give him a rousing greeting. End of section 38, chapter 30. Section 39 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 39, Chapter 31, Part 1. For over a year now, it had been murmured throughout the church world that no speaker was more useful to the Reform organization than the Reverend Dr. Elmer Gantry of Zenith. His own church regretted losing his presence so often, but they were proud to hear of him speaking in New York, in Los Angeles, in Toronto. It was said that when Mr. J.E. North retired from the NAPAP because of the press of his private interests, he was the owner of Epsburg, New York Times Scimitar, Dr. Gantry would be elected executive secretary of the NAPAP in his stead. It was said that no one in America was a more relentless foe of so-called liberalism in theology and of misconduct in private life. It was said that Dr. Elmer Gantry had refused support for election as a bishop at the 1928 General Conference of the Methodist Church at North, 2 years from now, and it was definitely known that he had refused the presidency of Swenson University in Nebraska. But it was also definitely known, alas, that he was likely to be invited to take the pastorate of the Yorkville Methodist Church in New York City, which included among its members Dr. Wilkie Bannister, that resolute, cover-to-cover fundamentalist who was also one of the most celebrated surgeons in the country, and Peter F. Durbar, the oil millionaire, and Jackie Oakes, the musical comedy clown. The bishop of the New York area was willing to give Dr. Gantry the appointment. But, well, there were contradictory stories. One version said that Dr. Gantry had not decided to take the Yorkville appointment. The other said that Yorkville, which meant Dr. Bannister, had not decided to take Dr. Gantry. Anyway, the Wellspring flock hoped that their pastor, their spiritual guardian, their friend and brother, would not leave them. After he had discharged Miss Bundle, the church secretary, and that was a pleasant moment, she cried so ludicrously, Elmer had to depend on a series of incapable girls, good Methodists, but rotten stenographers. It almost made him laugh to think that while everybody supposed he was having such a splendid time with his new fame, he was actually running into horrible luck. This confounded J.E. North, with all his pretenses of friendship, kept delaying his resignation from the NAPAP. Dr. Wilkie Bannister, the conceited chump, a fellow who thought he knew more about theology than a preacher, delayed in advising the official board of the Yorkville Church to call Elmer, and his secretaries infuriated him. One of them was shocked when he said just the least little small damn. Nobody appreciated the troubles of a man destined to be the ruler of America. No one knew what he was sacrificing in his campaign for morality, and how tired he was of the rustic, unimaginative devotion of Lulu Baines. If she lisped, "Oh, Elmer, you are so strong," just once more, he'd have to clout her. Part 2. In the queue of people who came up after the morning service to shake hands with the Reverend Dr. Gantry was a young woman whom the pastor noted with interest. She was at the end of the queue, and they talked without eavesdroppers. If a marquis of the 17th century could have been turned into a girl of perhaps 25, completely and ardently feminine, yet with the haughty head, the slim hooked nose, the imperious eyes of Monsieur le Marquis, that would have been the woman who held Elmer's hand and said, "May I tell you, doctor, that you are the first person in my whole life who has given me a sense of reality in religion." "Sister, I am very grateful," said the Reverend Dr. Gantry, while Elmer was saying within, "Say, you're a kid I'd like to get acquainted with." "Dr. Gantry, aside from my tribute, which is quite genuine, I have a perfectly unscrupulous purpose in coming and speaking to you. My name is Hetty Dowler, Miss, unfortunately. I've had 2 years in the University of Wisconsin. I've been secretary of Mr. Labenheim of the Tallahassee Life Insurance Company for the last year, but he's been transferred to Detroit. I'm really quite a good secretary, and I'm a Methodist, a member of Central, but I've been planning to switch to Wellspring. Now what I'm getting at is, if you should happen to need a secretary in the next few months, I'm filling in as one of the hotel stenographers at the Thornley. They looked at each other, unswerving, comprehending. They shook hands again more firmly. Miss Dowler, you're my secretary right now, said Elmer. It'll take about a week to arrange things. Thank you. May I drive you home? I'd love to have you. Part 4. Not even the nights when they worked together, alone in a church, were more thrilling than their swift, mocking kisses between the calls of solemn parishioners. To be able to dash across the study and kiss her soft temple after a lugubrious widow had waddled out, and to have her whimper, "Darling, you were too wonderful with that awful old hen. Oh, you are so dear." That was life to him. He went often of an evening to Hetty Dowler's flat, a pleasant white and blue suite in one of the new apartment hotels, with an absurd kitchenette and an electric refrigerator. She curled in long leopard-like lines on the damask couch, while he marched up and down, rehearsing his sermon and stopping for the applause of her kiss. Always he slipped down to the pantry at his house and telephoned good night to her before retiring, and when she was kept home by illness, he telephoned her from his study every hour or scrawled notes to her. That she liked best. "Your letters are so dear and funny and sweet," she told him. So he wrote in his unformed script, "Dearest little honeycomb bunnykins, oo is such a darling. I adore you. I haven't got another doggone thing to say, but I say that 600 million trillion times. Elmer." But, and he would never have let himself love her otherwise, for his ambition to become the chief moral director of the country was greater than even his delight in her. Hetty Dowler was all this time a superb secretary. No dictation was too swift for her. She barely made errors. She made of a typed page a beautiful composition. She noted down for him the telephone numbers of people who called during his absence, and she had a cool, sympathetic way of getting rid of the idiots who came to bother the Reverend Dr. Gantry with their unimportant woes. And she had such stimulating suggestions for sermons. In these many years, neither Cleo nor Lulu had ever made a sermon suggestion worth anything but a groan. But Hetty, why, it was she who outlined the sermon on "The Folly of Fame," which caused such a sensation at Terwillinger College when Elmer received his LL.D. He got photographed laying a wreath on the grave of the late President Willoughby Quarles, and in general obtained publicity for himself and his dear old alma mater. He felt somehow that Hetty was the reincarnation of Sharon. They were very different physically. Hetty was a slimmer, less tall. Her thin, eager face hadn't the curious long lines of Sharon's, and very different were they mentally. Hetty, however gaily affectionate, was never moody, never hysterical. Yet there was the same rich excitement about life and the same devotion to their man. And there was the same impressive ability to handle people. If anything could have increased T.J. Riggs' devotion
to Elmer and the church, it was the way in which Hetty, instinctively understanding Riggs's importance, flattered him and jested with him and encouraged him to loaf in the church office, though he interrupted her work and made her stay longer at night. She carried out a harder, more important task. She encouraged William Dollinger Stiles, who was never so friendly as Rigg. She told him that he was a Napoleon of finance. She almost went too far in her attentions to Stiles. She lunched with him alone. Elmer protested jealously, and she amiably agreed never to see Stiles again outside of the church. Part 5. That was a hard, rather miserable job, getting rid of the Lulu Baines whom Hetty had made superfluous. On the Tuesday evening after his first meeting with Hetty, when Lulu came cooing into his office, Elmer looked depressed, did not rise to welcome her. He sat at his desk, his chin moodily in his two hands. "What is it, dear?" Lulu pleaded. "Sit down. No, please, don't kiss me. Sit down over there, dearest. We must have an earnest talk," said the Reverend Dr. Gantry. She looked so small, so rustic, for all her new frock, as she quivered in an ugly straight chair. "Lulu, I've got something dreadful to tell you. In spite of our carefulness, Cleo, Mrs. Gantry, is on to us. It simply broke my heart, but we must stop seeing each other privately. Indeed—" "Oh, Elmer, oh, my lover, please." "You must be calm, dear. We must be brave and face this thing honestly. As I was saying, I'm not sure, but that it might be better, with her horrible suspicions, if you don't come to church here any more." "But what did she say? What did she say? I hate her. I hate your wife so. Oh, I won't be hysterical, but I hate her. What did she say?" "Well, last evening she just calmly said to me," you can imagine how surprised I was, like a bolt out of the blue. "She said," my wife said, "well, tomorrow I suppose you'll be meeting that person that teaches cooking again, and get home late as usual." Well, I stalled for time, and I found out that she was actually thinking of putting detectives on us. "Oh, my dear, my poor dear, I won't ever see you again. You mustn't be disgraced with your wonderful fame that I've been so proud of." "Darling Lulu, can't you see it isn't that? Hell, I'm a man. I can face the whole kit and caboodle of 'em and tell 'em just where they get off. But it's you. Honestly, I'm afraid Floyd will kill you if he knows." "Yes, I guess he would. I don't know's I care much. It would be easier than killing myself." "Now you look here, young woman. I'll have none of this idiotic suicide talk." He had sprung up. He was standing over her, an impressive priestly figure. "It's absolutely against every injunction of God, who gave us our lives to use for his services and glory, to even think of self-slaughter. Well, I could never have imagined that you could say such a wicked thing." She crawled out after a time, a little figure in a shabby topcoat over her proud new dress. She stood waiting for a trolley car, alone under an arc light, fingering her new beaded purse, which she loved because in his generosity he had given it to her. From time to time she wiped her eyes and blew her nose, and all this time she was quite stupidly muttering, "Oh, my dear, I think I made trouble for you. Oh, my dear, my very dear." Her husband was glad to find, the year after, that she had by some miracle lost the ambitiousness which had annoyed him, and that night after night she was willing to stay home and play cribbage.
But he was angry and rather talkative over the fact that whenever he came home, he would find her sitting blank-faced and idle, and that she had become so careless about her hair. But life is life, and he became used to her slopping around in a dressing gown all day, and sometimes smelling of gin. Part 6. By recommendation of J.E. North, it was Elmer who was chosen by the Sacred Sabbath League to lead the fight against Sunday motion pictures in Zenith. "This will be fine training for you," Mr. North wrote to Elmer, "in case the directors select you my successor in the NAPAP, training for the day when you will be laying down the law, not merely to a city council, but to congressmen and senators." Elmer knew that the high lords of the NAPAP were watching him, and that with spirit he led the fight against Sunday movies. The state of Winnemac had the usual blue law to the effect that no paid labor, except, of course, that of ministers of the gospel, and whatever musicians, lecturers, educators, janitors, or other help the ministers might choose to hire, might work on the Sabbath, and the usual blissful custom of ignoring that law. Elmer called on the sheriff of the county, a worried man whose training in criminology had been acquired in a harness shop, and shook hands with him handsomely. "Well, Reverend, it's real nice to have the pleasure of making your acquaintance," said the sheriff. "I've read a lot about you in the papers. Have a smoke?" Elmer sat down impressively, leaning over a little, his elbow on the arm of the chair, his huge fist clenched. "Thanks, but I never touch tobacco," he said grimly. "Now, look here, Edelstein, are you the sheriff of this county?" "Huh, I guess I am." "Oh, you guess so, do you? Well, then, are you going to see that the state law against Sunday movies is obeyed?" "Oh, look here now, Reverend, nobody wants me to enforce—" "Nobody? Nobody? Only a couple of 100,000 citizens and church members, bankers, lawyers, doctors, decent people, and only an equal number of wops and hunkies and yids and atheists and papers want you to let the Sabbath be desecrated. Now, you look here, Edelstein, unless you pinch every last man, movie owners and operators and ushers and the whole kit and billing of 'em, that you are responsible for this disgraceful and illegal traffic of Sunday movies, I'm going to call a giant mass meeting of all the good citizens in town, and I'm going to talk a lot less to them about the movie proprietors than I am about you. And it's one fine, fat, nice chance you'll have of being re-elected if 200,000 electors of this county, and the solid birds that take the trouble to vote, are out for your hide. Say, who do you think is running this county? The Methodists and Baptists and the Presbyterians? Certainly. Say, you have a look here now. In fact, upon warrants sworn to by the Reverend Dr. Elmer Gantry, all persons connected with the profanation of the Sabbath by showing motion pictures were arrested for 3 Sundays in succession, after which the motion pictures went on as before, and Elmer received telegrams of esteem from the Sacred Sabbath League, J.E. North, Dr. Wilkie Bannister of the Yorkville Methodist Church of New York City, and 100 of more prominent divines all over the land. Part 7. Within 24 hours, Mr. J.E. North let Elmer know that he was really resigning in a month, and that the choice for his successor lay between Elmer and only 2 other holy men, and Dr. Wilkie Bannister wrote that the official board of the Yorkville Methodist Church, after watching Elmer's career for the last few months, was ready to persuade the bishop to offer him the pastorate, providing he should not be too much distracted by outside interests. It was fortunate that the headquarters of the NAPAP were in New York City and not, as was the case with most benevolent lobbying organizations, in Washington. Elmer wrote to Dr. Bannister and the other trustees of the Yorkville Church that while he would titularly be the executive secretary of the National Association for the Purification of Art and Press, and oh, what a credit it would be to dear old Yorkville that their pastor would hold such a position. He would be able to leave all the actual work of the NAPAP to his able assistants, and except for possibly a day a week, give all his energy and time and prayers to the work of guiding onward and upward, so far as might lie within his humble power, the flock of Yorkville. Elmer wrote to Mr. J. E. North and the trustees of the NAPAP that while he would titularly be the pastor of the Yorkville Methodist, and would it not be a splendid justification of their work that their executive secretary would be the new pastor of one of the most important churches in New York City? Yet he would be able to leave all the actual work to his able assistants, and except possibly for Sabbaths and an occasional wedding or funeral, give all his energy and time to the work of guiding as far as might lie within his humble power the epical work of the National Association for the Purification of Art and the Press. From both of these pious assemblies he had answers that they both were pleased by his explanation, and that it would be a matter of only a few days. It was Hetty Dowler who composed these letters, but Elmer made several changes in commas and helped by kissing her while she was typing. Part 8. It was too vexatious that at this climax of his life Elmer's mother should have invited herself to come and stay with them. He was happy when he met her at the station. However pleasant it might be to impress the great of the world, Bishop Toomas or J. E. North or Dr. Wilkie Bannister, it had been from his first memory the object of his life to gain the commendation of his mother and of Paris, Kansas, the foundation of his existence, to be able to drive her in a new Willie's Night sedan, to show her his new church, his extraordinary genteel home, Cleo in a new frock, was rapture. But when she had been with him for only 2 days, his mother got him aside and said stoutly, "Will you sit down, and not to run around the room, my son? I want to talk to you." "That's splendid, but I'm awfully afraid I've got to make it short, because—" "Elmer Gantry, will you hold your tongue and stop being such a wonderful success?" "Elmer, my dear boy, I'm sure you don't mean to do wrong, but I don't like the way you're treating Cleo, and such a dear, sweet, bright, devout girl." "What do you mean?" "I think you know what I mean." "Now you look here, mother. All right, I'll sit down and be quiet, but I certainly do not know what you mean. The way I've always been a good husband to her, and stood for her total inability to be nice to the most important members of my congregation, and of all the chilly propositions you ever met. When I have folks here for dinner, even Rig, the biggest man in the church, she hasn't got hardly a thing to say. And when I come home from church, just absolutely tired out, and she meets me, does she meet me with a kiss and look jolly? She does nothing. She begins crabbing the minute I enter the house about something I've done or haven't done, and of course it's natural. Oh, my boy, my little boy, my dear, all that I've got in this whole world. You were always so quick with excuses. When you stole pies, or hung cats, or licked the other boys, son, Cleo is suffering. You never pay any attention to her. Even when I'm here, you try to be nice to her to show off. Elmer, who is this secretary of yours that you keep calling up all the while? The Reverend Dr. Gantry rose quietly and sonorously he spoke. My dear Mater, I owe you everything, but at the same time, when one of the greatest Methodist churches in the world and one of the greatest reform organizations in the world are begging for my presence, I don't know that I need to explain even to you, Ma, what I'm trying to do. I'm going up to my room. Yes, and that's another thing. Having separate rooms, and pray that you may understand. Say, listen, Ma, someday you may come to the White House and lunch with me and the President. But I mean, oh, Ma, for God's sakes, quit picking on me like Cleo does all the time. And he did pray. By his bed he knelt, his forehead gratefully cool against the linen spread, mumbling, Oh, dear God, I am trying to serve thee. Keep me from feeling I'm not doing right. And he sprang up. Hell, he said, these women want me to be a house dog. To hell with them. No, not with Mother, but, oh, damn it, she'll understand when I'm the pastor of Yorkville. Oh, God, why can't Cleo die so I can marry Hetty? 2 minutes later, he was murmuring to Hetty Dowler from the telephone instrument in the pantry, while the cook was rumbling and picking over the potatoes down in the basement. Dear, will you just say something nice to me? Anything, anything. End of section 39, chapter 31. Section 40 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 40, Chapter 32, Part 1. 2 evenings after Elmer's mother had almost alienated him, he settled down in his study at home to prepare 3 or 4 sermons with the hope of being in bed by 11. He was furious when the Lithuanian maid came in and said, Somebody on the phone, Doctor. But when he heard Hetty, the ragged edges went out of his voice. Elmer? Hetty calling. Yes, this is Dr. Gantry. Oh, you're so sweet and funny and dignified. Is the Lettish pot-wolloper listening? Yes. Listen, dear, will you do something for me? You bet. I'm so terribly lonely this evening. Is oo working hard? I've got to get up some sermons. Listen, bring your little Bible dictionary along and come at work at my place and let me smoke a cigarette and look at you. Wouldn't you like to, dearest? You bet. Be right along. He explained to Cleo and his mother that he had to go and comfort an old lady in extremis. He accepted their congratulations for his martyrdom and hastened out. Part 2. Elmer was sitting beside Hetty on the damask couch under the standard lamp, stroking her hand and explaining how unjust his mother was, when the door of her suite opened gravely and a thin, twitching-faced, gimlet-eyed man walked in. Hetty sprang up, stood with a head on her frightened breast. What do you want here? Roared Elmer as he rose also. Hush, Hetty begged him. It's my husband. Elmer's cry was the bleat of a bitten sheep. But you aren't married. I am, hang it. Oscar, you get out of here. How dare you intrude like this? Oscar walked slowly, appreciatively, into the zone of light. Well, I've caught you two with the goods, he chuckled. What do you mean? Hetty raged. This is my boss, and he's come here to talk over some work. Yeah, I bet he has. This afternoon I bribed my way in here, and I've got all his letters to you. Oh, you haven't! Hetty dashed to her desk, stood in despair, looking at an empty drawer. Elmer bulked over Oscar. I've had enough of this. You give me those letters, and you get out of here, or I'll throw you out. Oscar negligently produced an automatic shut up, he said, almost affectionately. Now, Gantry, this ought to cost you about $50,000, but I don't suppose you can raise that much. But if I sue for alienation of Het's affections, that's the amount I'll sue for. But if you want to settle out of court in a nice gentlemanly manner without acting rough, I'll let you off for $10,000. And there won't be the publicity. Oh, maybe that publicity wouldn't cook your reverend goose? If you think you can blackmail me, think? Hell, I know I can. I'll call on you in your church at noon tomorrow. I won't be there. You better be. Now, if you're ready to compromise for $10,000, all right, no feelings hurt. If not, I'll have my lawyer, and he's Manny Silverhorn, the slickest shyster in town, file suit for alienation tomorrow afternoon and make sure that the evening papers get out extras on it. Bye-bye, Hetty. Bye, Elmer, darling. Whoa, Elmer. Naughty, naughty. You touch me and I'll plug you. So long. Elmer gaped after the departing Oscar. He turned quickly and saw that Hetty was grinning. She hastily pulled down her mouth. My God, I believe you're in on this, he cried. What of it, you big lummox? We've got the goods on you. Your letters will sound lovely in court. But don't ever think for 1 minute that workers as good as Oscar and I were wasting our time on a tin-horn preacher without $10 in the bank. We were after William Dollinger Styles. But he isn't a boob like you. He turned me down when I went to lunch with him and tried to date him up. So as we'd paid for this plant, we thought we might as well get our expenses and a little piece of change out of you, you short weight, and by God we will. Now get out of here. I'm sick of hearing your blatting. No, I don't think you better hit me. Oscar'll be waiting outside the door. Sorry I won't be able to be at the church tomorrow. Don't worry about my things or my salary. I got 'em this afternoon. Part 3. At midnight, his mouth hanging open, Elmer was ringing at the house of T.J. Rigg. He rang and rang desperately. No answer. He stood outside then and bawled, T.J., T.J. An upper window was open, and an irritated voice, thick with sleepiness, protested, What do you want? Come down quick. It's me, Elmer Gantry. I need you bad. All right, I'll be right down. A grotesque little figure in an old-fashioned nightshirt puffing at a cigar, Rigg admitted him and led him to the library. T.J., they've got me. Huh? The bootleggers? No, Hetty. You know, my secretary? Oh, yeah, I see. Been pretty friendly with her? Elmer told everything. All right, said Rigg. I'll be there at 12 to meet Oscar with you. We'll stall for time, and I'll do something. Don't worry, Elmer. And look here, Elmer, don't you think that even a preacher ought to try to go straight? I've learned my lesson, T.J. I swear this is the last time I'll ever step out, even look at a girl. God, you've been a good friend to me, old man. Well, I like anything I'm connected with to go straight. Pure egotism. You better have a drink. You need it. No, I'm going to hold on to that vow anyway. I guess it's all I've got. Oh, my God. And just this evening, I thought I was such a big, important guy that nobody could touch. I might make a sermon out of it. And you probably will. Part 4. The chastened and positively for the last time reformed Elmer lasted for days. He was silent at the conference with Oscar Dowler, Oscar's lawyer, Manny Silverhorn, and T.J. Rigg in the church study next noon. Rigg and Silverman did the talking, and Elmer was dismayed to see how friendly and jocose Rigg was with Silverhorn, of whom he had spoken in most un-Methodist terms. "Yep, you've got the goods on the doctor," said Rigg. "We admit it, and I agree that it's worth 10,000, but you've got to give us a week to raise the money." "All right, T.J. See you here in a week from today," said Manny Silverhorn. "No, better make it in your office. Too many snooping sisters around." "All right." Everyone shook hands profusely, except that Elmer did not shake hands with Oscar Dowler, who snickered, "Why, Elmer, and us so closely related, as it were." When they were gone, the broken Elmer whimpered, "But, T.J., I never in the world could raise 10,000. Why, I haven't saved 1,000. "Hell's big bells, Elmer. You don't suppose we're going to pay him any 10,000, do you? It may cost you 1,500, which I'll lend you, 500 to sweeten Hetty, and maybe 1,000 for detectives." "Huh?" "At 1:45 this morning, I was talking to Pete Reese of the Reese Detective Agency, telling him to get busy. We'll know a lot about the dollars in a few days, so don't worry." Part 5. Elmer was sufficiently consoled not to agonize that week, yet not so consoled but that he became a humble and tender Christian. To the embarrassed astonishment of his children, he played with them every evening. To Cleo he was almost uxorious. "Dearest," he said, "I realize that I have, it isn't entirely my fault, I've been so absorbed in the work, but the fact remains that I haven't given you enough attention, and tomorrow evening I want you to go to a concert with me." "Oh, Elmer!" she rejoiced, and he sent her flowers once. "You see," his mother exulted, "I knew you and Cleo would be happier if I just pointed out a few things to you. After all, your old mother may be stupid and Main Street, but there's nobody like a mother to understand her own boy. And I knew that if I just spoke to you, even if you are a doctor of divinity, you'd see things different." "Yes, and it was your training that made me a Christian and a preacher. Oh, a man does owe so much to a pious mother," said Elmer. Part 6. Manny Silverhorn was one of those best ambulance chasers in Zenith. 100 times he had made the streetcar company pay damages to people whom they had not damaged. 100 times he had made motorists pay for injuring people whom they had not injured. But with all his talent, Manny had one misfortune: he could get drunk. Now, in general, when he was drunk, Manny was able to keep from talking about his legal cases. But this time he was drunk in the presence of Bill Kingdom, reporter for the Advocate-Times, and Mr. Kingdom was an even harder cross-examiner than Mr. Silverhorn. Bill had been speaking without affection of Dr. Gantry when Manny layered, "Say, geez, Bill, your Doc Gantry is going to get his. Oh, I got him where I want him, and maybe it won't cost him some money to be so popular with the ladies." Bill looked rigorously uninterested. What are you trying to pull, Manny? Don't be a fool. You haven't got anything on Elmer, and you never will have. He's too smart for you. You haven't got enough brains to get that guy, Manny. Me? I haven't got enough brains? Say, listen. Yes, Manny was drunk. Even so, it was only after an hour of badgering Manny about his inferiority to Elmer in trickiness, an hour of Bill's harsh yet dulcet flattery, an hour of Bill's rather novel willingness to buy drinks, that an infuriated Manny shrieked, "All right, you get a stenographer, that's a notary public, and I'll dictate it." And at 2 a.m, to an irritated but alert court reporter in his shambles of a hotel room, Manny Silverhorn dictated and signed a statement that unless the Reverend Dr. Elmer Gantry settled out of court, he would be sued, Emanuel Silverhorn, attorney, for $50,000 for having, by inexcusable intimacy with her, alienated Hetty Dollar's affections from her husband. End of section 40, chapter 32. Section 41 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 41, Chapter 33, Part 1. When Mr. Manny Silverhorn awoke at 10 with a head, he remembered that he had been talking, and with agitation he looked at the morning's Advocate-Times. He was cheered to see that there was no trace of his indiscretion. But the next morning Mr. Silverhorn and the Reverend Dr. Gantry, at about the same moment, noticed on the front page of the Advocate-Times the photostat of a document in which Emanuel Silverhorn, attorney, asserted that unless Dr. Gantry settled out of court, he would be sued for alienation of affections by Mr. Oscar Dowler, of whose wife Dowler maintained Dr. Gantry had taken criminal advantage. Part 2. It was not so much the clamor of the Zenith reporters tracking him from his own house to that of T.J. Rigg and out to the country. It was not so much the sketches of his career and hints of his uncovered wickedness in every Zenith paper morning and evening. It was not so much the thought that he had lost the respect of his congregation. What appalled him was the fact that the Associated Press spread the story through the country, and that he had telegrams from Dr. Wilkie Bannister of the Yorkville Methodist Church and from the directors of the NAPAP to the effect, "Is this story true? Until the matter is settled, of course, we must delay action." Part 3. At the second conference with Manny Silverhorn and Oscar Dowler, Hetty was present, along with Elmer and T.J. Rigg, who was particularly amiable. They sat around Manny's offices, still hearing Oscar's opinion of Manny's indiscretion. "Well, let's get things settled," twanged Riggs. "Are we ready to talk business?" "I am," snarled Oscar. "What about it? Got the 10 thou?" Into Manny's office, pushing aside the agitated office boy, came a large man with flat feet. "Hello, Pete," said Rigg affectionately. "Hello, Pete," said Manny anxiously. "Who the devil are you?" said Oscar Dowler. "Oh, Oscar," said Hetty. "All ready, Pete?" said T.J. Rigg. "By the way, folks, this is Mr. Peter Reese of the Reese Detective Agency. You see, Hetty, I figured that if you had pulled this, Your past record must be interesting. Is it, Pete? Oh, not especially, about average, said Mr. Peter Reese. Now, Hetty, why did you leave Seattle at midnight on January 12th, 1920? None of your business, shrieked Hetty. Ain't it? Well, it's some of the business of Arthur L.F. Morrissey there. He'd like to hear from you, said Mr. Reese, and know your present address and present name. Now, Hetty, what about the time you did time in New York for shoplifting? You go... Oh, Hetty, don't use bad language. Remember, there's a preacher present, tittered Mr. Rigg. Got enough? Oh, I suppose so, said Hetty wearily, and for the moment Elmer loved her again and wanted to comfort her. Let's beat it, Oscar. No, you don't. Not until you sign this, said Mr. Rigg. If you do sign, you get $200 to get out of town on, which will be before tomorrow, or God help you, if you don't sign, you go back to Seattle to stand trial. All right, said Hetty, and Mr. Rigg read his statement. Quote, I hereby voluntarily swear that all charges against the Reverend Dr. Elmer Gantry were made directly or by implication by myself and husband are false, wicked, and absolutely unfounded. I was employed by Dr. Gantry as his secretary. His relations to me were always those of a gentleman and a Christian pastor. I wickedly concealed from him the fact that I was married to a man with a criminal record. The liquor interests, particularly certain distillers, who wished to injure Dr. Gantry as one of the greatest foes of the booze traffic, came to me and paid me to attack the character of Dr. Gantry, and in a moment which I shall never cease to regret, I assented and got my husband to help me by forging letters purporting to come from Dr. Gantry. The reason why I am making this affection is this. I went to see Dr. Gantry, told him what I was going to do, and demanded money, planning to double-cross my employers, the booze interests. Dr. Gantry said, Sister, I am sorry you are going to do this wrong thing, not on my behalf, because it is a part of the Christian life to bear any crosses, but on behalf of your own soul. Do as seems best to you, sister, but before you go further, will you kneel and pray with me? When I heard Dr. Gantry praying, I suddenly repented and went home and with my own hands typed this statement, which I swear to be the absolute truth. Close quote. When Hetty had signed, and her husband had signed a corroboration, Manny Silverhorn observed, I think you've overdone it a little, TJ. Too good to be true. Still, I suppose their idea was that Hetty's such a fool that she'd slop over in her confession. That's the idea, Manny. Well, maybe you're right. Now, if you'll give me the $200, I'll see these two birds are out of town tonight, and maybe I'll give 'em some of the $200. Maybe, said Mr. Rigg. Maybe, said Mr. Silverhorn. God, cried Elmer Gantry, and suddenly he was disgracing himself with tears. That was Saturday morning. Part 4. The afternoon papers had front-page stories reproducing Hetty's confession, joyfully announcing Elmer's innocence, recounting his labors for purity, and assaulting the booze interests which had bribed this poor, weak, silly girl to attack Elmer. Before 8 on Sunday morning, telegrams had come in from the Yorkville Methodist Church and the NAPAP congratulating Elmer, asserting that they had never doubted his innocence, and offering him the pastorate of Yorkville and the executive secretaryship of the NAPAP. Part 5. When the papers had first made charges against Elmer, Cleo had said furiously, "Oh, what a wicked, wicked lie! Darling, you know I'll stand back of you." But his mother had cackled, "Just how much of this story is true, Elmy? I'm getting kind of sick and tired of your carryings on." Now, when he met them at Sunday breakfast, he held out the telegrams, and the two women elbowed each other to read them. "Oh, my dear, I am so glad and proud," cried Cleo, and Elmer's mother, she was an old woman and bent, very wretched she looked as she mumbled, "Oh, forgive me, my boy, I've been as wicked as that dabbler woman." Part 6. But for all that, would his congregation believe him? If they jeered when he faced them, he would be ruined. He would still lose the Yorkville pastorate and the Napap. Thus he fretted in the quarter hour before morning service, pacing his study and noting through the window, for once without satisfaction, that hundreds on hundreds were trying to get into the crammed auditorium. His study was so quiet. Now he missed Hetty's presence. He knelt. He did not so much pray as yearn inarticulately, but this came out clearly. "I've learned my lesson. I'll never look at a girl again. I'm going to be the head of all the moral agencies in the country. Nothing can stop me. Now I've got the Napap, I'm going to be all the things I want other folks to be. Never again." He stood at his study door watching the robed choir filing out to the auditorium chanting. He realized how he had come to love the details of his church. How, if his people betrayed him now, he would miss it, the choir, the pulpit, the singing, the adoring faces. It had come. He could not put it off. He had to face them. Feebly, the Reverend Dr. Gantry wavered through the door to the auditorium and exposed himself to 2,500 question marks. They rose and cheered, cheered, cheered. Theirs were the shining faces of friends. Without planning it, Elmer knelt on the platform, holding his hands out to them, sobbing, and with him they all knelt and sobbed and prayed, while outside the locked glass door of the church, seeing the mob yield within, hundreds knelt on the steps of the church, on the sidewalk, all down the block. "Oh, my friends," cried Elmer, "do you believe in my innocence, in the fiendishness of my accusers? Reassure me with a hallelujah." The church thundered with a triumphant hallelujah, and in a sacred silence Elmer prayed, "O Lord, thou hast stooped from thy mighty throne and rescued thy servant from the assault of the mercenaries of Satan. Mostly we thank thee because thus we can go on doing thy work and thine alone. Not less but more zealously shall we seek utter purity and the prayer life, and rejoice it in freedom from all temptations." He turned to include the choir, and for the first time he saw that there was a new singer, a girl with charming ankles and lively eyes, with whom he would certainly have to become well acquainted. But the thought was so swift that it did not interrupt the paean of his prayer. "Let me count this day, Lord, as the beginning of a new and more vigorous life, as the beginning of a crusade for complete morality and the domination of the Christian church throughout all the land. Dear Lord, thy work is but begun. We shall yet make these United States a moral nation." End of section 41, chapter 33. End of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis.